The only thing that's different is that suddenly they lose their faith in higher powers and belief in superstitions. Immediately after taking the pill, they all go through this sort of awakening, and they feel ashamed of themselves. Then they want to know how they can trade their past cards for implants. It's really quite amusing to watch. Reporter: That sounds like a dramatic reversal, and it works for all religions? Does degree of conviction play a role? Kane: No. In fact, the more religious a person is, the better the treatment works. Reporter: You call it a treatment, as if belief in a higher power is a disease. Kane: Well, it certainly has symptoms like one. Think about it. Under any other circumstances, if people claim to believe in and have a relationship with an invisible entity that somehow speaks to them, we would classify them as schizophrenics. Of course, the difference is they don't actually hallucinate, but they still act as though their imaginary friends are real. And that's really what we're seeing. It's that primitive nerve cluster that suppresses reason and defies logic. In most people, that area of the brain shrinks with age and education. But if you've been raised in a religious home, your nerve cluster is more active and tends to be larger than it is for people who haven't been raised in religious families. We call it the North Pole of the frontal lobe because Santa Claus lives there. The reporter laughs lightly at that. Fascinating. So you're saying instead of forcing people to get implants, we should just force them to take your pills and then let them choose to take the implants? Kane: Yes. Reporter: But isn't that a breach of their fundamental rights? Kane: That depends. Forcing people to do anything seems hard to stomach at first. But when you really think about it, we do it all the time. We force children to go to school, even though nowadays there aren't really any jobs for them to get when they're older. We force people to adhere to laws and societal norms for the benefit of the group, and yet we don't force them to wake up from a dangerous delusion that is leading to mass terrorism. Losing Manhattan should have been good enough to convince us of the nature of this threat, and implementing the pass marks was a good start. But we stopped halfway by letting people opt out. I just hope we don't have to lose any other cities before we realize what needs to be done. Reporter: How do you think fundies will react to this? Do you think they'd be open to taking this pill and curing themselves? Kane smirks and shakes his head. Some of them. The ones on the fence, whose convictions are wavering. But the ones who are calling me the Antichrist would sooner die. Reporter: Then forcing them to take your pill could cause a civil war. Kane: Maybe, but we have all the guns. The reporter goes silent for a long moment. Kane breezes through the law, adding, We shouldn't just be thinking about how this will make the world a safer place for our children. We should be thinking about how we'll actually be doing fundies a favor. Right now, they have to live in constant danger and poverty. And for what? For a lie? For a childlike part of their brains that should have shriveled away as they grew up? It's that same part that allows kids to believe in Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. But if we had people out there blowing up government buildings because Santa Claus told them to, no one would hesitate to give them a pill to stop the madness at its source. This time, Adriana pauses the recording. She turns to me with wide, terrified eyes and shakes her head. It's already starting. Chapter 32. Just 6 hours later, I'm landing outside Future Travel's Nevada Launch Center in Gavin Anker's air car. Claire Devereaux is waiting for me at the entrance again. It's good to see you back so soon, Mr. Ankers, she says as I approach. It's good to be back, I reply, as we breeze through the steel doors and into the lobby. You mentioned in our call that you'd like to see some of our larger bunkers? Yes, I say. smiling brightly. I think I might be in love. I broke the news of my travel plans to my girlfriend last night, and on a whim, I decided to invite her. I wasn't expecting her to react so positively to the idea. So you'll be looking to travel as a couple? Yes, I'm feeling a lot better about it knowing I won't be alone. I mean, if the future isn't all it's cracked up to be and all that's left are ruins, at least we'll be able to repopulate the Earth, right? Adam and Eve 2.0. I laugh lightly at my own joke. Claire nods along as we leave the lobby and walk down a long, windowless concrete corridor to the elevators at the end. She gets a few steps ahead of me, and I feel for the bug in my pocket. My heart is pounding out of my chest. Some stimuli from my real body can't be suppressed while I'm controlling my anon. Just as I'm about to pull the device out and release it, we reach the elevators and Claire glances back at me. My hand freezes in my pocket. Are you still planning to go 50 years into the future? Yes, definitely. I still want to meet the founders. We'll continue on from there if we don't like what we see. Of course. May I ask your travel partner's name? That question catches me off guard, and my mind blanks. I chide myself for leaving such a gaping hole in my story. Adriana, I say with a smile. It's the only name that comes to mind. Claire smiles thinly at that, and her head tilts to one side. A pretty name. Will she want a tour of our facilities as well? I reach up with the hand that isn't in my pocket and tap the side of my glasses. I'll just show her my life story. A scowl darkens Claire's features. You're recording this? Not yet, but I was hoping to at least record the bunker where we'll be staying. Will that be a problem? Yes, I'm afraid it will. It's a violation of our NDA. But I haven't signed anything yet. Then maybe you should. Sure. If you need me to, of course. Claire nods. That would be appreciated. Thank you. We walk into the elevator, and I deliberately move to stand behind Claire, thinking this might be my moment. But then I notice the camera in the elevator, and I hold myself back. I'll wait until we reach the bunker. The elevator zips down a dozen floors and then opens into a windowless concrete corridor. We walk past several reinforced steel doors until Claire stops at a particular one. It slides away, and I'm greeted to a bright, airy space with polished concrete floors, high ceilings, and windows everywhere. The windows look out on a not-so-distant beach with big waves rolling in to shore from a sparkling blue horizon. If I listen carefully, I can hear those waves thundering on the shore. What do you think? Claire asks. I have to admit, I'm impressed. She turns to gesture to the view. 180 degrees of oceanfront property. You're on the tip of a virtual peninsula. I pull the bug out of my pocket and release it as I walk by her to admire the view. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the mechanical fly land in Claire's long blonde hair, a black speck that quickly burrows down to hide in the flaxen strands. I hope she doesn't feel an itch on her scalp and scratch it away before I can see who's behind this anon. Turning to Claire with a grin, I say, Adriana is going to love this. I'm glad you approve, Claire replies. After seeing the bunker, Claire takes me into a dingy room with no windows to sign the NDA agreement, and then I'm allowed to leave. But this time, Claire seems determined to get more out of me. Are you ready to sign a travel contract and make a deposit? I hesitate, searching for an excuse. Would it be all right if I take some time to show Adriana the place first? Claire's eyes pinch into slits, and I get the impression she's getting tired of giving me all these personal tours with no end in sight. I don't have to leave. I can just go back to my car and talk to her from there. I'll be back with my answer in an hour or two at most. After lunch, let's say? That would be fine. I'll need your girlfriend's full name and ID number for the contracts. We can send them to her for a digital signature. That catches me off guard once more. This lie is getting me into trouble. I smile and nod. After lunch, once she gives me the green light, I'll get you all of those details. Claire sucks in a breath and holds it. All right. See you soon then, Mr. Anchors. See you. I hurry back through the lobby, my whole body shaking with adrenaline. I can't tell if it's my real body that's shaking or my Anon's. Maybe both. I'm hoping that whoever is controlling Claire will take a break for lunch while I'm away. If not, I may have to come up with another excuse to delay things. One thing's for sure, I can't give Claire Adriana's full name and ID. I'll just have to tell her that my girlfriend had a change of heart. I leave the launch center and walk briskly down a sand-dusted road to reach the landing field. There are dozens of air cars parked there beside mine, all bright and gleaming in the sun. The sky is big and blue like an ocean, not a cloud in sight. Opening the door to my car before I reach it, I hurry up the short flight of stairs and flop down into a plush reclining chair. Using my glasses, I remote connect to the bug to see what it's seeing. It's sitting on top of Claire's head, the view bobbing with her steps. She's gliding down another windowless concrete corridor. I find that I recognize it. She's below ground, passing the reinforced steel doors of several different bunkers. There's glowing numbers on each of those doors and physical keypads beside them. I'm amazed that the signal from the bug can reach me from down there. Whatever tech Violet sold me, it was obviously worth the millions I paid. Claire reaches a door at the end of the corridor and stops briefly while a camera scans her. She turns to look behind her, but there's no one there. Then the door slides open with a loud bang that tells me it's just as thick and heavy as it looks. On the other side is a bright, high-ceilinged living space, much like the one she showed me barely half an hour ago. I frown at that, wondering if I've somehow made a mistake. What would an Anon need with actual living quarters? I watch as Claire walks up to the picture windows, currently displaying a mountainous tree-lined valley and a pristine lake from a high vantage point. The door booms as it shuts behind her. In the center of the room is a familiar egg-shaped capsule, glossy and black. As she stands staring at the view, I find myself growing increasingly anxious, wondering if I'm risking everything for nothing. As the moment drags on, I notice something. Claire isn't moving. She isn't admiring the view. She's frozen on the spot, not swaying or fidgeting or even breathing. Nothing. My heart hammers in my chest, and electricity shoots through my fingertips. I was right. A lot of good it does me. I'm stuck in a bunker with an Anon. There's no way to get my bug out and find the person behind it. Or is there? There has to be a ventilation system pumping fresh air into the bunkers. Reaching under my seat, I feel around under the webbing that holds the inflatable life vest under my seat and pull out the control joystick that Violet gave me. Switching to manual control, I fly the bug around, searching the walls and ceiling of the bunker. It doesn't take me long to find a vent in the ceiling. Zipping up through the grating, my bug emerges inside of a dark, silvery duct. The cameras take a moment to adjust, and then the darkness recedes and I'm able to see again. I send the bug through the ducts, zipping around, banging into walls and more vents that connect with other bunkers. It's like a maze in the ventilation system. The ducts, leading up to the rest of the facility, all run into fans that are spinning too fast to get through without chopping my delicate spybot into pieces. This is getting me nowhere. I'm going to have to go back and land on Claire's head and wait for her controller to take her back upstairs. I head back down to the vent leading to her bunker and fly out, heading for the picture windows. It takes me a moment to notice that this isn't the same bunker. It's larger, and the decor is more personalized. The view is also different, showing a familiar scene of the Colorado Rockies. It looks like the view from my old home. 3 people are sitting at a glossy black dining table, being waited on by a pair of heavies. 2 gorgeous women are sitting to either side of a black man, watching as he eats. Neither of them are eating, nor are they wearing much in the way of clothing, but I barely spare them a glance. It's the black man with the shaved head sitting between them who has my full attention. I almost don't recognize him without the mustache. He looks up as I fly in closer and swipes the air to swat me away from his food. He turns and nods to a glossy black shadow standing behind him. Kronos? Sir? Kill it. The sound of heavy footsteps precedes a deadly-looking heavy out of the shadows. One of its arms snaps up, and a flash of green light blinds my spybot's cameras. A laser. The feed is gone, and I'm left gaping in shock at the error screen that follows. I've just found my old chauffeur, Alexander Fields. Chapter 33. Claire, I say brightly. She appears virtually before me, standing in my air car. Have you and your partner made a decision? She asks. We have. We're going to go for it. Would it be possible to meet me at the lobby in about 10 minutes? I'd like you to join a holo call with Adriana to answer a few questions that she has before we sign the contracts. Yes, of course, I'll be there, Claire says. Great. See you soon. I end the call there and sit stewing in the cabin of my air car, a blinding rage boiling my blood. I wait exactly 10 minutes with my knees bouncing and hands clenched into fists. Let her, him, wait for me. Of course, I don't know that Alex is the one controlling Claire. But either way, what I'm about to do is going to land Future Travels Inc. into some serious legal problems. Triggering the door open, I leave the car at a brisk pace. The 3D printed plastic gun tucked behind my back is hidden under a bulky windbreaker and a long sweater. The desert is warm, but this is March, so I feel like I can get away with wearing a coat. If Claire asks about my change of attire, I'll say I'm coming down with something. Or maybe I'll just cut the shit and pull the gun out. Either way. Rage buoys my steps as I approach the entrance of the launch center. I see Claire emerge from the reinforced steel doors and wave to me through a blowing wave of sand. Looking to my right, I pretend to be distracted by the view of Mono Lake. Strange pillars of limestone stand on the shore like a city of ancient ruins, obscuring my view of the lake. Mr. Anchors, Claire says, as I draw near. I look to her with a bright smile. The PD model heavies turn their heads slightly to look at me as I approach. Not yet, I tell myself, biding my time for the right opportunity. Where would you like to call your partner from? Claire asks. We have a conference room on the 2nd floor. We could use my air car, I say, and jerk a thumb over my shoulder to indicate the vehicle. It's closer, and I have a fantastic bottle of single malt on board that we can use to celebrate. Claire frowns and squints across the desert to the landing field. For a moment, I'm afraid she's going to say no and make my plan a lot more complicated. But then she turns and gestures to the open door, and the heavies ease it shut. Lead the way, she says. I turn and head back the way I came, all the while hoping that she won't somehow see the gun tucked into the waistband of my pants. Just to be sure, I slow my pace and allow Claire to come up alongside me. Adrenaline is surging through my real body, making even my anon tense up. We reach my car in what seems like seconds, and I open the door in advance via my glasses. It slides open, and I gesture to the short flight of stairs. Ladies first. Claire smiles tightly, but gives in with a shallow nod. Once inside the car, I gesture to the reclining chairs where I was seated a few minutes ago. There's another 2 on the other side of the aisle, both sets facing each other. Claire eases down into one, and I take a seat facing her. Using my glasses, I shut and lock the door behind us. Claire sits watching me expectantly, with her hands folded in her lap. "Well?" she prompts. "Are you going to call her, or not?" "Of course. One moment." Now. This is it. I lean forward. Under the guise of scratching my back, my hand closes around the grip of the pistol, and I pull it out. A real smile blossoms on Claire's face, but her blue eyes glitter darkly. "What are you doing, Gavin?" "Getting some answers." "Who are you?" "I am Claire The truth." "That is the truth." "No. You're an anon." She tilts her head, and her smile grows broader. "What makes you think that?" "Because I've been spying on you." I trail off uncertainly. Something is wrong here. Claire is acting like she's the one in control of this situation. "I've been spying on you too," she says. "You're also an anon, and I know who you really are." "Who?" I decide to go for flat-out denial. "What are you talking about?" "It's good to see you again, Byron." I freeze. "What did you say?" "You can quit pretending. I've been watching you. That bug that landed on your nose when you got back from San Francisco, that was me." "How? Why would you?" "I bug all of my clients, Byron. It's the best kind of background check. That fly came from here and flew back with your anon yesterday. I watched you send him on that pitiful quest to rescue a damsel in distress from her life of prostitution in the blocks. And I was there to see you arrive and switch places with your anon so you could take her home with you. And of course, I watched as Theodore opened the door and let you all in." "Who are you?" I demand, shaking my pistol at Claire. She arches an eyebrow at me. "I thought you had already figured it out. You buzzed around me while I was eating lunch." "So it is you. Alex." A sneer twists my lips, and I shake my head. I use my glasses to have my car lift off and fly back to Fresno, specifically to the Fresno Police Department. The car's rotors start up with a whistling roar, and then we're airborne, and the car is tilting toward the mountains. "Where are we going?" Claire Alex asks. "To speak with the authorities. Anons are illegal." "An illegal copy of a human delivering another illegal copy of a human to the authorities. That should be interesting. Surely that's not your plan." I shrug, my mind racing to come up with a better one. "Why not? I'll take you down with me." "And no one wins. You went to all the trouble of getting out of prison and following me to the future just to go back to prison. But this time, so you could share a cell with me?" "I came to get revenge on Grant and Allison. I thought they'd killed you, but apparently they'd left that job for me." Claire Alex smiles. "So you haven't figured it out." "Figured what out?" "They're gone, Byron. What did you think happened that night? That they somehow played dead in a puddle of their own blood, waiting for you to come to and notice them lying there?" Realization dawns and shock takes some of the heat out of my system. "It was you?" "Of course it was me. They're dead. I killed them and framed you for it. And then I took the bodies with me to the future. Why did you think no one ever found them?" "But they did. We did. Theodore found Giselle and Arthur. He tracked them leaving the States and selling gold and diamonds all over Europe." Claire Alex's eyes glitter with amusement. "Actors, hired to play a part. I knew you would never let it go, so I had to make sure there was some kind of a trail for you to follow. The real Grant and Allison are both standing in plain sight now, encased in stone and immortalized for all future travel's customers to see as they tour our facilities." The statue in the lobby, the one with the hourglass. I start shaking my head. "But I've seen them all over the net. They're public figures, the owners of future travels. You're telling me those actors are still playing the part? Of course not. I got rid of them a long time ago. It's surprisingly easy to create fake people these days. I had to pretend they were recluses for a number of years, but then heavies and skins and anons came along, and it was easy to resurrect them to share the limelight with me. Now they're in storage, while their daughter runs things. Why? Is all I can manage. Claire Alex's brow furrows. Because it's easier to control one anon than two. No, why kill them? Why frame me? Why do any of this? You ruined my life. Because it was supposed to be my life. It was. You had everything. The run of the mansion, a 6-figure income, an easy job, anything you needed. No. The Gaines family had everything. I was just your employee. Your parents designated me as your guardian. I was supposed to be the executor of the state when they died, not Theodore. What? They told me that I would be the one running everything if anything ever happened to them. What they neglected to mention was that I was second in line for the job. They made me kill them for nothing, Byron. How do you think that makes me feel? A bitter smile twists Claire's lips as the world spins around me. Yes, that was the look on my face when I found out. Chapter 34. I'm going to kill you, I scream, choking Alex's anon as hard as I can. Claire's eyes bulge as if she can't breathe, and then she laughs. I'm a machine, Byron, she says, her voice not the least bit altered by the lack of air flowing through her windpipe. Some things still give anons away. I think about the gun I left on the seat behind me and quickly step back to grab it. Claire Alex doesn't even try to stop me. I hold it in a shaking hand, aiming for her head. Being an anon, she'll probably survive a bullet to the head, but I can't think of any other way to satisfy the toxic flood of emotions coursing through me. I'm evidence, Claire Alex says. You don't want to kill me. I force myself to calm down, to think clearly. How did you steal my technology if you didn't help me to invent it? You don't know the first thing about quantum physics, let alone engineering. I stole $10 million in hard assets, along with detailed schematics, blueprints, 3D models of components. It's easy to hire engineers to build something, whether they understand it or not. And on top of that, I had a working prototype. I even had the patents you were going to file, but never did, because you gave them to me to pass to your lawyers. And I modified a few lines in each one first. I slowly shake my head, still unable to believe it. But Grant and Allison dismissed the staff that night. Claire Alex nods. Because they were having an affair. But I'm the one who saw the opportunity presented by an empty house. Theodore was the one who called me to come home, not you. In my current state, I'm suddenly wondering if Theodore was in on it. I'm the one who suggested that he should call you. He was going to handle the matter himself, use his key to go inside and then tell you whatever he found, but I convinced him that it wasn't his place to get in the middle. And then I drugged him that night, to make sure that he wouldn't try to interfere. The rage is back, boiling over. I never did anything to you, I scream, shaking the gun at her. Claire Alex gives me a pitying look. I'm sorry if it hurt your ego, but this isn't about you. It was never personal. I framed you because it was a convenient way to make sure you never caught up with me. And you would have, once you learned that I was the one who stole your life's work. What I didn't count on was you finding a way to get out of prison. Whoever that lawyer was, he's a genius. It was Theodore, I reply coldly. Really? Well, the old man always was underpaid. I'm shaking all over, and I still can't think straight. I force myself to sit down. It was all for nothing. You're going to jail for this. You confessed, and I heard it all. It's in the memory of my Anon. I tapped the side of my head. The police will extract the data and watch this exchange all the way through. I'll be charged for using an Anon, but so will you. And you'll be charged for a double murder on top of that. There's no statute of limitations on murder. You'll spend the rest of your life in prison, and I can tell you from experience, murderers don't have a good time in there. Claire Alex is still smiling. No, smirking. And there isn't even a hint of the fear that should be registering on her face. Seeing that goads me to the point that all I want to do is riddle her with bullet holes. But somehow, I hold myself back. I want this piece of evidence to be intact when we arrive at the police station in Fresno. What are you so smug about? It's over. It's far from over, Byron. Look out your window. Suspecting a trick, I glance away quickly. But my gaze lingers as I notice the small swarm of drones flanking my car. You're surrounded, Claire Alex says. I glance out the windows on the opposite side and see another swarm of drones. How are you going to turn me in without any evidence? I realize Alex's intentions. We're flying over the Sierra Nevada mountains in the middle of nowhere. No one will find the wreckage, and even if they do, there won't be any evidence left to recover. I glare at his Anon and say, I'm going to kill you for this. It doesn't matter what year you travel to, I'll find you. Claire Alex smiles thinly at me. Not if I find you first. A roar of bullets comes screaming through the car from both sides, filling the air with clouds of pulverized insulation and debris. The engines shudder and choke, and then all that's left is the sound of air whistling by and freckles of sunlight glinting through the ruined fuselage. Impotent of any other release, I fire my gun over and over again, shooting Claire Alex in the head a dozen times before the magazine is empty. She's still smiling, but her face is lopsided and covered with artificial blood. I can see her metal chassis gleaming through the dark hole of a ruined eye socket. The air is roaring past the car as it plummets from the sky, falling like a stone without the rotors to keep it aloft. May the best man win, Claire Alex says, in a distorted voice. And then the car hits with a sickening jolt, and the screen inside my helmet goes blank. Error. Connection lost. I rip the helmet off and throw it across the room with a ragged bestial scream that sucks all of the air from my lungs and leaves me with a pounding headache. An urgent knock sounds on my door. Sir, is everything okay? It's Victor. Another voice joins his. Female, softer, hesitating. Richard? What happened? Adriana asks. Chapter 35. I open the door to see Victor and Adriana standing there. Olivia and Buddy are hanging back down the hall, peering at me. Are you okay? Adriana asks. I nod, but words fail me. Your eyes are red. They feel scratchy and swollen, but no tears will come. Okay, I manage. Adriana leans to one side to look past and see into my bedroom, but there's nothing to see except the wrinkled bed sheets from where I was lying as I navigated my Anon through a waking nightmare. Are you sure? She asks. Approaching footsteps interrupt us, and Adriana turns to see who it is. Excuse me, Theodore says as he arrives. What happened? His brow is deeply furrowed and tense with worry. Nothing happened. I need a drink. I push past all of them and stride quickly down the window-lined hallway in the basement of my mansion. Those windows show colorful birds flitting between pine trees that are waving in a virtual breeze. 5 minutes later, I'm sitting alone in one of the armchairs by the windows in my office. It's a deliberate copy of my father's study in the old family estate outside Denver. I have too many good memories there to let it go. Taking a gulp from a generous glass of rum, I let it warm my frozen blood. The burnt caramel flavor lingers on my tongue with a second gulp, and a pleasant numbness creeps over me. I lay my head back against the chair and close my eyes, letting the memories swirl in. Me playing with my Lego in my father's office while he works. Him reading to me while I sit on his lap in the big executive chair behind his desk. I'm staring into the crackling fireplace beside the desk, his voice and the mesmerizing quality of the fire lulling me to sleep while a cold wind howls through the grounds outside. My mother and father sitting next to each other in a mirror image of these chairs, her sipping a glass of white wine, him balancing a glass of rum on his knee. I'm on the white shag carpet by the fireplace. My action figures are fighting a deadly battle for control of Batman's lair and staining the white carpet crimson with their imaginary blood. The door clicks open, then shut. "Sir, we need to talk." My eyes crack open to see Theodore standing in the study. He has my Anon's control helmet in his hands. "I found this." He turns it so that I can see the shattered visor and the dent it left in the wall after you threw it. "If something happened, you need to tell me so that I can take the necessary steps to protect you." My cheeks are itching. I reach up to scratch one of them, and my fingers come away wet. I stare at them stupidly for several long seconds. Theodore sits in the chair beside mine. He has a second tumbler for himself. "May I?" he asks. I nod but say nothing, still staring at my glistening fingers. A perfect teardrop clings like dew to my index finger, and a tiny reflection of my haggard face stares back. Theodore pours a few fingers of rum, takes a sip, and sets the glass down on the table between us. "Byron," he says, his voice taking on that gentle paternal tone he used to use with me when I got lost in one of these trances in the past. "You need to tell me what happened." I look at him, swallow past the burning, aching lump in my throat, and give a shallow nod. "It was Alex." Theodore's brow furrows. "Alex? Alexander Fields. He killed them. All of them. My wife, and Grant, and my..." My voice cracks, and I take a break to drain what's left of the rum in my glass. "He killed my parents." Theodore's face pales. "How do you know?" And so I tell him. I explain about Claire being an Anon, and about how I found out who was controlling her, and about how he also spied on us. I end with Alex's confession in my air car as we flew across the mountains and our subsequent crash into those mountains after his security drones shot us down. Theodore's eyes flash and darken with a familiar look. I see it in the mirror every morning when I shave, and every night when I brush my teeth. "If he was after control of the estate, why didn't he try to kill me?" Theodore asks. I shrug, shaking my head as I pour myself another drink. "Who knows? Maybe he knew that it would look too suspicious if everyone standing between him and billions of dollars somehow died under suspicious circumstances." A muscle twitches in Theodore's cheek. "Yes, perhaps. He drugged you, too," I say, stoking the flames. "That's why you slept through the night in question instead of being there to welcome me home." "We always knew he had to be involved," Theodore says, "but we didn't know to what extent." "Yes." Theodore stares vacantly into the dormant fireplace across from us, sipping his rum. "The question is," he says slowly, "what are you going to do about it?" "I don't know. I've got no proof. I was going to deliver his Anon to the authorities and get him charged with using an illegal identity. But then I had his confession, and that was even better. He knew I could get him arrested for all of that, so he had his security drones shoot us down over the mountains. If my Anon's data core survived the wreckage, we can still use it as evidence. Before Theodore can answer, a familiar ball of shaggy brown fur belly crawls out from under my chair. "That sounds like a great idea," Buddy says. He sits down facing us and takes a moment to scratch an imaginary flea from behind his left ear. When he's done, he stares at us with one eyebrow comically raised. "Using the data core of an illegal copy of a human to report another illegal copy of a human to the authorities. What could possibly go wrong with that?" "How long have you been under my chair?" I ask, scowling at Buddy. "Long enough to hear all the juicy stuff, Byron, or should I call you Mr. Gaines?" "You need to keep your mouth shut. Do you understand?" Buddy cocks his head. "I don't have a mouth." "Your snout, then." "I can do that." "Good." "For a price." It's my turn to raise an eyebrow. "Are you blackmailing me?" "No, I'd never blackmail you. But some people say I talk too much. It would be helpful if I had something to remind me to be more discreet." I glower at him. "Such as?" Buddy jumps up on my lap, almost knocking the glass of rum out of my hand. "Now that you ask, it would be nice to have some company. RoboPets has a female model of irony dog. I like brunettes." I blink incredulously at him. "Another one of you?" "Absolutely not." "Okay, compromise. We'll get Irony Cat." "Don't dogs hate cats?" Theodore asks. Buddy glances at him. "It's more of a love-hate situation. A dog's gotta have a hobby." I've had enough of this. I just want to get rid of Buddy. To that end, I shove him off my lap, but somehow he lands on his feet, looking unperturbed. "So, what do you say, Mr. Gaines?" "Deal. But if you ever tell anyone about any of what you've heard, I'll drop you back in the garbage where Olivia found you." "Agreed." Buddy flashes a grin at us and then turns and slinks away, heading for the doors. Finding them shut, he sits in front of them and barks. Olivia comes in a minute later. "There you are." She picks him up and carries him out. Theodore shakes his head, smiling tightly. "Clever programming." I arch an eyebrow at him. "How so?" "Buddy's developers just got you to buy another one of their products." "I didn't buy the first one," I reply. "Nevertheless." Theodore's smile slowly fades, and he turns back to me. "What are you going to do? He knows who you are." "I guess I could run him over and tell Olivia he went to live on a farm." "I meant about Alex. He knows where you live. He's going to be coming for you now." "Ah." I take another sip of rum. Paradoxically, it has the effect of clearing my head and settling my racing thoughts. I do still have one thing up my sleeve. "I think it's time that I showed you something," I say, rising from my chair. Theodore rises with me, and I lead the way out of the study, heading back down into the basement. We pass both Adriana and Olivia in the great room, but I lock the door at the bottom of the stairs to make sure we're alone this time. Leading the way through the living area with its simulated views of a forest, I hurry down the window-lined hallway past the bedrooms. Victor is still at his post, guarding the door to my room. "Are you feeling better now, sir?" he asks. "Just fine," I say, stopping in front of the solid concrete wall at the end of the hall. I use my glasses to access a digital switch, and the wall pivots from its center, revealing a stairwell and an elevator on the other side. I lead the way to the elevator and shut the hidden door behind us. It's a short ride down, just 20 feet before the elevator opens into my bunker. It's a bare concrete room with several doors and a glossy black egg-shaped capsule in the center. The STCD Mark V. It's the same one that Theodore and I used back in Denver to come to the future, transplanted from one bunker to another. "Where are we going, sir? Or perhaps I should ask, when?" Theodore already knows about this place. He helped me build it. "You'll see," I say. I head for the steel doors at the far end of the room and open them with my glasses before we arrive. They rumble open to reveal a vast, echoing hangar with over 20 different air cars and ground cars parked inside. Walking past several gleaming sports cars, I lead Theodore to a massive structure in the center of the hangar, the vehicle elevator. The platform used to be open on all sides, with nothing but 4 pillars for walls. "This is new," Theodore says. I nod and use my glasses to open the massive steel doors on one side. They thunder open. A long-range air car is sitting on the platform inside. Theodore shakes his head. "I don't get it. When we came to 2061, I learned that Future Travels was working on a warp drive for spaceships. That got me thinking. It might be possible to navigate the dimension that the probes go to when they disappear." "So this is a spaceship?" Theodore asks. "No, it's just an air car, but it's also the STCD Mark VI. It travels simultaneously through space and time. When it disappears, it can fly somewhere else and reappear in another location. I'm still working on the navigation system, but I've already proven that it works. I jumped a day into the future with it and flew halfway from Fresno to San Jose." "I see. What are you going to use it for?" Theodore asks. "To go after Alex." Before either of us can say anything else, a security alert pops up on my glasses. The perimeter has been breached. Scowling at that, I focus on the blinking icon of a shield at the top of my glasses and scan the report. My PD model heavies guarding the walls were overridden and forced to open the gates. I pull up security footage from the walls and see the flashing red and blue lights of police cars screaming down my tree-lined driveway. Cursing under my breath, I shoot Theodore an urgent look and say, "The police are here. Alex must have sent them." Chapter 36. "Let me deal with it, sir," Theodore says, already striding back the way we came. I follow him through the launch chamber, but he turns to me at the elevator and shakes his head. "You should stay here. Even if they search the house, they won't find you in the bunker." "Did you bring your glasses?" I ask. "You can't open the door without them." He nods and withdraws a pair from his trousers pocket. He slips them on just as the elevator opens. "We have to get Adriana and Olivia down here. I don't want them getting tied up in any of this." Theodore hesitates. "There might not be time." "Just do it. Give them your glasses to open the passage." Theodore frowns. "Very well. I'll try to stall the police at the door." I nod, stepping back as the elevator doors slide shut with Theodore inside. I wait there in the launch chamber, pacing circles around the glossy black egg of the Mark V. A few minutes later, the doors to the elevator part, and Adriana, Olivia, and Buddy pile out. I stop my pacing and watch as they approach. "What's going on?" Adriana asks, looking around the bare concrete chamber. "Where are we?" "Did you shut the door behind you on the way down?" I ask. "The one that looks like a wall?" Buddy asks. Adriana nods. "Yes." I blow out a shaky sigh. "Good. Then we're safe." "Safe from what?" Adriana asks. "Yeah, safe from what?" Buddy echoes as he lifts one eyebrow. I glare at him, and he says, "Meow." A not-so-subtle reminder of our deal. It doesn't matter. I'm going to level with Adriana. She deserves to know what she's gotten herself into. She could become an accessory to a crime by staying here. I give them a brief summary of everything that's happened so far, starting with who I really am and why I came to the future. Adriana's expression goes from confused to wary and back again. Olivia is scratching her head. "Your name isn't Richard?" she asks. "No, it's Byron Gaines." "And you came here for revenge on your driver, Alex," Adriana says. I nod slowly. My whole body is shaking after retelling everything. "He really did all of that?" I nod once more.
Your parents? Your wife? Your friend Carlos? You? All those years in jail?" A tear slides down her cheek, and she wipes it away. Rushing forward, she pulls me into a hug. "I'm so sorry," she whispers into my shoulder. I'm caught off guard by her reaction, my arms frozen halfway toward hugging her back. I was expecting anger, indignation over being lied to, but not pity. I don't know what to say. I wrap my arms tentatively around her. She sniffles and withdraws, wiping her eyes. "But even if you kill Alex, it won't fix anything. You'll just go back to jail." Horror clouds Adriana's face, and her cheeks turn pale. "Is that why the police are here?" "No. I don't know why they're here. I assume it's something to do with the fact that my Anon abducted Alex's from future travels. Something clicks in my brain, and my eyes widen as realization dawns. He mentioned that he was spying on me. He probably has evidence connecting my Anon and me." Adriana looks unconvinced. "Even if he does, that's not proof that Gavin Anchors was an Anon, or that he was your Anon. They need more." "Maybe something survived the crash," I say. "We'll have to wait for Theodore to tell us after the police are gone. Come on." I wave for them to follow me, and then turn to lead the way to the doors on the left side of the launch chamber. "If we're going to wait down here, we should at least be comfortable," I say. The doors part, revealing a duplicate of the living area in the basement above us, complete with another artificial view and simulated outdoor space. This time, the view is of a tropical paradise, with palm trees and a giant arch covered with purple blossoms framing a white sandy beach and Caribbean blue ocean. Giant waves are crashing on the shore, adding a rhythmic drumbeat to the one already pounding in my chest. I don't know what kind of trouble Alex has gotten me into, but it won't stop me. Nothing will. Not until he's dead and rotting in the ground. Chapter 37. After waiting for over an hour in the bunker, Theodore calls me, asking me to come open the door. He gave his glasses to Adriana, so he can't get back down here. In the secret passage at the top of the elevator, I activate the concrete wall, and it pivots open to reveal Theodore standing there. "What were the police looking for?" I ask. "You," Theodore replies as he steps through. "On what charges?" I ask as I shut the door behind him. "Identity theft, illegal use of a skin, and abduction and murder." "Murder?" I echo incredulously. "Claire was an Anon." "Can you prove that?" Theodore asks. I think back to the footage from my bug. "Yes." "How?" Theodore asks. I was controlling the bug with my Anon, but the bug itself was destroyed when it got shot by Alex's bodyguard, and the video recordings went into my Anon's memory banks, which were destroyed in the crash. I also have the memory of what the bug saw, but organic memories aren't so easy to extract and analyze. Not yet, anyway. I guess I can't. Then, as far as the authorities are concerned, Claire was a real person, and you used an Anon to abduct and ultimately kill her. They had a warrant for your arrest. They searched the entire estate for you." "They got a warrant that fast?" "Yes. The judicial process is obviously a lot more streamlined than it used to be." As we walk back to the elevator together, I'm busy weighing my options. Do they have any proof linking me to my Anon? Theodore's expression is grim. "If they managed to get a warrant, then they must have proof, sir." "Right." Back down in the living room of the bunker, Theodore and I sit on the couch facing Adriana and Olivia. I spend the next 5 minutes relaying the news to them. Adriana looks to Theodore. "He's wanted for murder? It's that serious?" "I'm afraid so, ma'am." She shoots an accusing look at me. "You'll go back to prison." Theodore nods. "And this time, he won't get out." I grimace and shake my head. No. Alex won't get away with framing me twice. I'll be long gone by the time the police come back here looking for me again. I stare pointedly at Adriana. You should also leave before then. She nods but says nothing. Leave? Olivia's eyes fly wide, and she shakes her head vigorously, sending long, dark hair fanning over her shoulders. But we just got here. I don't want to go. Shh, it will be okay, Adriana says. I'll give you as much money as I can before I go, I say. Actually, that would not be wise, sir, Theodore says. You'll only incriminate them further. I stare at Theodore with narrowing eyes. Further? The police were also looking for Miss Anna. She's wanted for questioning. But we haven't done anything. Nevertheless, Theodore says. I'm shaking my head now. They won't last long without money in the blocks. There must be another way. Adriana's expression turns to stone, and she draws herself up. I can take care of us. I was doing fine before you came along. I'm sure you can, I say. Looking to Theodore, I say, we can send her money, anonymously, or simply give her hard assets that she can convert into money. He nods. Yes, that might work. What about you? Adriana adds. The police didn't suspect your involvement? They did, but they have no proof that I was involved with or aware of anything illegal, and I have already answered all of their questions. I suspect it helps that I am a duly registered citizen. He turns the back of his hand to indicate the glowing blue triangle of his pass mark. My understanding is that citizens bearing pass cards are treated with far more suspicion. Adriana scowls. That's an understatement. She looks to me now. Where will you go? You're marked. They'll find you. Her eyes narrow suddenly as something occurs to her. Why didn't they find you? I glance up to indicate the ceiling. We're 20 feet under the basement, with several feet of reinforced concrete above our heads. No GPS signal is getting through all of that. They might see that my last registered location was here, but as far as they know, I cut out my pass mark and flew away in one of my air cars. Oh. As for where I'm going to go, I debate telling Anna the truth. Theodore sends me a sharp look and gives his head a slight shake, as if he can tell what I am thinking. An idea occurs to me. It's a gamble, but it might be worth it. What if you come with me? Sir? Hang on. I hold up a hand to stall his objections. Adriana looks confused. Go with you where? To the future. She leans away from me. I've already told her where I came from and why, so she's not surprised by the suggestion. She's wary. I already did that once. Adriana glances at Olivia. I don't regret saving my daughter's life, but I'm not sure why I would go to the future again. What if things get worse? How many years are you planning to travel? 50. Theodore's brow furrows. Have you given up on getting revenge? I shake my head. Alexander Fields was already middle-aged in 2031, and he must have been here for several decades already. He will not live for another 50 years. Something tells me he'll find a way, I say. It's public knowledge that Allison and Grant, aka Arthur and Giselle Devereaux, are traveling to the year 2111. But I know from what Alex told me that they are Anons, just like Claire. He'll have to be there to parade them out for the public. Not if he passes down his legacy to someone else. An heir, perhaps? I don't think so. When I saw him, he was alone in one of his bunkers, surrounded by skins and heavies. He didn't have a wife or any children. Besides, he's always been a loner. In all the years that we knew him, he never once had a stable relationship with anyone. You know that as well as I do. I suppose it's possible. I'm betting on it. Especially now that he's going to be running scared again, always looking over his shoulder. If he wasn't planning to go to the future before, he will be now. How will traveling to the year 2111 help you? Adriana asks. I haven't been officially charged with anything yet. In 50 years, the authorities will have forgotten about me. And even if they haven't, it will take the heat off enough that I can go get myself another fake ID. They won't find me after that. What about all of this? She gestures to our surroundings. Won't they seize your assets? I shake my head. Everything is in Theodore's name. Adriana looks to him. But he won't be around when you get there. She's right, sir. That depends. You could use the Mark V. Send yourself a year into the future every year, or skip a few months at a time at the end of every week. If you only spend a total of 1 month out of every year at the estate, and the rest of the time in the probe, you'll age 12 times slower than everyone else. In 50 years, you'll only have aged a little more than 4. Of course, I can't expect you to do that for me, but if you did, I wouldn't miss it for the world, Theodore says. Just show me how to operate the Mark V, and I'll be there to greet you when you arrive. I smile and nod my thanks, looking to Adriana. What about you? Will you come with me? What if things are worse by the time we get there? What if they're better? I counter. You believe this is the end of the world, right? If you're right, you'll get to skip over all of the chaos that's coming. Or arrive in the middle of it. If that happens, I'd be happy to send you to the future again, as far as you'd like. Adriana spends a minute chewing her lower lip. She looks to Olivia. What do you think? We should go, Olivia replies, bobbing her head. Buddy perks up. I agree. He glances at me, his eyes narrowing. He owes me a cat. Didn't think you were going to get off that easy, did you? I don't dignify that with a reply, instead favoring Adriana with a grin. We should start packing. Theodore rises from the couch. I'll handle that. You 3 should stay down here to avoid detection. Good point, I say. I do have one concern, however, Theodore adds. And that is? I ask. If I'll be using the Mark V, what will you be using? A sly smile touches my lips. The Mark VI. It takes me almost 6 hours to get everything ready to my satisfaction. By the time we're done, Theodore knows how to use the Mark V, and we've packed all the supplies I can think of into the Mark VI. I have my clothes and personal effects, a cache of weapons old and new, 2 PD model heavies, Victor, and almost 50 million coin worth of gold and diamonds. Now I sit in one of the reclining chairs in the back of the car, using my glasses to triple-check the course I've laid into the autopilot. Once I open the hangar and send the vehicle elevator up, the car will activate the time compression field, fly straight up to 14,000 feet, and fly east to Denver. The Mark VI uses 2 opposing field generators to generate thrust. It's an Alcubierre drive of my own design that I cobbled together. It won't move us very fast, and the overlapping fields have the effect of reducing the time compression for us, so we'll be in here for several hours before we reappear in Colorado 50 years from now. But all of that suits my purposes perfectly. Nothing will be able to detect us while we're traveling inside of our warp bubble. Taking a deep breath, I minimize the autopilot screens and look to Adriana. She's sitting across the aisle from me, talking to Olivia in a low voice. We're ready, I say. She looks to me with a shaky smile. That's good. I call Theodore, and a few minutes later hear him coming aboard at the rear entrance of the car. I rise to greet him, walking past Victor and my 2 bodyguard heavies in the rearmost seats of the car. Are you certain about this? Theodore asks as we stop in front of each other. I am. Just Make sure no one builds an apartment complex over my old estate while we're gone. I will be sure to resist any offers to sell the property, Theodore replies. Have you worked out the bugs in your navigation software? Mostly. We'll arrive anywhere between 5 and 30 miles away from the property. I can't get us closer than that without more time, but it should be good enough. I hope you are right. An air car appearing out of nowhere over Denver could draw a swift response from the authorities, especially if they discover that it's carrying 3 undocks. Yeah, about that, I say. Try to have new identities waiting for us when we arrive? Of course. 1 pass mark and 2 pass cards. I nod. Yes, I will do everything I can to have them waiting when you arrive. When should I expect you? I check the date and time on my glasses. It's just after midnight on March 18th. I add our estimated flight time to that. May 10th, 2111 AD, just before 3 a.m. Pacific time. I've added a few months to the 50 years we're traveling to avoid reaching Colorado in the middle of winter. Theodore's brow furrows. Is that a precise estimate, or should I pack a tent and a picnic? I smile. It's accurate. Very well. Have you considered that Alex might be expecting you in the future? Maybe. But even if he guesses the year I'm heading for, he won't know the month or the day, and he won't know my future alias, so I'll still have the element of surprise. Theodore inclines his head to that. Then I will see you in Denver 50 years from now. Yes. We stand awkwardly for a moment, neither of us knowing what to say. I shatter that silence by lurching forward to pull him into a backslapping hug. Take care of yourself, Theo. You too, sir, he replies. We withdraw, and he regards me with a tight smile as he turns to leave. I watch him go for a second before walking back to my seat. With a sigh, I collapse into it and listen to the rear door of the car sliding shut. It's time to go. Pulling up the launch controls on one side of my glasses, I open the hangar and activate the vehicle lift. The car jolts into upward motion. Adriana stifles a cry and reaches across the aisle for my hand. I give her a reassuring smile. Ready? She shakes her head. Don't worry, I say. This is perfectly safe. Olivia is clutching her mother's other arm. You promise? Adriana says. I frown at the childlike innocence and vulnerability in that question. Considering everything she's been through, it's astounding that Adriana still has those qualities. I find it remarkably endearing. I promise, I say, just as the shadows in the elevator shaft part and we emerge in the silvering light of a full moon. I stare at my and Adriana's hands, our fingers laced together. The bandage where my pass mark used to be stares back at me. I had to cut it out, but I still have it with me. It's locked in a shielded metal box with Adriana's and Olivia's pass cards. The box should block GPS and internet signals, so if the authorities are watching for us, they won't see anything, even now that we've emerged from the bunker. Give me some warning, Adriana says between deep breaths. Okay. I bring the launch controls back up on my glasses and nod to her. In 3, 2, 1. Chapter 38. I activate the compression fields and the autopilot at the same time. The moonlight spilling in from outside vanishes abruptly, as if someone just pulled blackout shades over all the windows in the same instant. The car shivers and shakes around us. Adriana's hand tightens, squeezing mine until I can't feel my fingers. Time seems to freeze, and then the inside of the car is filled with bright, shimmering bands of light that feel somehow cold as they flow around me. I'm filled with a terrible sense of foreboding and wrongness, like the entire universe is watching me in this moment and judging me for twisting its very fabric to suit my needs. Olivia screams, and Adriana joins her. Buddy howls. Through the shifting bands of light, I see an image, a glimpse of a familiar face. It's Theodore. He's screaming something at me, but I can barely hear him over the sound of everyone else's screaming. "What did you say?" I call to him, but my voice echoes strangely back to me, and Theodore's words remain indistinct. His face is turning red from the force of his screaming, and the feeling of wrongness increases until I feel certain that something terrible is about to happen. I grit my teeth and wait for it to pass. After a seemingly endless moment, Theodore's face vanishes along with the shifting bands of light, and the sense of foreboding lifts. Adriana gasps and looks to me with hollowed-out eyes. "What was that?" I slowly shake my head. "You've traveled before? They put us under at the hospital," she snaps. "Oh, well, now I guess you know why." Adriana jerks her hand out of mine. "This is wrong. Something is wrong. We have to go back." "We can't. We have to." "Why? What did you see?" Tears spring to her eyes, and she breaks down sobbing. Olivia is staring at me in shock, her eyes dry. Buddy's ears are flattened to his head, but I doubt he saw anything. I get out of my chair and cross the aisle to crouch down beside Adriana. "Anna, talk to me. What did you see?" Her shoulders shake with sobs, and she doesn't reply for several minutes. Olivia is hugging her and crying now too. I begin to feel increasingly uncomfortable, like I just stumbled in on a stranger's funeral. "Anna?" I try again. She sits up and wipes her eyes. They're red and puffy. She looks a mess, but somehow no less beautiful for it. "I saw the blocks burning, police heavies marching, and people dying everywhere. And I saw a church. It looked like the Grace Cathedral in San Francisco. Olivia and I were hiding beneath it." Adriana trails off, swallowing hard past a knot that I can almost see in her throat. "You're talking about things that haven't happened yet," I say. "The future isn't set. No one can predict it." Adriana looks unconvinced. "I saw something else. A black man, bald, maybe 60. You were standing in front of him. He was aiming a gun at you. He shot you, and I think you died." Now she has my full attention. I never told her what Alex looks like. "Did you see anything else?" Adriana shakes her head. "That was it." I withdraw from her with a frown and go back to my seat. I'm still skeptical. It could just be a coincidence. It's not like Alex is the only African-American man in the world. I reassure myself with that line of thinking and settle in to wait for our arrival in Colorado. I watch the ETA clock ticking down on my glasses. 2 hours and 36 minutes to go. Earth, 2111, Apocalypsis. Our awareness of time is what separates us from the animals. The ability to transcend time is what separates us from God. JTS. Jasper T. Scott. Chapter 39. 50 years later. May 10th, 2111 AD. The air car arrives with a bright flash of light that suffuses the vehicle from within and leaves me blinking bright spots from my eyes. Despite a stabbing headache, I force my eyes to focus on my glasses and see where we are. The map indicates we're only 30 miles away from downtown Denver, within walking distance of my old estate. If you don't count the fact that we're still hovering 1,000 feet above the ground. Peering out the window, I can see that it's the middle of the night, but it hardly looks like it. Denver has expanded dramatically since I last saw it. There are massive skyscrapers everywhere, elevated highways and train tracks snaking high above the ground, and the sky is cluttered with grid lines of air traffic. Wow, Olivia says.
Bow wow,
Buddy adds. I don't have time to force a laugh. I'm hurriedly checking the view from the car's external cameras, looking for a safe place to land. I can see air cars streaming in and out of several high-rises that look like parking complexes, but my car won't be able to give the right responses to enter any of those landing patterns. Even in 2061, you needed to use a pass mark to park in a public hangar, and mine is 50 years old and sitting in an improvised Faraday cage. I pan the camera around, zooming in at random on the dark gaps in the glittering sea of lights below. Most of them look like rooftops, and one or two others might be parks. Then, I just happen to find myself zooming in on a dark splotch in the middle of what might be my old neighborhood. If it is, it's built up beyond recognition. But that dark splotch is almost certainly my old family estate. I can only hope I'm right, and that Theodore has managed to resist the offers to buy it over the years. Taking a chance, I set that as our landing site. The car immediately begins banking and descending. Our flight path takes us through a narrow gap between a gleaming pair of what must be at least 50-story skyscrapers. I see people pointing urgently to us from balconies as the car races by them. You think they saw us? Adriana asks.
No, we're invisible,
Buddy deadpans. I just hope they won't report us to the authorities. The blank black patch that I hope is my old family estate swells to fill my entire field of view on the car's belly camera. The jagged black shadows of by now 100-year-old trees rise up around us, their leaves shining darkly under the car's landing lights. Then, I see a narrowing circle of overgrown grass race up beneath us, bowing in the wind of the car's rotors. We touch down with a mild jolt, and I sit for a moment listening to the dying whistling of the rotors, remembering how I was mistaken for a fundy the last time I time-traveled like this. I reach up and remove the gold necklace with Carl's crucifix on it and slide it into my jacket pocket. I feel bad about that. It's the only piece of Carl I have left, but I can't afford to go drawing any negative attention to myself in this new world. Unbuckling my seatbelt, I say, "Everybody out." The sound of buckles releasing echoes through the cabin. I jump to my feet, adrenaline sparking in my fingertips and toes. If anyone did report us to the authorities on the way down, the police won't be far away. I use my glasses to open the nearest door, and we hurry out into the night. Despite the fact that we're now in the middle of the city, somehow the air smells fresh and clean, honeyed with apple blossoms, just as I remember it. I made sure to travel to a future date at the end of spring, in order to avoid the deadly cold of Colorado winters. Casting about wildly, I'm searching for any sign of Theodore. Another car, a flashlight, something, but I can't see anything in the dark besides the shadowy specter of my old family home, silhouetted against the orange glow of the horizon. The skyscrapers we flew past on the way down are too close, peering down on us along with dozens of more distant buildings. Bright grid lines of air traffic are flowing steadily overhead. Tail lights red, headlights white. I feel surrounded. This isn't the private estate it once was. Bringing my gaze back down, I glance behind me to see Adriana and Olivia. The girl has Buddy in her arms. He's squirming to jump free, just as a real dog might. Behind them stand Victor and the two heavies we brought with us. We're going to have to run for it, I say. Let's go, Anna replies. I turn back to the fore and set my sights on the hawking shadow at the end of the driveway. Then I run toward it like my life depends on it. And for all I know, it does. We're on docks in the year 2111. Being an undock in 2061 was bad enough. I can only hope that in this century, people have grown out of the phase of trading freedoms for security and obsessively tracking everyone on the planet. By the time we reach the mansion, I'm out of breath, but I can see that there's another air car here. It's landed on top of the pedestal that covers the entrance to my old bunker's underground garage. The statue of me is missing, broken into giant gray chunks that are barely visible in the long grass. I hope the car belongs to Theodore. Other possibilities swirl through my head as I vault up the crumbling steps to the entrance of my family's mansion. Theodore might have decided to live out the rest of his days in peace and sent someone else ahead to meet us, a designated heir to my fortune that I may or may not be able to trust. Or that car could belong to Alex, assuming he found some way to force the details of this rendezvous out of Theodore. Level 5 threat detected, Victor says, just as my eyes pick out a pair of shadows turning to us from either side of the entrance. He pushes in front of me and draws his pistol.
Identify yourselves,
one of the shadows says, in a robotic voice. I suspect from that voice that they're both heavies, but they're unlike any models I've seen before. They seem to blend almost perfectly with their surroundings, flowing like liquid as they move. Both are aiming integrated weapons at us. I hesitate, wondering whether to use my real name or the one associated with my passmark from 2061. Byron Gaines, I say. Both machines drop their arms and step aside from the shattered entrance of my old home.
Proceed.
Only 4 people know my real name, and 2 of them are standing behind me. Maybe we should wait here, Adriana suggests. I turn to see her holding Olivia back. The 2 heavies that I brought with us are standing in front of them, their weapons still aimed at the newer versions of themselves guarding the entrance. I would advise against that, a familiar voice says. I whirl around to see Theodore appear in the darkened entrance. Out here in the open, patrol drones will spot your heat signatures a mile away and identify you as undocs. Gratitude and relief burst inside of me at the sight of Theodore. I leap up the remaining steps and pull him into an embrace. You made it, I whisper. I said that I would. Yes, you did, I reply through a smile. We need to get inside. Theodore pulls me through the doorway and quickly does the same with the others. Leave the heavies here. The floor is collapsing. It might not hold their weight. I nod and pass on the command to Victor and my 2 bodyguard units. They take up positions outside the entrance. Keep away from the windows and watch for soft spots in the floor. Follow my steps precisely, Theodore says as he leads us into the darkened recesses of the mansion. We follow Theodore through the old great room to the kitchen and then to a sheltered corner of the mansion that is shielded by 2 of the home's exterior walls. It looks like the old pantry. The cabinets and the interior wall that once separated it from the kitchen are long gone. Now we can talk, Theodore says. I can't see a thing. The pale yellow-white glow of city lights reflected off clouds and spilling in from the kitchen windows is not enough to pierce these shadows. But before long, my eyes begin to adjust, and I see that there's someone else standing here with us. A female silhouette with faintly glowing purple eyes. Who is that? I ask. You don't remember me, Richard? The woman asks, taking a step closer to the light. Purple hair shimmers in the gloom. Violet, you must be at least 70 years old by now. I'm timeless, baby, she says with a white flash of teeth.
Me too,
Buddy adds. She glances at him. Irony, dog. I never thought I'd see one again. You're a collector's item.
The name's Buddy,
he growls. Let's stay on topic, I say. Theodore, what's happened while we've been gone? Do we still need passmarks? Yes, I've secured 3 new identities for you. Violet was kind enough to come here and implant them herself. Violet opens a hand to reveal 3 glowing blue triangles. Adriana takes a quick step back. Passmarks? She's shaking her head. We won't take those. You don't have a choice, Violet says. You know how I feel about this, Adriana replies. She looks to Theodore. Why didn't you get pass cards for us instead? Because he can, Violet replies. I am sorry, Miss Anna, Theodore says. I did try. No one is issuing new pass cards right now, and there's no way to get your hands on the old ones without first smuggling you into the blocks and someone else out in order to make the switch. That's nearly impossible with all of the security at the checkpoints, and it doesn't matter anyway. Kane's bill for universal equality was passed in the House. At the end of the week, H.R. 616 goes to a vote in the Union Senate. Adam Kane is still alive? Adriana asks. Violet's hair shimmers as she nods. Alive and well. He's the president of the Union now. Adriana's eyes fly wide. What is his proposal for? I ask. Mandatory inoculations of fundies and disbanding of the blocks and pass cards, Violet replies. Brand new heavies for everyone who trades their pass cards for implants. Adriana sends me a terrified look. It's happening. They're forcing everyone to get the mark. We can't stay here. You promised if we didn't like this future, you'd send us to another one. I concede that with a reluctant nod. And I will. To Theodore, I say, what about Alex and future travels? Who? Violet asks. Theodore replies, I don't know anything about Alex, but the founders of Future Travels have already made several public appearances since their arrival a few months ago. One of those appearances was a funeral for their daughter, Claire Devereaux. The daughter they never had, I say dryly. How does he control two Anons at once? Maybe he doesn't, Theodore says. One of them could be controlled by its AI, while he directs the other. He could even be jumping between them or feeding lines to the other one behind the scenes. Hold the sauce, Violet says. Arthur and Giselle Devereaux are Anons? Theodore goes on, ignoring her. In about 2 weeks, they're making another public appearance at Ad Astra's launch site in Nevada. Arthur is making a speech to send the colonists on their way. Ad Astra? Colonists? I ask, looking from Theodore to Violet and back again. Violet replies this time. It's a company that Future Travels owns. They use space-time compression fields for propulsion and space exploration. They've already sent unmanned probes to the Alpha Centauri system and beamed the footage back to us from the planets they found. They also landed probes on 2 of those worlds. One of them has a breathable atmosphere and alien life, plants, animals, but nothing intelligent as far as we can tell. Now the Union is using Ad Astra's technology to send colonists there. That's incredible, I murmur. Whatever else I can say about him, Alexander certainly doesn't lack vision. It's the biggest discovery of the century, Violet agrees. Anyway, something tells me that getting you caught up on recent events could take a while. Do you want the pass marks or not? Not, Adriana says. I'll take one, I say. It's a family of 3. I can't split them up without authorities getting suspicious. A cold, sinking feeling spreads through my gut. I glance back at Adriana, already coming up with an argument to convince her to take the implants. Fortunately for you, Violet continues, your friend here seemed to anticipate that you might need another option. Violet pulls a 4th pass mark out of her pocket. This one belongs to a rich bachelor from L.A. He's about your age. What about social media? I ask. Aren't there photos and videos of him that will prove we're not the same person? Violet shakes her head. He unplugged years ago in preparation for selling his ID and going off the grid. But I've already airbrushed the remnants. No one will be able to tell it isn't you. I take a step toward Violet, reaching for the chip. She withdraws her hand. Easy. This is a delicate piece of tech. You don't want to go setting off the anti-tampering alarms. I hold out my right hand and peel off the bandage. Then put it in. Someone's eager. Hang on. Violet takes a spider-like device out of her pocket and holds it above the glowing chip in her palm. It grabs the pass mark between two skinny forelimbs, and then she holds it out over my hand and says, "Hold still." Adriana steps forward and grabs my arm as if to pull me back. "Are you sure about this?" she whispers. "You could come with us to a better time." I glance at her. "Maybe I will, but not yet. I have unfinished business in this time." Violet places the spider over the back of my hand. It crouches there and immediately goes to work. The machine is relatively light, so I don't have any trouble holding my arm still. A small flashlight beams down on the back of my hand. I see a needle extend from the machine's belly and feel a sharp prick, followed by a creeping numbness. Another pair of limbs hidden under its body dexterously slice through the scabbed, swollen flesh where I cut out my old implant. It inserts the new one and then sprays the wound with a fine mist of something that smells sweet and tastes bitter in the back of my mouth. The aerosol fizzes and bubbles for a moment, then clears, leaving bright pink flesh where the scab used to be. Violet removes the machine, and I'm left staring at the glowing blue triangle of a brand new passmark. A name and ID number pop up on my glasses. John White, ID E942A041B216M557. John White, I say. At least it's easy to remember. It's getting hard to keep track of all my different aliases. The eye of Providence in the center of my implant seems to be staring back at me. It looks sharper and more detailed than I remember. Somehow, this technology projects better through my skin, or maybe it lies closer to the surface than it did in the previous version. Adriana gasps when she sees the ID chip. She pulls my hand up to her face for a better look. "What?" I ask. "No, never mind." She lets my hand fall back down to my side. "Is something wrong?" I insist. Violet regards us with a knowing smile. She saw the 6 version notations on the sides of the chip and thought there were 3 of them. I stare at the chip once more, and this time I notice the tiny notations around the 3 sides of the triangle. 616. 616? I ask. What does that mean? Version 616? The 6 notations on the sides refer to the fact that this is passmark version 6. And the number 1 at the bottom is an index number. There's 1 for each planet the Union has colonized. Earth is 1, Mars is 2, Alpha Centauri AC or New Earth will be 3, and so on. There used to be 3 version numbers around the passmarks, but the Union wanted to avoid trouble with fundies for the version 6 rollout. So, they added the index numbers. Of course, there are still some fundies trying to claim that 616 is the real number of the beast, and they're finding obscure ways to link that to Adam Kane's ID number. But I guess that just goes to show that we're never going to make them happy. Maybe because they're right, Adriana says. Or maybe it's because they're just that paranoid and crazy, Violet says. They've been calling it the Mark of the Beast since version 1. Now suddenly version 6 is the bad one, and all the others were benign? What are you going to do when version 7 comes out? We're getting sidetracked, I say. He's right, Theodore adds. The longer we stay here, the higher the chances that the authorities will find us. Let's go, Adriana says quietly, as she grabs Olivia's hand. I'll say my goodbyes here, Violet says. And with that, she appears to shrivel into herself and then fold up into a compact package on the floor. It hovers up and flies away out a broken window in the kitchen. My stomach flutters, and I feel like I'm about to be sick. What the hell was that? An MVP drone, Theodore explains. I shake my head. Most valuable player? It stands for Mobile Virtual Presence, They unfold and inflate to human proportions, allowing people to physically interact with each other from a distance without having to send bulky skins or heavies. You can project anyone's features over them, so they're interchangeable. They're also cheaper and more discreet than actual heavies. None of us seem to know what to say to that, so we follow Theodore quietly back through the mansion and down the front steps outside. Theodore's cloaking heavies shadow us along with Victor and my 2 older PD models.
"Where did you land?" Theodore whispers.
Over there, I say, pointing down the tree-lined driveway to a point some 300 meters away. The cracks in the driveway are thick with weeds and tall grass. We move quickly over the broken asphalt. Jagged chunks of it are gleaming orange in the pale light of the unending metropolis that Denver has become. The twin 50-story apartment buildings that we flew between peer down on us from a distance of maybe only half a mile. Overhead, the sky is choked with glowing grid lines of air traffic. Glancing back over my shoulder, I see downtown Denver, a dazzling jewel that rises higher than any city I've ever seen. The tops of the tallest buildings reach so high that they're cloaked in wisps of cloud and seem to tower over the escarpment where my old home sits. Looking back to the fore, I'm just in time to see Theodore freeze. The softly clanking footsteps of the heavies cease, and Adriana pulls Olivia back. Buddy growls. My car is barely visible through the trees, the fuselage gleaming faintly.
"What is it?" I whisper. "We're too late," Theodore says.
He turns to me, and I see his eyes glowing brightly with projected images. He's wearing augmented reality contacts. That's new. I activate a night vision overlay on my glasses, and the night turns to day. As soon as the shadows clear, I see what he's talking about. There are dozens of drones hovering around my air car. Even as I notice them, my ears pick up on the subtle buzzing of their rotors, a detail that my brain has been filtering out until now.
"Come on,"
I whisper, grabbing Adriana's arm to pull her back the way we came. We make it exactly 5 steps before the buzzing sound abruptly intensifies, and flashing blue and red lights blind us. The sirens scream to life at the same time as a human voice booms around us. "Halt! You are under arrest. Do not attempt to flee, or we will be forced to open fire." Chapter 40. Theodore steps forward and nods to someone that apparently only he can see. I look for prompts to display someone's virtual presence on my glasses, but the signal icon is flashing red. No signal. I guess not paying your network provider for 50 years will do that. I leave my glasses on anyway. The night vision overlay is still worth something.
"Excuse me, officer," Theodore begins. "What are we being charged with?"
Theodore is addressing the air between 2 of the drones hovering in front of us. The drones kill their sirens, and the same voice from before echoes out. "You and John White are being charged with aiding and abetting these 2 undocks. Those charges could be added to, depending on what else we uncover here." As if on cue, 2 of the drones zip by us, heading for the mansion.
"They won't find anything," Theodore says.
A distant wail of police sirens reaches my ears, growing swiftly louder, and I wonder if that's a patrol car coming to pick us up.
"I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding," Theodore says. "Mr. White was looking to buy this property from me. We were going to wait until morning for the tour, but on the way over to a hotel here in Denver, I noticed that the security system had been tripped and saw these undocks coming out of the bunker beneath the property. 50 years ago, a time capsule was stolen from the bunker. I believe these 2 are the ones who stole it, and that they used it to travel to the future."
"What bunker?" the policeman asks. "You have any proof of this?"
"Of course. I'm sending you the surveillance footage now," Theodore says.
Adriana is looking at him in shock, tears of betrayal gleaming in her eyes. Her gaze finds me next, but all I can do is shake my head. I don't know where Theodore is going with this, but know him well enough to trust that he has a plan that doesn't end badly for Adriana and her daughter.
I see, the policeman says, clearing his throat.
The sirens are close now, just seconds away.
And why didn't you call the authorities?
I did, Theodore replies, nodding to the sound of the approaching sirens. I'm starting to wonder if my faith in Theodore has been misplaced. Is it possible that he would throw Adriana and Olivia under the bus just to save me?
None of that's true,
Adriana screams. The drones turn to her.
Then what's your story?
Theodore sighs theatrically.
You won't make this any easier for yourself by telling lies, ma'am. Mind probes are painful and dangerous. You may as well just admit what you did and save yourself the trouble. The outcome will be the same either way. Besides, I have the surveillance footage on my side.
Adriana stares open-mouthed at Theodore, but I can see the wheels turning in her head. Everything Theodore just said is true. Even if she can get the police to believe the real story, all she could possibly hope to gain is to take me down with her. And I'll be more valuable to her outside of jail than in. Adriana hangs her head.
Well? The policeman asks.
It's true, she whispers.
What is?
Everything the old man said.
We'll see about that. We still have to find this bunker.
I could show you to it if you like.
Very well. Lead the way, Mr. Davis.
Theodore stalks away with 2 more of the drones following him. The sirens are upon us now. A pair of air cars with flashing blue and red lights hover down to either side of us, and matte black heavies like the 2 Theodore brought with him climb out. These bots have gleaming gold badges clipped to the right sides of their chests. More flashing blue and red lights strobe from the sides of their torsos as they approach. They stop in a loose circle around us, arms raised and weapons deployed. None of them speak. Adriana alternately glares at them and me, but she's not saying anything either. I want to apologize to her and tell her that I'm going to make this right. But now isn't the time for that. We need to stick to Theodore's script. After a few minutes, one of the heavies steps forward, and a human face swirls to life above its shoulders. The same voice that we've been hearing up until now addresses us. The man looks like he's in his 20s, with a full head of wavy brown hair flowing down into a matching beard. He has movie star good looks, and I'm surprised to see his hair flickering above the head of the drone. It's an actual holographic projection that makes it look as if he's really here and simply wearing a black suit of armor, like some futuristic knight.
I'm Officer Evans. Mr. Davis has just shown me to the launch chamber and the time capsule. John White, you're free to go.
He turns to Adriana.
As for you two, who are you and where are you from?
From the past, Adriana says.
Why don't you have your pass cards? And what were you doing outside the blocks?
We had valid visas, she says, but we left our pass cards behind because we didn't think they'd be any use here. That's true enough, I think.
I see, the officer says. Names? Address?
Adriana Rivera Vargas, and this is Olivia Vargas.
And that's Buddy,
Olivia adds in a nasal voice. I realize that she's been crying. That cuts me deeper than I expect it to. And I'm tempted to throw my lot in with them just to ease the soul-crushing guilt that I'm now feeling. But going to jail with them won't help.
One moment, please.
I see the officer's eyes moving left to right repeatedly. He's reading something that we can't see.
It says here that you're both registered to Block 19 in San Francisco. How did you get so far from home?
Adriana looks equal parts outraged and confused.
Like I said, we had legitimate visas.
Not anymore. They expired over 50 years ago, and besides, none of the blocks are issuing visas anymore. You're going to have to come with me. I trust you'll cooperate, for the sake of your daughter.
Adriana nods and starts toward the officer. I take a step toward them. Wait! Officer Evans looks to me. Are you taking them to jail?
No, I'm taking them home. Besides, the blocks are jails.
Adriana snorts at that. At least you're being honest about it.
I go on.
You can't just dump them 50 years into the future with no money and nowhere to go.
Seems to me that's what they signed up for when they entered the time capsule. Besides, what do you care?
I hesitate. They might be on docks, but they don't look like criminals to me.
Well, I'm not dumping them in the blocks. We're going to the Denver Tracking Center first. Once they get new pass cards, they'll get their UBI, so they'll have enough money to find a place to stay.
For now, I think, but don't say. I nod along with that and watch as the officer leads them toward one of the patrol cars. Buddy belly crawls through the grass, going unnoticed. I frown at that and watch as he leaps out and bites the back of the police bot's leg. Officer Evans throws him off and aims one of his weapons at the dog. No! Olivia screams and lunges in front of the gun. Olivia! Adriana says. Two of the other police heavies step forward to restrain them.
You could have been killed, Evans snaps.
I won't let you hurt Buddy,
Olivia sobs.
Then get him under control, Evans mutters.
I watched all of that play out, rooted stupidly to the ground, not even trying to intervene. I tell myself it all happened too fast, or maybe you're just too much of a coward to risk your life for someone else's. That thought sticks and makes me feel even more miserable with guilt. I watch as the patrol car doors slide shut with Adriana and Olivia inside. The car hovers up and flies away. Theodore returns and the police drones that initially confronted us are gathered around us once more.
They're gone?
He asks. Yes.
They'll be fine.
I feel his hand on my shoulder, squeezing in that reassuring paternal way of his, but it's little comfort. Someone clears their throat, and then another policeman interjects.
There is still one matter to address. We were called in to investigate a report of reckless driving. We found the vehicle on your property.
Theodore nods.
Yes, it's an MX-4, a classic. It comes with the property. I was showing Mr. White that, despite its age, it is still fully autonomous and upgraded for the 22nd century. The vehicle was unmanned at the time. Evidently, it needs another upgrade before I take it to the skies again.
The officer sighs.
Well, no one was hurt, but you'll be ticketed for that.
I understand.
I should be impounding it.
Something tells me the officer speaking with us doesn't want to wait around for a tow truck.
Look, just don't use it again until it's been duly registered and certified by the FCC. If we catch it in the air again before that, you'll lose your owner's license.
I understand,
Theodore says.
Good night, officer.
Yeah, sure.
A click sounds, and I'm left with the impression that that was the remote piloting policeman signing off. Does he respond to calls from home? Did we wake him up for this? Or was he already on duty? Maybe he was asleep at his desk when the call came in. The drones buzz away with a sound like a hive full of bees, and I'm left staring after them with a lump in my throat. I let out a shaky sigh and turn to Theodore.
How did you do that?
I say, shaking my head.
Surveillance footage?
Theodore smiles wanly at me.
I had a feeling we might need to explain ourselves to the authorities.
Violet's work? He inclines his head in a nod.
What if they decided to take the pass marks? Miss Anna and Olivia?
I nod.
That would have been considerably easier to explain, and I wouldn't have been forced to call the police.
Why did you? We had time. We could have reached the car and sent them on their way.
I only called them once I saw the drones hovering around your vehicle. I knew they would ask what we were doing with 2 undocks and why we hadn't called the authorities.
That was quick thinking, I say. I'm supposed to be the genius here, and somehow Theodore is the one always getting me out of trouble. Where would I be without you? A wry smile curves Theodore's lips. In prison, sir. Yeah. His attempt at humor has the effect of dampening my spirits rather than raising them. I look up at the gridlocked sky and suck in a deep breath of the cool spring air. We should go, sir. We have to help Anna, I say. And we will. In the morning you can fly to Block 19 and transfer whatever sum of coin you'd like to her account. I drag my eyes down. I promised to send her to another future if she didn't like this one. That could be harder to accomplish, but not impossible, I insist. Chapter 41. The broken asphalt gleams in the rusty light of the city. Tall hedges of reeds whisper by my legs. I feel numb and strange as I follow Theodore back up the driveway. My thoughts are leaping in two directions at once. I'm here to make Alex pay for everything he's done. But now, I have another goal. Helping the charity case that I probably should have left alone. Going to the blocks to help Adriana and Olivia could derail my plans and get me into trouble with the authorities. Again. Theodore opens the back door of his air car as we approach, probably using his contacts to do so. I climb in after him and take a seat opposite his, just in front of the door. Victor and the other heavies climb in behind us, taking 5 out of 8 remaining seats. This car is the size of a small Learjet from my time. The door slides shut behind me. The muted whine of rotors starts up all around us, and then the car floats into the sky almost soundlessly. I'm amazed by how quiet it is inside the cabin. Yet another of what are probably thousands of advances since I've been gone. Sir, you might like to trade your glasses for these. Theodore is holding out a small black case. I take it with a slight frown and pop the lid. Inside are a pair of contacts and a syringe filled with a sparkling fluid. I don't understand. The contacts replace the glasses, and the syringe contains the building blocks for a brain-computer interface, BCI for short. There are billions of nanomachines in that fluid. I stare dubiously at the syringe. Where do I stick the needle? The back of your neck. I can administer the injection for you if you'd like. I shut the case. I think I prefer glasses. They still exist, right? Yes, though nowadays mostly only fundies use them. There is a stigma attached. That's fine. I'll wait to get a new pair. I pass the case back to Theodore. It's perfectly safe, he insists. You got one? Almost everyone has. What does the interface do? It reads your thoughts, just like the glasses, but it can also induce sensory data and allow for rapid transfer of information in and out of your biological memory. Speed learning? Yes, sir. It has entirely replaced school for both children and adults. Now, education is focused on practicing new skills and applying recently acquired knowledge. What's the point? Don't heavies still do all the work for us? When they can. But we still need to program them for tasks, and true creativity still eludes even the best AIs. Real human jobs have made a significant comeback now that learning new skills and subjects has become as fast and easy as downloading a new holovid to watch on your contacts. I find myself staring at Theodore's face. He hasn't aged noticeably over the past 50 years. I wonder how much time he lived and how much he skipped. You're looking good, I say. Thank you, sir. You must have made good use of the Mark V. Less than you might think. There are now gene therapies that allow people to extend their lives almost indefinitely. I admit that I've indulged in said therapies myself. No kidding, I say.
It's a booming industry.
I'll bet. But you did use the Mark V.
Theodore nods. A few dozen times, yes, in the initial years leading up to the advances in human longevity.
Did you see anything when you used it?
You mean the hallucinations? Theodore nods. I experienced several, yes.
Anything interesting?
No. Why?
Because I did see something when we left Fresno. I saw you. I think you were trying to warn me about something. Adriana saw something too. She saw Alex kill me.
Theodore arches a grizzled eyebrow. Indeed. And you think these visions are actual glimpses of the future?
I don't know.
Current research suggests that they're just a trick played by your mind as it adapts to the altered geometry of time. DMT is released in the brain during the transition to compress space-time. It is a potent hallucinogen, said to be the reason that people have near-death experiences.
So you're saying whatever we saw, it's not significant?
No more so than a dream, sir.
I nod absently and look out the window of the car, just in time to see us merge with one of the streams of air traffic flowing through the sky. I'm surprised there are so many air cars in the future, and they're all following invisible highways. Back in 2061, there were still few enough of them that there was no need to organize them into designated lanes.
What are you going to do about Miss Anna and young Miss Olivia?
Theodore asks, interrupting my thoughts. Dragging my eyes away from the glowing crimson river of taillights in front of us, I say, I'm going to smuggle them out of the blocks.
And then?
Use the Mark V to send them to the future.
And what about Alex? Have you given any thought to how you're going to get back at him?
Why so curious?
Perhaps I can help.
I thought you wanted to give up on my quest for revenge.
I did, but that was before you told me that Alex killed your parents. Now I want to be a part of his demise.
A muscle jerks in my cheek, and I nod stiffly at that. I'll try to see how I can include you then.
Thank you, sir.
Chapter 42. By the time we reach Fresno, it's already morning, and the sun is inching steadily higher along the horizon. From the air, I can see that my mansion is much the same as it was when we left, but the surrounding area is considerably more developed. Just like my estate in Denver, this one used to be out in the country, but now it's in the middle of a sprawling suburb, surrounded by gated communities. The city of Fresno has also changed. Downtown is a forest of high-rises wrapped in hazy black lines of air traffic.
The world's population must have exploded while I was gone,
I say as the car hovers down to land in the parking lot around the back of the mansion. I see at least 10 other cars landed there, and dangerous-looking black heavies patrolling the perimeter under the watchful eyes of security cameras and dormant spotlights mounted on poles.
Indeed it has, Theodore replies. With heavies to grow our food, do our jobs, and even help raise our children, suddenly people had nothing better to do than breed like rabbits. Unfortunately, with 15 billion people, Earth has now reached the point where population controls must be strictly enforced, or we will run completely out of resources in just a few decades.
It's that bad?
Yes. That is why Ad Astra's initiative to colonize other worlds is so important. We need to depopulate the Earth and provide a secondary supply of resources before it's too late.
You think that will work?
Isn't it too expensive to send people en masse to another star system?
Or, for that matter, to send resources back here?
For now it is, but there are new technologies being developed that will make the journey faster and cheaper. Faster than light travel may even become a reality soon.
Faster than light? I trail off, shaking my head.
The impossible becoming possible.
Theodore looks to me.
thanks to your technology. As it happens, generating fields to compress and expand space-time are the key to space exploration.
Well, at least Alex has done something good with the legacy he stole from me.
Indeed, sir.
I feel the subtle jolt as the car lands, and the doors slide open to either side of us.
Shall we?
Theodore asks. Releasing my safety harness, I rise from the chair and take a moment to stretch out my cramping muscles. It was almost a 3-hour flight from Denver. As Theodore and I cross the parking lot together, he points to several improvements that he made while I was gone. The perimeter walls are higher. There are spotlights and cameras around them, and catwalks running around the tops of the walls with shadowy black heavies patrolling endlessly back and forth.
Why all the security? I ask.
Don't the pass marks effectively prevent crime?
It's not for criminals. It's for the spy drones. They are an anonymous and insidious threat. With an enemy as powerful as the richest man in the world, you never can be too careful. There are eyes everywhere.
The richest man? So Alex has come out of hiding and declared himself the real owner of Future Travels.
No, he is still hiding behind the Devereaux, but both together and individually, they are the richest people in the world. Has Alex tried anything while I was gone? Nothing that I can prove. But I could fill the swimming pool with all of the spy drones that we have intercepted since you've been gone.
I frown unhappily at that and study the concrete facade of my mansion. It looks to have weathered the years nicely. We walk up the sweeping stone staircase at the back. The rear entrance is almost grander than the one at the front. A pair of black heavies guard the two 12-foot copper-colored doors. Walls of floor-to-ceiling bulletproof windows flank the entrance, looking out on the grounds and the Olympic-sized swimming pool behind us. One of the heavies moves to open a door. "Welcome back, Mr. Davis," it says as the door swings wide.
"Thank you, SD-12,
Theodore says. We walk through into the great room. There's a roaring electric fireplace to one side, surrounded by living room furniture. A state-of-the-art kitchen faces us at the back of the great room, and a second-floor balcony peers down from above at the same level as a constellation of orb-shaped crystal light fixtures that appear to hover from the invisible monofilament lines that support them. They're designed to look like stars at night.
"I see you've kept the decor the same," I say. "I didn't feel that it was my place to alter anything," Theodore replies.
"I guess the work on the top floors is done now?"
"Of course, sir. Would you like me to show you to your room?"
"Please." It's past midday by the time I finally drag myself out of bed. The room senses my movement as I shuffle to the bathroom and begin getting dressed. The windows gradually depolarize until daylight is streaming in. Leaving the bedroom, I head downstairs and meet Theodore in the formal dining room. He's there, staring off into space with images flickering brightly over his contacts. He reacts belatedly to my presence and favors me with a smile.
"Did you sleep well, sir?"
I nod and rub bleary eyes.
Coffee, breakfast.
I'm too tired to manage full sentences.
"Of course."
A domestic model heavy comes sweeping in from the servants' quarters and takes my order for breakfast. The bot is covered in a rubbery white skin, has no hair, and a marginally expressive face. I eat quietly, deflecting Theodore's attempts at conversation by replying with grunts and nods. After my second cup of coffee, I'm feeling halfway human again.
I need a new pair of glasses, I say.
I anticipated that request and took the liberty of purchasing these for you. They arrived by courier drone an hour ago.
Theodore reaches over to an adjacent chair and produces a stylish black box, which he slides across the table to me. I open it and find a slimmer, lighter version of the AR glasses I used to use in 2061. I unfold them and slide them over my ears. Icons immediately swirl to life around the edges of the lenses, some familiar, others new. The bone conduction speakers pressing into my jaw are smaller, and the sound quality is better. But otherwise, everything is basically the same as it used to be. "Thank you," I say, nodding as I take a sip of fresh-squeezed orange juice.
"You are welcome, sir."
I spend the next 20 minutes eating breakfast and familiarizing myself with the functions of the glasses, reading up about future travels, Ad Astra, and the Devereaux. I search hard for Alexander Fields, picturing his face over and over again, and sorting through partial matches to those mind's eye searches. But I can't find Alex anywhere. Either he has no online presence, or he's actually an undock. When I'm done eating, I stand up and push out from the table. "If you need me, I'll be in the bunker," I say. When Theodore doesn't reply, I notice that I'm alone in the dining room. At some point, he left me alone at the table, and I was too absorbed in my work to notice. A pang of guilt ripples through me. Theodore hasn't seen me in 50 years, and I haven't even thought to ask how he's been. I push those concerns aside with a shake of my head. There'll be time for small talk when this is all over. For now, I have a lot of work to do, and a limited amount of time in which to get it all done. That's ironic, considering I invented a machine to slow down time. Now, if only I could invent a bubble of space-time compression that follows me wherever I go. I'd be moving normally, while the rest of the world stands frozen. The Flash in all but name. A wry smile curves my lips with the thought. I shake my head to dismiss that fantasy, and focus on the matter at hand. I have an idea about how I'm going to help Anna and Olivia, and also the beginnings of a plan to deal with Alex. He made a mistake by hiding behind his Anons, using them to rule the world by proxy. No one even knows who he is, which means the world won't know or even care if he were to go missing. A cold smile blossoms on my face. The man who made his fortune by selling time is about to run out of it himself. Chapter 43. I open the hidden door that is the concrete wall at the end of the hallway in the basement. Lights flicker on as I walk through and shut the door behind me. From there, I ride down the elevator and step into the launch chamber of the bunker. Everything is covered in a fine layer of dust. Several of the heat-shielded LED pot lights in the ceiling are dark and burned out. In the center of the bare concrete room stands the Mark V. I walk around the black, egg-shaped capsule to a copper-colored door on the right. The heavy door slides open to reveal my old workshop. It's a cavernous space attached to the hangar and divided by a wall of heavy doors big enough to let vehicles in and out. The room is littered with heavy machinery, 3D printers, computer consoles, tools, and tool benches. This is where I developed the Mark VI. This time, I need to develop something much less ambitious, but I also have a lot less time to do it. My eyes settle on a group of 6 construction model heavies standing frozen along one wall, still plugged in where I left them. After standing dormant for 50 years, I doubt they work anymore. I walk over and try powering one of them on via my glasses just to be sure. Nothing. Not even a twitch of its gleaming limbs or a flicker of light in the bot's black eyes. I place a call to Theodore. A 3D model of him appears to be standing right in front of me.
"Do you need something, sir?"
"Yes. I need you to get me a dozen construction heavies. I'm in the workshop down in the bunker."
"When do you need them?"
"Now."
"We only have 4 on the premises, and they're currently employed as part of the perimeter security force."
"Then repurpose them and send them down here."
"Of course, sir."
"And place an order for 2 more. Have them flown up here ASAP. Also, get me a few of the biggest heavies you can find." Theodore shakes his head.
"The biggest, sir?"
Let me rephrase that. I need a civilian model of a heavy that could fit a person inside of it.
You want an exosuit?
No, I want a heavy that could be turned into an exosuit.
Ah, you'll want the XASU model, Extra Armored Security Unit.
I nod. That sounds perfect. Give me 3.
I'll place your order immediately and make sure that they are delivered here as promptly as possible.
Thank you, Theo. Ending the call, I head over to the nearest 3D printer and begin using my glasses to pull up whatever I can find on the net for XASU model heavies. I'm lucky enough to find a partial schematic, and I begin feeding in pieces of the unit's armor to the 3D printer. Almost as soon as the printer powers on and lasers flicker to life inside of it, it belches a cloud of acrid black smoke, and I'm left stumbling away and coughing into my sleeve. It looks like I'm going to need more than just new heavies. I place another call to Theodore, and he materializes in front of me again, an illusion projected over my glasses.
Was there something else, sir?
He asks. I nod and begin rattling off a list of all the new equipment that I'm going to need. It's a long list, but Theodore doesn't even flinch.
I'm on it, sir.
By the time the heavies and the new equipment arrive, it's already after 6 in the evening. I've spent most of the time that I've been waiting drawing up schematics for the exo-heavies that I'm going to build. They need to look and act just like actual XASU models, while actually being hollow with enough room inside to carry human occupants. That is how I'm going to get Anna and Olivia out of the blocks. It's also part of my plan to infiltrate future travels and get at Alexander Fields. I spend the rest of the night feeding my schematics into a brand new set of 6 heavy-duty 3D printers that Theodore got for me. As fast as they can churn out the individual components, I get the construction heavies to put them together. By early morning, there are 6 fully assembled hollow XASU model heavies standing in the workshop, each with its own ID chip that I custom crafted myself to make sure that it can never be traced back to me. IDs for bots are a lot easier to fake than human ones. I spend several minutes inspecting each of the hollow units carefully and comparing them to the 2 actual XASU models that Theodore purchased from a local factory. Gleaming black armor, thick limbs, blank black faces for remote pilots to project their features. Each one stands exactly 6 foot 10 inches tall. They have some of the same integrated weapons in their arms: dual stun guns with 24 electric rounds each, and dual 223 caliber Rattler cannons, as well as 4 deployable stun drones docked in each heavy's back. The main differences between the hollowed-out versions that I've made and the real ones are a shorter battery life, weaker motors for lower top speeds, and thinner armor. They're vastly inferior to the real thing, but they'll do just fine as wearable exoskeletons for short-term use. And they'll get us through body scanners and general scrutiny, if not a more thorough inspection. Perfect for my purposes. All they have to do is get Anna and Olivia past the checkpoints at the blocks, and after that, get me and Theodore past Alex's security. I check the time on my glasses. It's just after 6 a.m. Somehow learning that leaves me feeling more exhausted than I did a moment ago. I notice how scratchy my eyes are, how heavy my body feels. I need to sleep, but there's still a lot left to do. Just then, I hear the door slide open behind me and turn to see Theodore coming in with a tray. On it is another extra-large cappuccino, what will be my 5th in 24 hours, and a plate piled high with food: bacon, sausages, eggs, and toast.
Your breakfast, sir,
he says as he walks toward me. I shake my head as he approaches. I'm not hungry.
Cappuccino, then?
No, it's time for me to get some sleep.
You finally decided to take a break?
Theodore asks as he sets the tray down on a nearby tool bench. He walks over to join me in front of the 6 heavies I custom built. No, I'm done.
That fast?
He asks. I nod slowly and knead my aching eyes with my fists. Show me, Theodore says. I use my glasses to open one of the hollow units. A whirring and clicking sound starts up, and the unit's arms, legs, and torso peel open to reveal a padded interior. Incredible, Theodore murmurs. Can they still function autonomously? I nod. And under direction by their pilots. So they're heavy exosuits? Exactly. Think they'll pass inspection? Theodore steps over to the next one in line and begins running his hands along the smooth black metal armor, probably looking for any signs of the seams that allow them to open up. He won't find them. Not without a microscope. The components were all printed and assembled on a micron scale. They're magnificent, Theodore replies in an awed whisper. But why build 6? Are you planning to smuggle more people out of the blocks besides Miss Anna and Olivia? No, but I can't storm future travels with just 2 people. Theodore looks to me with his eyebrows raised. Then this is your plan for that as well. I incline my head to him. Part of it. Who are you going to get to pilot the other ones? I haven't figured that out yet. I might just decide to leave them empty as decoys. But one of them is yours, if you're interested. Mine, sir? You wanted to help me get revenge. This is how you can do that. You can be there when I pull the trigger and blow Alex's brains out. Theodore frowns. I'm not sure I'm the right man for the job. I have no combat training. Neither do I. But the weapons targeting package I installed is aim-assisted. You just target and shoot. You could get a headshot from 100 meters with your eyes closed. Which means that Alex will be able to shoot our heads with the same ease. I reach up and knock my knuckles against the helmet of the unit I'm standing next to. Bulletproof. Besides, we'll be undercover as heavies. All we have to do is get one of his employees to order 6 new XASU models to add to his security team, and then substitute ours. After that, we just wait for the right moment to strike. And then get apprehended and sent to prison. Only if we get caught. Anyways, you don't have to come. It's going to be dangerous, and you're right. There is a good chance we could get caught. So, I'll understand if you'd rather sit this one out. I didn't say that, Theodore replies. But I'd be remiss not to point out the flaws in this plan. The possible consequences notwithstanding, I'd be honored to join you, sir. I smile and nod. Good. We can start training tomorrow. As for the consequences, we'll come up with a few scenarios and minimize the risks as much as possible. I didn't come all this way just to go back to prison, which is why we'll have the Mark 6 standing by for a getaway vehicle. So, we get in, kill Alex, and then vanish before we can be apprehended. If need be. But I have an even better idea, if we can manage to pull it off. Theodore cocks his head curiously. And that is? I haven't worked out all of the details yet. For now, we have a more obvious problem to deal with. We can't have the authorities tracking our every move while we're busting fundies out of the blocks and assaulting Future Travel's launch center. We need a way to deactivate our pass marks and spoof the signals, which means we need a crafter. Where did you find Violet? In San Francisco, Theodore replies. The same place? I ask. The same city, a new address. Can you take me to her? Theodore frowns. I suppose so, yes. Good, let's go. I start striding for the exit. I thought you said you were going to get some sleep, Theodore calls after me. I am. I'll sleep in the car on the way there. Chapter 44. May 11th, 2111. Theodore shakes me awake just as we land outside Violet's new place in San Francisco. This is it? I ask, my eyes widening as I peer out the window at a massive bayside mansion. 3 floors are visible from where we landed just down the hill from the home. Sheer walls of tinted privacy glass face us, and a wraparound view of the bay. The grounds are shielded from the street and neighbors with high walls of trees. This is nothing like the hole-in-the-wall apartment I remember visiting in the blocks. It looks like Violet's done pretty well for herself since we last met.
She still does business out of the blocks, Theodore replies. But she shares her real address with a few of her trusted clients.
I frown and slowly shake my head. Assuming that this is her real address and not another decoy. I doubt that it's actually possible to pin down someone who sells anons and fake IDs for a living. The real Violet is probably sitting in an underground bunker somewhere above the Arctic Circle, living through her anons at various locations around the world. And for all I know, she might even be a he.
Shall we, sir?
Theodore prompts. I nod absently and tear my gaze away from the window. The door behind me slides open, and we climb out. To get to the mansion above us, we walk up a long, winding staircase. Mosquitoes swarm us as we climb. I'm swatting them as fast as I can, but I can still feel the prick of their suckers, and I catch more than one of them with a belly full of my blood. Great, I mutter, wiping blood and bug guts on my pants. Theodore is suffering as badly as me, but he's more dignified about it and paying the mosquitoes less attention than I am. Letting out a sigh, I toss a glance over my shoulder to the bay, sparkling and blue in the morning sun. The towering spires of downtown stand gleaming across from that. To one side of them is the Golden Gate Bridge and the dark, crumbling, low-rise apartments and row homes of the blocks that surround it. We reach the top of the stairs and emerge on the tiled surround of a massive infinity pool that gleams like a mirror beneath, reflecting baby blue sky and scattered wisps of cloud. The lowermost of the mansion's 3 levels joins seamlessly with the pool, mirror-clean tinted blue windows rising directly above the edge of the pool. A pair of matte black security heavies come clanking over to intercept us.
We're expected,
Theodore says as they stop in front of us.
Yes, you are,
one of them says in a familiar female voice. It stares directly at me with a blank, featureless black face.
Although I wasn't expecting to see you both again so soon. This way, please.
The bots turn and lead the way, heading along the edge of the pool. Loungers and umbrellas are wrapped around this corner of the pool, joining seamlessly with a covered porch and barbecue area that faces the view of the bay. A pair of what I thought were picture windows glide open for us as we approach, and we enter a minimalistic living room and open kitchen that look out over the pool and bay area.
Please, be seated.
The heavy who spoke a moment ago gestures to the couches facing the view.
I'll be right with you.
The 2 heavies don't go anywhere, but I have the impression that the one talking to us has just been given over to its autonomous programming once more. Theodore and I sit next to each other on a pristine white couch facing the pool and the bay. A few minutes later, I hear heels clicking and turn to see a familiar woman gliding down a glass staircase from the upper levels.
Mr. White,
Violet says, as she reaches the bottom of the stairs. I rise from the couch as she approaches, and we shake hands. From the firmness of that handshake, I doubt she's an MVP bot like the one that met with us in the ruins of my old mansion outside Denver. I notice that her purple eyes aren't glowing, and I wonder if that means that this is the real Violet. But no, using her real appearance for anons wouldn't make any sense. So this can't be the real Violet. Just another decoy operating out of a nicer part of town.
What can I do for you, Mr. White?
She asks. Is this a good place to talk? I reply.
I wouldn't have let you get this far if it weren't.
I sit back down beside Theodore, and Violet takes a seat in a matching armchair to our left. I lean forward, planting elbows on my knees, and then hold up the back of my right hand for her to see. You have a problem with the new passmark? She asks. No. I need a way to disable it and make it look like I'm somewhere else. You mean you need an anon? I hesitate, giving the matter some thought. Do they use body scanners at the checkpoints to get in and out of the blocks? They never used to, but they do now. Then an anon won't work. I need to get in and smuggle a few people out. Then you need more than the ability to ghost the system. You need a way to smuggle people past the checkpoint. I have that taken care of. All I need is to be able to deactivate my passmark for a while and have the tracking signal show up somewhere else while I'm gone. I nod to Theodore. Same for him. Well, that's easy enough. I'll have to hack your existing passmarks and create 2 shadow versions that you can use for the decoy signals while you're running around as undocs. Of course, if anyone sees you and scans you with their lenses, you'll be identified as undocs immediately. I shake my head. I've got that covered. Violet cocks her head and gives me a curious look. There's more to you than meets the eye, isn't there, Mr. White? Or should I say, Mr. Gaines? My guts clench up at the mention of my real name, but I let it slide. Violet could sell out any one of her clients at any time, but she wouldn't still be in business after 50 years if she were in the habit of doing that. There's one other thing. I need another fake ID with the same setup, a shadow ID. The fake ID needs to match this face. I bring to mind an image of Alex Fields, and then use my glasses to transfer the mind's eye data to Violet's AR lenses. She spends a minute silently contemplating the image that pops up on her lenses. Interesting. He's unlisted. An undoc? Maybe, I say. How soon can you get it done? Just a few hours for the hack job and the shadow IDs. Another hour to get the fake done. I rise from the couch. Good, let's get started. Hold on. We haven't discussed payment yet. How much? I ask, holding her gaze without blinking. 50 million coin, each, and another 20 for the fake ID. What? For a few hours' work? That's insane. You know another crafter who'll do it for less? Violet gestures to the doors we came in by. No one's forcing you to accept my services. A sly smile spreads slowly across her lips. But something tells me you don't have the time to shop around. I scowl at her. Fine, let's get it done. Half up front, she adds. Grinding my teeth, I hold out my passmark towards hers and use my glasses to initiate the funds transfer. She accepts after just a moment and then joins me in standing. A pleasure doing business with you. As always, follow me, gentlemen. Violet gets up from her computer station. The screens take up an entire 9-foot wall in the back room of her basement. There must be at least 20 different panels. I wonder why she bothers with view screens if she has contacts. But if she's really as old as I suspect, then she's probably also slightly old school when it comes to tech. She turns from her screens and nods to us as she rises from her chair. I see her sweep 4 wafer-thin triangles off the desk and into her waiting palm. For the signal spoofing, all you have to do is run the switcher program from your glasses. It will disable your passmark and enable the shadow ID at the same time. Just make sure you're in close proximity to the shadow ID when you do that, or else there'll be a noticeable teleporting effect on the tracker signal that could give you away. Violet comes over and dumps the 4 passmarks into my hand. I stare at the transparent triangles. Each of them has the pyramid and the all-seeing eye etched into them, as well as the miniature 6 version notations and planet ID numbers. Which ones correspond to the new fake ID?
Scan them with your glasses and you'll find out.
I do that and pick out the 2 that have a dossier with Alex Field's face on it. His fake name is Paul Nielsen. I guess it's time for the other half of your payment, I say. Violet nods and smiles. I hold out my pass mark to hers once more and transfer the remainder of her hefty fee. $60 million. On our way back to the car, Violet walks alongside me while Theodore leads the way. She's pointing to the view and making comments about the fact that the air is so much clearer and cleaner than it was 50 years ago. I'm barely paying attention, but I do notice the chat prompt from her that pops up on my glasses. I accept, and a line of text appears at the bottom.
You do know that your friend is an Anon, right?
I stop walking suddenly and stare hard at Theodore's back. My eyes are burning, my heart pounding, and my head is buzzing.
Guess not. Be cool, Mr. White.
The chat ends just as Theodore turns to see why we've stopped. I blink, my eyes burning with the threat of hot, angry tears, and turn my head to admire the view over the bay to downtown San Francisco.
Amazing,
I say in an awed whisper. I notice Theodore frowning at us from where he stands, just a few steps down from the infinity pool. Violet flashes a grin at me.
Yeah, the view is a real shocker.
I nod absently at that, feeling suddenly weak and hollowed out by the private knowledge of what the real shocker is. Theodore seems to notice that something is wrong by the time we get back into the car.
Are you feeling all right, sir?
He asks me, once the doors are shut. I nod and let out a world-weary sigh. Just tired, that's all. There's still a lot left to do and we don't have much time. Theodore smiles sympathetically.
Adam Kane's proposal to disband the blocks and pass cards doesn't go to a vote until the end of the week. Assuming the vote passes, you still have 4 days to rescue Miss Anna and her daughter.
Yeah, I know. I flash half a smile at him and hope it's convincing. I guess I just need to catch up on my sleep.
You should, sir.
I curl up against my door and pretend to go to sleep. But I can't sleep. My heart is hammering in my chest, my throat is aching, and my mouth is dry. I'm going out of my mind wondering where the real Theodore is, and who is controlling this anonymous android copy of him. Of course, there's only one logical answer to that. In the 5 decades that I've been gone, Alex hasn't just been trying and failing to infiltrate my estate with bugs. He successfully infiltrated it by replacing Theodore with a lifelike copy that he now controls. And I have a bad feeling that means the real Theodore is dead. Hot tears burn behind my eyelids, but I hold them in, hyper-aware of the snake sitting beside me, watching my every move. Alex has destroyed my life over and over again, stealing my life's work and killing everyone that I ever cared about. Death is too good for him. I'm going to find a way to make him suffer. Chapter 45. After we get back to the mansion, I excuse myself to go down to the bunker and get ready for breaking Anna and Olivia out of the blocks tonight. Thankfully, Theodore leaves me to it. Now I'm pacing the floor of my workshop, trying to figure out what to do. Not about Anna and Olivia. Busting them out should still be easy, assuming that Alex doesn't have plans to intervene. I doubt he will bother. He'll get more satisfaction out of waiting until I attack future travels to try to kill him, only for him to thwart my every move and ultimately reveal that he's been one step ahead of me the whole time. But that's not going to happen. Now that I know that he's watching me, I can use that to my advantage. I'm going to pretend to go ahead with the plan that Alex already knows about. Meanwhile, secretly executing an entirely new plan
that will take him by surprise. Accomplishing that without somehow accidentally tipping him off in the process is not going to be easy. What I need is a two-pronged assault, the one that he already knows about, with the hollow human-piloted exo-heavies, and a second prong that he won't be expecting at all. In a way, this could actually make things easier for me. I've been wondering how to get future travels to requisition additional security bots and then substitute my custom models. But if I'm right, and Alex is already aware of my plans, then he'll make it easy for me to get the exo-heavies into position. Of course, he'll also be expecting an attack to come from them, which means I can't be with that prong of the attack. I'll need to pretend to join the exo-heavy attack only to duck out at the last second and let those hollow bots serve as the distraction. What I really need is a way to be in two places at once. A thought occurs to me. The shadow ID. I already have 2 identical pass marks for John White. If that's enough to fool the authorities, then it should be enough to fool Alex too. Now all I need is someone who looks just like me, and a non-copy of myself that I can use to pilot one of the exo-heavies. A sly smile curves my lips with that thought, and a familiar coldness begins seeping through me. Alex will never know what hit him. But first, I need to keep my promise to Adriana. I try placing a call to her with my glasses, but it just rings and rings with no reply. Frowning unhappily, I try again. How am I supposed to find her if she won't even answer? Maybe that's for the best. I don't know who could be monitoring my calls, and I don't want call logs connecting me to her after she disappears. I end the call and erase the log on my end. It's probably not enough to erase the digital trail that I've already created by attempting to reach her, but it's better than nothing. I'm going to have to search the blocks for her some other way. I take my hollow exo-heavies through the sliding doors along the shared wall with the hangar and lead them over to a people mover air car. It has room for 10, me plus the 6 heavies and Victor, who I've already called to join us. That leaves 2 empty seats. I direct the heavies to get in via a mental command, and then take a seat beside the front set of sliding doors. Victor arrives a few seconds later from where I left him guarding the elevator down to the bunker. "Hello, sir," he says. "Take a seat," I reply. Using my glasses to open the vehicle elevator, I wait while the air car taxis itself out and into the elevator. As the platform is rising and the ceiling is opening up, I place a call to Theodore. I'm tempted not to say anything at all, but it would be strange of me to leave without telling him, and I don't want to tip him off to the fact that I know what he is. Theodore answers almost immediately, and I see a virtual image of him sitting in the empty seat in front of me. "Do you need something, sir?" I shake my head. "No, just letting you know that I'm on my way to the blocks now." "I see. Would you like me to join you?" "No." I hesitate, trying to come up with a good reason for that. "I need you to stay and keep an eye on things. The last thing we need right now is for Alex to sneak a spy drone past our security and find out what we're planning." "I will ensure that does not happen." "Thank you." "Do you have a plan not to get caught?" "What do you think the fake IDs were for?" "Don't worry. No one will be able to pin me anywhere close to Anna at the time they disappear." "But they are also being tracked." "I'll make sure we ditch their pass cards before we go anywhere." "Be careful, sir." "I will. See you later." The elevator reaches the top of the shaft, and moonlight is streaming in on all sides of the car. I program the nav system with the destination, and the car promptly hovers up into the night. Air traffic in the skies above my estate is light, but we're soon flying north with a steady stream of other cars, a highway in the sky. I sit watching the stars out my window, puzzling over the task at hand. I need to find Adriana and Olivia, but I have no idea where to look besides that they were taken back to the block where I first found them. Block 19 of San Francisco. That's right next to downtown, at the northern tip of the peninsula, not far from the Golden Gate Bridge. Pulling up a map, I can see the borders that define Block 19. It encompasses about 20 city blocks, around Nob Hill, and beside Old Chinatown. Somehow, I have to find two people in 20 blocks of a dirty, run-down, and dangerous slum. That might be possible just by asking around, but a bot asking questions will draw far too much attention. My gaze settles on Victor. He stares steadily back at me. "Is there something you need from me, sir?" For a moment, I don't reply. He's an android model heavy, a skin. He doesn't have a fake ID, but maybe he doesn't need one. I'll just disable his pass mark. An undock running around the blocks asking questions will make people think he's a mobster, which might actually help me get the answers I need. "Give me your hand," I say. "Of course." I spend a moment studying his pass mark. It's one of the old ones. The version numbers along the sides of it read 111. He came with me from 2061, and Theodore didn't get Violet to implant him a new ID when he met with us at the old estate in Denver. Somehow, the authorities that intercepted us either missed that fact or didn't care that I had a 50-year-old skin with me. I wonder if his pass mark even works anymore. They've probably updated the tracking software a dozen times since then. Casting about the inside of the car for something sharp I can use to cut the chip out, I come up empty-handed and nod to Victor. "Can you remove your pass mark?" "I cannot tamper with myself. Moreover, I cannot remove my pass mark without triggering an alarm." "Great," I mutter. "However, I can tell you that wearing gloves with a metallic lining would be enough to block the tracking signal." "A metallic lining? You mean like tinfoil?" "That would work, yes." I frown at him, wondering why I didn't think of that sooner. It might have saved me the 100 million coin I just spent with Violet. Thinking back, I wonder how and when she realized that Theodore wasn't a Anon. If the Theodore who met me in Denver was the real one, and the Anon was the one who flew with me to San Francisco this morning, then the real Theodore is probably still alive. It's a slim hope, but the only one who can tell me one way or another is Violet herself. I pull up the car's navigation panel on my glasses and set a new course, back to Violet's house. While I'm there, I can ask her about getting an Anon that looks like me. Chapter 46. Walking back up the stairs to Violet's house without an invitation at 9 o'clock at night leaves me feeling like a cat burglar. Theodore's the one with Violet's contact info, so I couldn't call her on the way over, and I couldn't ask him for her number without alerting him to the changes in my plans. Now, I'm slinking up the stairs to Violet's pool, trying to be quiet and simultaneously wondering if it wouldn't actually be smarter to make as much noise as possible. Violet has security bots. We saw them this morning. They've probably detected me already, tracking me with their integrated weapons. The only thing I have going in my favor is that neither I nor Victor are actually armed. I'm hoping Violet's security bots realize that before one of them decides to put a bullet between my eyes. Can they do that? I wonder. I'm not sure what the law says about autonomous security units applying lethal force against trespassers. Then again, this is the home of an infamous crafter. She's the queen of her own criminal empire, and that means she plays by her own rules. If she wants to shoot intruders, she'll shoot intruders. She probably sells their identities afterward. Extra business. That thought has me hesitating at the top of the stairs. Mosquitoes are swarming me, sipping my blood with itchy pricks of their suckers. The infinity pool is bubbling quietly over its edge, the surface mirror smooth, reflecting a scattered sheet of stars and a gleaming swath of moonlight. "Hello?" I call out. "It's me, Mr. White. I need to speak with you.
That triggers a burst of clanking footsteps approaching fast. I guess the security bots hadn't detected me. Well, now they have. Beside me, Victor stiffens. Sir, we have incoming. I know. I straighten and raise my hands above my head. I'm unarmed, I say. The two security bots I saw this morning shuffle to a stop in front of us, peering down, weapon barrels gleaming. This is private property. You are intruding, one of them says. Leave immediately. I need to talk with your owner. A few seconds of silence follow, and I assume that the Gabby one is asking Violet if she wants to speak to me. Her voice ripples out of its chest speakers a second later, confirming that theory. Mr. White, back again so soon. Is there something wrong with the IDs I sold you? I shake my head. No. I need to know more about what you said. About Theodore being an anon. Ah, of course. Come inside. We should talk. The bots turn and lead the way to Violet's living room. Once again, the picture windows slide open for us as we approach. The lights are off as we cross the threshold, and Victor goes to stand just inside the doors. Violet's voice slithers out of the darkness. Sit with me. I follow the sound to see that she's sitting on the living room couch, drinking some kind of beverage as she stares out over the pool. Ice cubes are rattling in her glass as she takes a sip. Would you like a drink? She asks as I take a seat in the armchair, kitty corner to the couch. She's wearing nothing but lacy black underwear. I'm distracted by her nakedness for a moment, but then I remind myself that she's an anon, and for all I know, not even a she. No, thanks, I manage. She smiles and nods out the windows. The view's that way. I tear my eyes away to see downtown San Francisco towering up to eye level with us. The Golden Gate Bridge is illuminated and sprawling to one side. Air traffic is painting glowing grid lines above it all, wiping out the stars for miles in all directions. But out here, there's still a handful of them bright enough to sparkle above the pool. When did you find out he was an anon? I ask quietly. You mean, did I know before you came to see me this morning? I look back to see Violet shaking her head. I didn't. He came to me remotely to place the order for the new identities. The next time I saw him was in Denver with you, and you already know that I wasn't there personally for that meeting. Are you here personally now? I challenge. A sly smile curves Violet's lips again, and she takes another sip of her drink. Careful. Some questions aren't worth the price of asking. This is about your butler's identity, not mine. Fine. So you only knew what he was this morning. How? You mean, do I have any proof? Yes. My surveillance system is state-of-the-art. Most Anons are too. But I know just where to look to see the seam between what is and what isn't. Can you show me? It's a lot of little things that my surveillance system is programmed to pick up on. I've found that it's in my best interests to know if people are telling the truth about who they really are, before they ask me to do illegal things for them. Nowadays, you won't find any undercover cops doing their dirty work in person. They use their own Anons for that. I wave her explanations away. What did your surveillance system find? He blinks too regularly. Real people blink more or less rapidly according to their heart rate, the air quality, wind, etc. But even when there was a wind blowing, he didn't blink more often. That's it? I find myself hoping that Violet was mistaken, and Theodore isn't an Anon after all. There's also the fact that for a 70-something-year-old man, his stride is too long, and his muscles are too steady. His vocal patterns are also anomalous for his age. I'm left shaking my head at all of that. That doesn't sound very precise. What if you're wrong? Violet shrugs. I need to be sure. Then you need to spy on him. Wait for whoever is controlling him to disconnect. Isn't there some other way? Violet hesitates. There is one other thing that gave him away, and it's a lot more reliable. I nod for her to go on. And that is? It's going to cost you. I narrow my eyes at her. Why? Because if this secret gets out, the authorities will have a much easier time shutting me down. And because a girl's gotta eat. She finishes with a smile. How much? 5 million. Why is everything in the millions with you? You want answers or not? Fine. I hold out my wrist and make the transfer. A pleasure doing. Just get to the point, I snap. You may have noticed I have a problem with mosquitoes. Oddly enough, it's a problem the neighbors don't share. I start shaking my head, not getting it. A split second later, I do, and my eyes fly wide. They're not real? That depends on how you define real. But no, they're not organic, if that's what you mean. I sampled Theodore's blood and yours as you came walking up my steps this morning. His is synthetic. With that revelation, my hope evaporates. So, he's really dead. Violet cocks her head in question. Who? Theodore, the man the Anand was modeled after. Most likely, yes. A flash of heat courses through me with that realization. I clench my teeth and nod stiffly to Violet. I need something else. And that is? An Anand, modeled after me, for the shadow ID you made this morning. That's going to cost you a lot of coin. Money's not a problem, but I need it ready by tomorrow. That will cost you even more. Just tell me how much. Violet favors me with a rapacious smile. I knew I liked you for a reason, Byron. Chapter 47. I stare out the window of my air car as it flies me from Violet's mansion to the blocks. Below and stretching out to both sides, San Francisco Bay lies gleaming in the moonlight. Dead ahead, through the front windshield of the car, I can see the soaring spires of the city gleaming like jewels beside the lump of coal that is Block 19. Very few lights are on in the block, either because people are trying to save what little money they have, or because all the abandoned and run-down buildings no longer have power. Suddenly, I can see the appeal of Adam Kane's proposal. Eradicate the blocks, and suddenly there'll be plenty of room for urban renewal and new development in those run-down areas. Not to mention all the people who are currently languishing in poverty in the blocks will be elevated to the same level as their wealthier neighbors. On the surface, it seems like a no-brainer, but in order to pull it off, people need to be inoculated against their own beliefs, to have a piece of their identities taken away against their will. It will be interesting to see how the vote goes in the Senate. Regardless, I have a promise to keep. Anna and Olivia won't be here to find out what happens next. They'll be sitting in the future, hopefully looking back on this brief transitional period and seeing all of the peace and prosperity that came from it. As the car draws near to Block 19, I see the darkened rooftops of low-rise buildings that haven't been illuminated and repurposed as landing pads for air cars. The only light anywhere is from the patchy orange grid of streetlights illuminating littered streets and from the occasional window, curtained and lit from within. One building stands out like a beacon of warmth in this dismal place, a soaring castle-like edifice with towers and a steeple. The entire face of the building is illuminated by spotlights. A run-down tower of apartments stands behind it, casting a sickly yellow glow from the few dozen windows that are actually lit. My car drops out of traffic and hovers down to the nearest checkpoint along the perimeter of Block 19. As it does so, I find myself staring at the cathedral. That might be how I locate Adriana. She's here because of her faith. That church is the most obvious symbol of it for a mile in any direction. Where else would she go for refuge after the police dumped her here with little or no money and no place to go? It's as good a place to start as any. The car lands in front of a chain-link fence with razor wire. Gleaming black security bots stand in towers overlooking the perimeter, and spotlights beam down on both sides of the fence. It looks like a prison. Several heavies come clanking out from a street-level guard post that stands in front of the fence. One of them leans down beside my window and raps on the glass with metal knuckles. I lower the window, expecting to see a human face flicker to life on the blank black screen above the bot's shoulders.
Pass mark,
it says in a flat robotic voice. I hold out my right hand.
ID verified,
it says a second later.
Purpose of your visit to Block 19?
Visiting a friend.
What is your friend's name?
Well, I don't know exactly. We met so briefly that I forgot her name, but I know where she's staying. The Adrian.
I see. Any other business here?
Thought I might walk around, see how the other half lives.
The streets are dangerous at night.
I shrug. I might wait until morning.
Based on this conversation, it appears the purpose of your visit is recreational. Would you say that's correct?
Yes.
Are you bringing any weapons into the block?
Only the integrated ones in my heavies? The bot looks past me and peers into the other rows of seats behind mine. I see a flicker of the red lights that pass for its eyes behind the black screen that is its face.
6 XASU model heavies.
The bot glances at Victor.
And 1 skin.
Correct.
I detect no other humans on board. You are clear to go.
Thank you, officer. The bot gives no reply as it goes clanking back to its post, but the car is released from its security hold. It hovers up on its way to find parking somewhere in the block. I tell the autopilot to park me as close to the Adrian Hotel as possible. As coincidence would have it, my car begins self-directing itself to land in a parking space at the top of the tower behind Grace Cathedral. As soon as we land, I use my glasses to tell my hollow bodyguards to follow me, and then I exit the air car with Victor, heading for an elevator running along the outside of the building that will take us down from the roof to the street level. I still have to check into the Adrian before I can go looking for Adriana. The name of the hotel strikes me as coincidental, but my mind is too busy to wonder about it for long. I still have a lot to do before the night is done, and the illegal nature of my plan to rescue Adriana leaves a shred of doubt worming in my mind. If I get caught now, or if Alex uses Theodore to report me, my plans to get revenge will be cut off at the knees. I'll be languishing in a jail cell for the second time in my life. That thought has me hesitating as I enter the elevator with my thundering entourage of heavies. But I can't leave Adriana to whatever fate is coming for her with the Senate's vote. I have to trust that Alex won't want to get me arrested yet. Right now, he still thinks he's one step ahead of me, and I have to believe that means he'll wait for the perfect moment to show his hand. After all, if he uses Theodore to report me now, I won't be guilty of anything that he or the police can actually prove. He needs to wait if he wants to incriminate me. Or maybe that's not his plan. Maybe this time he's planning to kill me. If that's the case, he'll wait for me to attack future travels, and then he can say that he or his security bots were forced to shoot me after I broke in. Somehow that rings true to me. A memory trickles back with that thought. Adriana's vision in the Mark 6 when we left 2061. She said she saw a man matching Alex's description shoot and kill me. The elevator opens and we pile out into a littered street. A flickering street light illuminates shadowy lumps on the other side of the street. Homeless people, sleeping beside their belongings. A frown creases my lips as I turn and head up the street toward the hotel that I said was my destination. I wonder idly about Adriana's vision. What causes the hallucinations that people experience when exposed to compressed space-time? Is it possible that they really are visions of the future? And if so, then does that mean the future is already set and inevitable? Or are the visions merely possible outcomes that may or may not come to pass? It all seems implausible to me, and yet there was a time when compressing space-time would have seemed implausible. Rather than dismiss the possibility that Adriana saw an actual glimpse of the future, I file it away in the back of my mind as a warning, an extra impetus to make sure that my plans to assault future travels are foolproof. After checking into the Adrian, I tuck my shadow ID under the pillows on the bed, then activate it and simultaneously deactivate my own. If the authorities are watching, or happen to go back over the tracking logs later, they'll see that I stayed in my room all night. The bot that I've chosen for myself peels open before me with a whirring and clicking of mechanical parts. I stand inside of the shell that remains and use my glasses to seal myself back up inside of the machine. Now perfectly disguised as a heavy, I turn and nod to Victor, and he leads the way to the door of the hotel suite. He checks to make sure no one is coming, then signals for me to follow. 2 more heavies follow us from the room, empty vessels for Adriana and Olivia to use once I find them. We cross the lobby under the watchful eyes of the desk clerk, but he doesn't say anything about a skin leaving in the company of 3 heavies. Our business is none of his. There's probably plenty of shady goings-on at the hotel, so he's used to not asking questions. Back on the streets, Victor reverses our previous course. We pass a few bleak and desperate-looking pedestrians along the way, but they all look away just as soon as they see us coming. They'd have to be suicidal to pick a fight with us. Rusted ground cars with flat tires are parked along the sidewalks with old clothes hanging in their broken windows, like curtains. Those cars probably haven't moved in decades. Now, they're homes for the homeless. We walk 2 blocks to the right, then take a left up Taylor Street. Walking inside the Exo Heavy is easy enough, but I let it do the walking for me, to avoid getting out of step with the others clanking along beside me. The machine moves my arms and legs passively as we go, and I begin to feel like I'm the one that's hollow, a meat suit possessed by a robot spirit. It's 8 blocks straight ahead to the cathedral. I can see it shining in the distance, a beacon of hope in a desolate place. As we draw near, I can see something that I didn't notice before. We descended from the landing pad in the shadow of the apartment building that stands behind the cathedral. Out front, in what looks to be a park, there's a crowd gathered to protest something. I see a cordon and the strobing blue and red lights of police heavies and their patrol cars. They're probably gathered to protest something to do with the vote on Kane's proposal. We walk past another illuminated building with a sign that reads, "The Masonic," and then we reach the cathedral itself. Victor pays no attention to the chanting crowd behind the police cordon. He turns and marches straight up the sweeping stairs in front of the cathedral. As we go, someone throws a glass bottle at us that flies an impressive distance to shatter on the stairs near our feet. I wonder why fundies would throw things at people heading into their own cathedral, but then I remember that I'm inside a security heavy, and they probably think we're with the police. When we reach the doors of the cathedral, we find a priest standing out front with a deeply furrowed brow and a grave expression on his face. He looks to Victor and shakes his head. "You can't come in here. Humans only." Victor stops. "I just need some information. I'm looking for a friend on behalf of my owner. Her name is Adriana Rivera Vargas, and her daughter, Olivia Vargas." I notice a flash of recognition flicker through the priest's gaze, but he shakes his head.
I don't know her.
She's a resident of this block, Victor goes on. She would have arrived yesterday.
And what makes you think she came here?
A hunch.
A mistaken one. I'm sorry. You need to leave now.
I take a quick step forward. This priest knows more than he's saying.
Wait!
My voice emerges from the heavy's chest speakers, sounding appropriately robotic. The priest looks to me with eyebrows patiently raised, but I can see the fear in his eyes. His hands are shuffling inside of his robes, reaching for something. A gun? I wonder. I try scanning for his name with my glasses, and the word undocumented flashes in red above his head. That's odd, I think.
Maybe the father knows her. If you'd let us in, we could ask him.
The priest shakes his head.
As I said, humans only, and the bishop is not available at the moment. Please leave, I won't ask again.
Frustrated, I decide to take a much bigger risk. I trigger my heavy to open up, revealing me standing inside of it. The priest takes a quick step back, alarm flashing across his face, but that expression quickly turns to interest.
What is this? Who are you? Who I am isn't important, I whisper. I'm here to get Adriana and her daughter out before the blocks are raided. These heavies are hollow. It's the only way past the checkpoints. If you know where they are, follow me, quickly.
The priest turns and opens one of the giant embossed gold doors of the cathedral. I seal myself up once more and hurry inside with Victor and the other two heavies. I can't help but notice the intricate biblical scenes sculpted into the golden panels of the doors as we pass through. On the other side, the priest shuts the door behind us with a muffled boom that echoes through the cavernous cathedral. A lock thunks into place, and then the priest turns and leads us through the entry hall, his green and white robes swishing as he goes. We come to a brown sculpture of some kind, and veer around it to an intricate circular pattern on the floor. From there, we hurry down the aisle flanked by wooden pews. Massive stone columns soar up to intricately vaulted ceilings on either side. A trio of illuminated stained glass windows stand at the back of the cathedral behind the pulpit, with identical ones between the columns. All of them are casting colorful rainbow patterns on the pews and floor. As we reach the end of the aisle, the priest heads right and leads us through a set of simple wooden doors that lead behind the pulpit. Here, the ceiling comes down to a more natural height, and the stone hallways are less ostentatious. Before long, we come to another wooden door that reads, "The Right Reverend Gareth Paul Walker." The priest knocks on the door and says, "Behold, I stand at the door and knock."
"And who is he that knocks?" comes the muffled reply.
"One of the faithful," the priest says.
The door swings open and the man standing on the other side flinches at the sight of us and almost slams the door in the priest's face.
"Wait!"
The priest sticks his foot in the door.
"They're friends. They can help us."
He turns and nods to me. I reveal myself once more with a clicking and whirring of mechanical parts. The man behind the door stares at me, his jaw slowly dropping.
"Quickly, Mark,"
the priest urges.
"Let us in."
The door swings wide and we hurry in. I find myself standing in what looks to be a relatively ordinary office. A wooden bookshelf lines one wall. A matching wooden desk stands empty to the right. An oversized painting and a sitting area to the left. The priest shuts the door behind us. The other one, a young man with short dark hair who looks to be drowning in his robes, stands to one side of us with his hands fiddling inside his robes. Like the priest, I can't see a name when I try to scan for his pass card. Undocumented flashes in red letters above his head. I recall that the priest called him Mark. A moment later, I see why he's fiddling inside his robes. A gun emerges from one billowing sleeve. The priest sees it and pushes it away.
"Put that away." he snaps. Who are they? Mark asks. I don't know. The one in the suit is an undock. He's here for Adriana. So you do know her, I say. The priest nods as he crosses the room to the bookshelf and begins scanning the rows of books arranged there. I believe there's a greater purpose to his arrival, the priest goes on, speaking to Mark rather than me. This man might be the answer to our prayers. How? Mark asks. You will see, but first we need to speak with Bishop Walker. Where is she? I ask, trying to ignore the fact that these two are talking about me and alluding to some kind of agenda for helping me find Adriana. The priest nods as he crosses the room to the bookshelf and pulls out one of the books. For a moment, I think that the bookshelf is going to slide open to reveal a secret passage. Instead, nothing happens. The priest opens the book to a certain page and removes a key. He replaces the book on the shelf and takes the key to the wall opposite the desk. That giant painting hangs there, depicting some classical scene of angels and clouds that looks vaguely familiar. The priest picks the painting up and shuffles away with it before leaning it against the bookshelves. An ornately carved wooden door stands along the wall where the painting was. Panting from the exertion of moving it, he uses the key to open the door, revealing an inscrutable darkness on the other side. He waves to us. Through here. A musty smell wafts through my armor as I walk through the open door. Victor and the other two heavies follow. We emerge in an echoing stone corridor. The priest shuts the door and brushes by us, moving quickly. Lights swell from hidden recesses above abbreviated stone columns to either side. Follow me. He leads the way between two of the columns and down what turns out to be a spiraling stone staircase. We follow him down the stairs into what I can only assume is a basement beneath the cathedral. We arrive at another wooden door. The priest knocks again. Seek, and ye shall find, says someone on the other side. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you, the priest replies, and the door swings wide to reveal an old cellar. In the center of the bare concrete floor, between old wooden barrels and empty wine racks, is a large dining table with what must be a dozen people seated around it. All of them rise to their feet in alarm as we stride in. Several of them whip out oversized pistols that fill the air with a rising whine of charging capacitors. The priest holds up his hands in a placating gesture. Wait! I can explain. I recognize two of the people at the table who didn't immediately jump to their feet. Adriana and Olivia. Buddy perks up from Olivia's lap and says, Hey, I know that guy. He's looking at Victor. I step forward.
You know me as well,
I say in a robotic voice.
Nope, sorry,
Buddy replies. The ones aiming guns at us shift their aim to me. Put your guns away, the priest says, and watch this. The priest turns and nods to me, and then I trigger my heavy open to the sound of multiple gasps. Byron, Adriana says, now jumping to her feet, relief flashing across her face. It's a suit. A man wearing ornate purple robes at the head of the table says. It's how we're going to get out of here, the priest who escorted me down here replies. Chapter 48. Hang on, I say, as I step out of my suit. I didn't agree to smuggling a bunch of people out. I only came here for 2 people. I point to Adriana and her daughter, still amazed that my hunch about finding them was so dead on. The man I assumed to be the bishop scowls, but Adriana smiles and walks around the table to reach me. She wraps her arms around my neck and whispers, Thank you. But as she withdraws, I can see the objection before it even reaches her lips. She's shaking her head. I can't go. Not anymore. She turns and gestures to the man in purple robes. Not now that I've found my son. Your what?
I actually take a step back with that. I'm shaking my head now, confused and shocked. You have a son? You never mentioned that. We haven't known each other very long, she replies. There was never a reason to mention him, and when you met me, the wound was still fresh, too hard to talk about. It's still fresh. Tears are glistening in Adriana's eyes. She wipes them away with trembling hands. I don't understand, I reply slowly. The bishop rounds the table to stand beside Adriana. Beside his mother, I realize. But by looking at them, it seems impossible to frame that relation in my mind. The bishop must be at least 50, whereas Adriana is only 31. His head is shaved, his blue eyes surrounded by deep crow's feet, his cheeks gaunt, age-spotted and wrinkled. The stubble on his jaw is white with age, his mouth creased with worry lines. She goes on. One of my clients, a wealthy man from outside the blocks, he got me pregnant. When the baby was born, I thought I could get his father to help us with money, but I was a fool. When he found out about the baby, he sued for full custody and took Gareth away from me. Until now, the bishop says, squeezing his mother's shoulders. Adriana reaches up and grabs one of his hands. Yes. I blink in shock. The courts took a baby away from his mother? Considering my profession, are you surprised? Not to mention the fact that I'm a fundy and live in the blocks. I look to the bishop. You grew up in a secular home and decided to join the church? Is there a problem with that? I frown and shrug. No, it's just odd, especially these days. The bishop smiles tightly at me, his sallow cheeks wrinkling up in a way that reminds me of Theodore. My heart hurts with the reminder of him. Gareth's head is shaved. Fiery blue eyes burn into mine as he holds my gaze. You mentioned you came here to help my mother and sister to escape. I nod absently at that. Yes. My eyes flick between Gareth and Adriana and back again. I'm still reeling with this encounter. Hell of a coincidence, you two finding each other here after all these years, I say. Gareth shakes his head. I don't believe in coincidences. All the same, I reply. We need your help, he says. Will you help us? No, this isn't why I came here. The priest who led me down here moves into view. You don't have a choice. Gareth fixes him with a hard look. Adriana reaches for my hands. Please, just hear him out. Okay, explain. You want to escape? Then what? Gareth hesitates a few beats. We're going to blow up the ID tracking center in downtown San Francisco. What? You're insane. That won't help anyone. It'll just get you killed. I definitely won't help you with that. Maybe we'll die, or maybe we won't. But if we succeed, we'll help hundreds or even thousands of people to escape the blocks. We have snorkels and diving equipment standing by, and diving scooters. They'll use them to swim across the bay and disappear. You're insane. That's a hell of a long swim. Hence the diving scooters, Gareth says. Even if they make it, they won't last 5 minutes running around undocumented. Everyone will be undocumented after the tracking center goes offline. They won't be able to tell the difference between us and regular citizens. You mean until they notice that you don't have implants in your hands? We do. The bishop holds up his right hand to reveal a familiar glowing blue triangle. Then it's a fake, just for appearances. Isn't that against your beliefs? I ask. No, this one isn't the mark of the beast. It doesn't bear the number of Adam Cain's name. You mean 616? I ask, smirking. Last I checked, it was supposed to be 666. Or was it?
The oldest manuscript recorded 616 as the number of the beast. Later ones changed it to 666. I frown dubiously at that. It's true, Adriana says. He showed me. Okay. I'm literally scratching my head now. Even if it is true, how do you tie 616 to Adam Kane? Do you know what his ID code is? Gareth asks. Why would I know that? Look it up on your glasses. See for yourself. It's public knowledge. Humoring the man, I do so, and stare uncomprehending at the string of letters and numbers in the result. Read it, Gareth says. ID C284 V121 X100 L111. Add the numbers together. It takes me a few seconds. 616, I mutter, surprise registering in my voice despite my skepticism. That could be a coincidence. I told you, I don't believe in coincidences. And if that's not enough for you, how's this? The letters in his ID code have Roman numeral values that add up to 666. I, D, C, V, X, L. I'm going to have to take your word for that, I say. But if I'm being honest, Gareth's conspiracy theories are beginning to unnerve me. So, if you're right, and Adam Kane is the beast, then the mark I have in my right hand condemns me to hell? Gareth appears to hesitate, then says, Only God can condemn you to hell. Perhaps you'll find a way to redeem yourself before then. Or maybe it's all bullshit. Watch your language in here, the priest who led me down here snaps. Gareth places a calming hand on his arm. It's okay, Tobias. Say I agree to help you. A bunch of you escape before whatever ruling the Senate is going to give. You're just going to prove to people and the Senate that they need to vote Kane's proposal into action. More fundy terrorism. Gareth shakes his head. No. We'll wait for the verdict before we execute the attack. It's too dangerous, I say. We have to try, Gareth replies. Either way, we're dead if Kane's proposal passes. Because of the injections? What if it's true? Your brains are different. It's what makes you religious. Would fixing that be so bad? It's a lie, Gareth says. You can't fix it or cure us like we have some kind of disease. Those injections are something else, something to do with the neural interfaces everyone else has. It's mind control, active suppression of our faith. I give Gareth a sideways look. I'm starting to wonder what I've stumbled into and whether I should make a run for it while I still can. I glance back at the door behind me. Victor and the other two bots I brought are standing in a line behind my empty exo-heavy. Believe me or don't, it doesn't change the facts, Gareth says. We've seen it. People don't just lose their religion. They turn on their family and their friends. One of our biggest cells in the block was exposed when just one of them got the injection. He got chipped and sold them all out to the cops. His kids, his wife, his best friend. Maybe he didn't like his family. They're being interrogated at a black site as we speak. And I knew the man. I see the priest that Gareth called Tobias nodding his head. Hunter loved his family. He never would have turned them in, not even if he decided that he wanted out. He got the injection, and what you call the mark of the beast, I feel the need to point out. He obviously had a crisis of faith. Maybe, Gareth says. Or the guard picked him up and forced it on him, made him one of their guinea pigs. I look to Adriana. Last chance. Are you coming with me or not? Not without Gareth, she replies. I'm not leaving him again. I grimace and give in with a sigh. It's your funeral. I turn away,
heading back to my waiting exo-heavy. The priest who escorted us down here runs to block the door behind us, spread-eagling his arms and legs from one side to the other. "You can't let them leave," he says. "They know where we're hiding. They heard the code phrases." I feel my neck prickle with goosebumps. There's a shuffle of movement behind me, and I feel something cold press against the back of my head. "I'm afraid he's right," Gareth says quietly. I freeze and raise my hands. The other two heavies I brought with me belatedly snap their arms up and deploy their weapons to answer the threat. I grit my teeth and slowly turn to face Gareth. The barrel of a sidearm swings between my eyes. "Even if you get it all right and escape the blocks while the tracking center is down, there's nowhere for you to run. You won't even make it out of San Francisco. We have people on the outside who will help us get away." "We're going to future travels," Adriana blurts, and receives several sharp, angry looks from the others down here, including her son. "We're going to storm the launch center and take their time capsules to the future. They won't even know what year we went to, so they won't be able to follow us." My mouth drops open in shock. What? I'm planning an assault on future travels, and now somehow these bedraggled terrorists are too? That's either too good to be true or a genuine disaster. Adriana smiles apologetically at me. "You gave me the idea. The future is the only place that will be safe." Chapter 49. I press a hand to my forehead in an attempt to ward off an encroaching headache. It seems like we both want some of the same things. The bishop furrows his brow in question, and his gun slowly sinks back to his side. Such as? My exo-heavies relax their aim as well, de-escalating the situation. We're both planning an attack on future travels. We are? Gareth asks. Yes, for different reasons, but it doesn't matter. If you help me get in, I'll make sure that you and your people get to whatever future you like. I can see that the bishop is considering it. He glances at Adriana. Can we trust him? She nods quickly. Yes. Gareth looks back at me. All right. Explain to us what you're planning. It's a long story. We should sit, I say. Gareth turns to indicate the table behind him, and we sit around it together while I tell my long, terrible story. Gareth and his brethren listen patiently until the end. So it's about revenge, Tobias, the priest who brought me down here, says. At this point, it would be fair to say it's about justice, I reply. No one else is going to make Alex pay for everything he's done. The world doesn't even know he exists. We can't be a part of this, Tobias says, looking to Gareth. It's against our beliefs. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. Killing one psychopath is against your beliefs, but somehow blowing up an entire tracking center is just fine? How many people do you think you'll kill in the blast? Tobias stiffens and lifts his chin until he's looking down on me. They're already dead anyway. How so? He means spiritually dead, Gareth supplies for me. I frown at that. Okay, then why do you care if I kill Alex? Because killing him does nothing to advance the cause, Tobias replies. It's a murder in cold blood. One or two of the other clergymen are nodding along with his line of reasoning, but there are at least 4 others that haven't indicated their opinion one way or the other. A few are murmuring amongst themselves. My eyes skip around the table, taking in their faces. We haven't been introduced, but maybe that's better. If we don't know each other's names, we can't sell each other out. Olivia isn't sitting with us for this. She's in a corner throwing a ball for Buddy, who is playing along, but making sarcastic comments about the game of fetch as he complies with the ritual. I notice that everyone down here, with the exception of Adriana and her daughter, is wearing white robes with green overcoats or scarves. I'm not sure what those raiments are called, but I think I know why none of them have traded those clothes for more comfortable attire. It's easy to hide their guns in those voluminous robes. These are fundy extremists, the terrorists of the 22nd century, and I'm conspiring to work with them. If this backfires, there'll be no saving me from prison this time.
Let's put it to a vote, Gareth says. All in favor of joining Byron's assault on future travels? He raises his hand and 4 other hands shoot up with his. Adriana's hand makes it 6 in favor. Tobias and 3 others keep their hands in their laps. Majority rules, Gareth says. We join him. He'll have to get us out of the blocks first, Tobias says. And what about the tracking center? We still have to take it out. I grimace at that. He's right, Gareth says. Our plans are more complicated than yours. The tracking center must go down first. I'm shaking my head. It's over an hour's flight from here to Nevada. How does taking down the tracking center help your people get to the future if they won't even make it to the launch center? We have people on the outside who have agreed to leave their vehicles unattended in strategic locations. They'll find their way. As soon as you leave the radius of San Francisco's tracking center, drones and police will pick up on the fact that there are undocks in those cars, I point out. Gareth smiles and shakes his head. The San Francisco tracking center covers everything from Reno to Monterey, California. That includes Mono City and Mono Lake, around which Future Travels has built its primary launch center. How do you know that? I ask. We've done our homework, Byron. I see. So by the time they get tracking systems back online, the assault will already be underway. What about all the innocent people working in the tracking center? I ask again. Most people who work there work from home or commute virtually. We'll be sure to attack in the middle of the night, so there won't be anyone there. And all of this will only happen if the Senate votes to pass Kane's proposal for universal equality? Gareth nods. We'll abort our plans if they don't. Tobias looks like he wants to say something to that. We could execute anyway. Gareth shoots him a look. We've discussed this. I've only agreed to such extreme measures because our backs are to the wall. If they back down, then so do we. I look from Tobias to Gareth and back again. That doesn't really suit my agenda. Those are the terms, Gareth insists. I take a slow breath and give in with a nod. Fine. I'll wait to see what the Senate decides, but timing will be critical after that. If they pass the proposal, we might not have a lot of time to act before security doubles or even triples inside the blocks. They'll be expecting riots. Police will be everywhere, and getting you out could easily become impossible. Isn't that the point of those hollow machines you brought? Tobias asks. Yes, but how am I supposed to get them in with the whole area locked down for riot control? They're built for security, Gareth says. You could say someone ordered them. There's no guarantee that will work, I reply. It will if you're here before the Senate delivers their verdict, Gareth says. Getting out should be easy enough for a duly registered citizen like yourself. I'm grinding my teeth and hesitating. It's starting to feel like my plans are getting hijacked. I look to Adriana. Her eyes are pleading. There's a lot of good reasons not to do this, but one good reason for. I need a distraction and a second prong of attack if I'm going to get the upper hand over Alex. A horde of religious zealots will do very nicely for that. Okay, I'm in. I'll get you out and get you to the tracking center. I assume you already have a plan to take it out. Keep in mind, I can't smuggle explosives out of the blocks. We'll never get past the checkpoint. We won't need to. The attack has already been organized by people on the outside. You must have a lot of friends among the damned, I say. Gareth inclines his head to that. A lot of people were lulled into thinking that the pass marks were benign. The connection to the number and the name of the beast only emerged with the latest version, version 6.
So now those people are looking for redemption?
Aren't we all?
Gareth replies with an enigmatic smile.
No. I want justice.
You mean revenge? Tobias replies.
Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord.
I flash a scowl in his direction. Then he'd better hurry up and take it before I beat him to it. Planting my hands on the table, I rise and say, I should go. Adriana stands with me.
When will you be back?
The vote is on Friday, 3 days' time, Gareth reminds me. Then I'll be here Thursday night at the latest. Make sure you're ready to leave at a moment's notice.
We'll need more than 3 of those machines.
I have 6, I say, even as I do a mental head count of everyone in the cellar. There are 12 people here, counting Olivia, Adriana, and myself. The biblical significance of that number strikes me as ironic, and leaves me wondering who the Judas is. Tobias seems like a good fit. He's at odds with Gareth, pushing for chaos and mayhem no matter what.
That won't be enough, Tobias says.
I can get more before then. There's 12 of us. My car only has 10 seats, but I suppose 2 of you can stand in the aisle. Gareth nods.
That will be fine.
Thank you.
You're doing the right thing, Byron.
Am I? I challenge. But I go on before he can reply. I'll be here early on Friday, or late Thursday. I assume that there's a way to get in and out of the cathedral that's less conspicuous than the front entrance.
There's a street-level exit to this cellar, Gareth replies, and points vaguely over his shoulder. Around back.
Then that's where I'll see you next. Do I need a code phrase to get in?
The same one you already heard, Tobias replies. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you.
Right. I'll try to remember that. Make sure you're all here and all ready to go when I get here.
We will be, Gareth says.
I turn and stalk back to my waiting exo-heavy. Footsteps sound hurriedly after mine, and I turn to come face to face with Adriana.
Thank you,
she whispers, as I line myself up inside of the machine. She goes up on her tiptoes and kisses me on the lips.
For coming back for us, and for keeping your promise.
I smile at her, my head swimming slightly from that brief electric brush of her lips.
This is a little more than I bargained for, but you're welcome.
With that, I toggle the sequence to seal the heavy up with me inside, and then turn to Victor.
Time to go.
Yes, sir. He moves to open the door that he's standing beside, but Tobias hurries over to stop him.
Not that way, he says, shaking his head,
then turns and leads us through the shadowy recesses of the cellar to the street-level exit that Gareth mentioned. We walk up an old, crumbling stone staircase, pass through a creaky wooden door at the top, and then come face to face with a miniature version of a medieval portcullis. I stand on the stairs peering up through the square metal bars of the gate to the darkened alley beyond. Tobias starts rolling an aging winch to raise the gate. He only gets it up halfway before gesturing hurriedly for us to crawl out underneath. It's difficult to bend that low while wearing a 7-foot suit of mechanized armor, but I manage to do it with only a minimal loss of paint. The portcullis drops behind us with a rattling of the chain that holds it and a muted boom as it slams to the ground. The wooden door behind that bangs shut, and Tobias is gone, leaving Victor and me alone in a dark, abandoned alley between the cathedral and the apartment building whose roof I parked on just a few hours ago. The walk back to the Adrian is longer than I remember and leaves me feeling curiously exposed, even inside my suit. But it's not because of all the shadowy vagrants peering at us from their shanties on the sidewalks. It's because of what I've been roped into. I find myself half hoping that Adam Kane's proposal gets rejected by the Senate. Then I'll have a good excuse to get out of this. 20 minutes later, I'm back in my hotel suite, lying on the bed and staring at the peeling, water-stained ceiling. The air is suffocatingly hot. The air conditioner doesn't work, but I've opened all the windows, and they're billowing with tattered yellow curtains that might have once been white. To avoid raising any eyebrows, I need to wait until morning to leave. I lie on top of the bed sheets, still fully clothed. Definitely better that way. Sweat beads my forehead and prickles my back. My thoughts drift to Theodore, the Anon. What am I going to tell him when I come home without Adriana and Olivia? He's expecting me to bust them out. I guess I could say she changed her mind about leaving. On the bright side, this will give me a good opportunity to see if he was planning to sell me out to the authorities already. If the police are waiting for me when I get back to Fresno, that could seriously mess with my plans. I haven't done anything illegal yet, but Alex will have exposed Theodore to me as his Anon. The real Theodore would never turn me in. And if he no longer has a spy tagging along, Alex won't be lulled into a false sense of security that will ultimately prove to be his undoing. I roll over with an aggravated sigh and try to push those thoughts from my head. But between the heat and everything going on, sleep eludes me until just before dawn. And just a few hours after that, the sun is up and glaring in my eyes. I sit up with a groan and knead my scratchy eyes with my fists. It's time to go see what surprises Theodore has waiting for me back in Fresno. Chapter 50. 2 days before the attack. Wednesday, May 12th, 2111. On my way out of the Adrian, I stopped to speak with the owner, who happens to be doing double duty as the desk clerk. Just the way it was 50 years ago. New owner, same skimping on costs. Listen, I say, how would you like to have some extra security around here on Friday? The owner stands up from his chair with a puzzled look. The images flickering over his contacts die suddenly, and his eyes appear to focus on me. Extra security? He asks. I jerk a thumb to the 3 heavies standing behind me. I'm coming back with a dozen of them on Friday, and I need somewhere to stay until I leave again later that night. I'm field testing a new AI package. You wouldn't have to pay anything for it. The owner is scratching his head. My glasses reveal his name is Seth Lancaster. I don't know, he trails off. What if they shoot someone or cause property damage? I wave those concerns aside. They're only packing non-lethals. A small lie. Besides, if the Senate votes through Kane's proposal to dissolve the blocks, your hotel could burn to the ground in the riots that follow. You could use a detail of heavies around here on Friday to keep that from happening. I guess. You sure I don't have to pay? Not a cent. I'll send the work order for you to sign later today. Fine. Thanks, Seth says. You're welcome. I leave the hotel with a smile. Now at least I have a good excuse to come back here. Before I head home, I pick up my Anon at Violet's place, giving her the shadow ID to put in the back of his right hand. That done, I thank her for the rush job and head down the steps to my car. Now, my Anon sits facing me from the front row of seats in my air car. His chair is swiveled to face mine, as is Victor's, as we fly from San Francisco back to Fresno. Looking at my Anon is like staring at a mirror, only much creepier. Are you okay, Mr. White? The Anon asks me, in what I assume is a perfect replica of my voice. It's the off-key version that I hear whenever I play back a video or hollow recording of myself. Do we sound the same to you? I ask Victor, just to be sure. Perfectly identical, sir, within 0.01% of tonal variance. I incline my head to that. Good. To avoid dealing with the unsettling fact that I've been cloned, I turn away and stare out the window beside me. The sun is cresting over a wall of cumulus clouds in the distance, winking at me with dazzling golden rays. My car and all of the ones around it, cruising down our invisible highway in the sky, are flying well below the level of those clouds to make room for hypersonic jets and suborbital flights. Air cars, being essentially light aircraft with rotors like helicopters, tend to do better at lower altitudes where the air is thicker. Staring out the window, I'm soon lost in my thoughts, wondering what to expect when I arrive. Will Alex have the police waiting for me, expecting that I broke Adriana and Olivia out of the blocks like I was planning? And if so, how will I react? Is there any way to salvage that situation and pretend that I somehow believe Theodore is still the man who raised me? No matter how hard I try, I can't see a way out of that. The only thing I can try is to react as I actually would if the real Theodore were to betray me like that. And yet, Alex and I both know that the real Theodore would have buried a body for me. A sigh whistles softly from my lips. An hour later, I see Fresno on the horizon, and soon after that, we head east toward the mountains and hover down into the suburbs where my mansion sits. I can see no extra cars parked in the lot out back, or, for that matter, any flashing blue and red lights to indicate police drones or heavies lying in wait for me. The estate is just as lonely and peaceful as I left it, if you don't count the high walls with armed heavies patrolling endlessly. My eyes land on the robotic copy of me. You need to stay out of sight, I say. Go to the back of the car and climb into the trunk. It's open to the cabin behind the last row of seats. Of course, the Anon replies reasonably, getting up and walking down the aisle of seats, past the 6 exo-heavies sitting in the back. I peer out the window, looking for any sign of Theodore, but he hasn't come out to greet me yet. Good, I think. That means there's no chance that he'll spot 2 of me in here. The android copy is a critical part of my plan to outsmart Alex. He's not the only one who can replace people with androids. Glancing back down the aisle, I wait until I see my Anon twin climb over the back row of seats into the trunk. There comes a muffled thump, and then silence. I look to Victor. Not a word of this to Theodore, I say to him. Of what, sir? He asks. Any of it. The meeting we had in the cathedral, our stowaway in the trunk. I jerk a thumb over my shoulder to indicate where the Anon went. If he asks about our trip, you say we found Adriana and her daughter, but they no longer wanted to leave the blocks because Adriana found her long-lost son, who is a bishop in Block 19. A half-truth. The best kind of lie, I say, and then turn to open the doors of the car with my glasses. Let's go. I meet Theodore in the great room. He's sitting on the couch with a coffee in his hand, and colorful images flickering over his contacts. The images vanish as we come in, and he stands up. You're back, sir. Yes, I say, with a tired sigh and half a smile. Theodore's eyes flick over the group of us as I stride through to the kitchen for a drink. Where is Miss Anna and young Miss Olivia? Between gulps of water, I give him the story I just rehearsed with Victor, and add an irritated sigh to punctuate the end. She's crazy to stay there, but I kept my promise to get her out. She just didn't want to leave. Yes, a lot of trouble for nothing. At least you had a chance to test your fake ID and the heavies you built. Did they work? I nod. The police didn't hunt me down and arrest me, so I'm guessing it worked. And that's how we're going to infiltrate future travels? Yes. I'll have to build more of them for that, though. How many? I take a moment to think about it. Theodore can't know exactly how many of them I'm building, because I have to leave a group of them here with my Anon to form the decoy attack. On top of that, I'll be sneaking out another dozen to Block 19 tomorrow night. That's going to require a lot of last-minute deliveries of components and supplies to my workshop, so he's going to know I'm building more of them. He just can't know how many more. This is going to be interesting. Another 6? I lie. That means I actually have to make another 18. A dozen to stay behind, and a dozen to leave. Find the supply orders we put in for the last batch of heavies and quadruple them. Theodore seems taken aback by that. You're planning to build that many of them? Who's going to pilot them all? Nobody. They're going to be decoys, and I don't know how many I'm going to build yet, but I don't want to run out of materials if I decide to build more. Have the materials sent down to my workshop as soon as they arrive. Of course, sir. I turn and head back through the great room to the rear entrance. Seeing Victor standing idly by the doors with the exo-heavies, I nod to him and say, "Follow me." Where are you going? Theodore asks. To run an errand, I say. I can't think of a good reason to be leaving again so soon after I've arrived, so I don't elaborate. Besides, it's not like I always gave Theodore detailed explanations of all my comings and goings. I'm going to fetch the Mark 6 from Denver before it gets vandalized or stolen. It's the final piece of my plan, and arguably one of the most important. I can't fly it around without the authorities picking up on the fact that it's not a licensed vehicle. But fortunately, I don't have to actually fly it anywhere. I'm going to teleport it into the very near future for a landing somewhere in the mountains close to future travels, and then leave it there for later. Chapter 51. One day before the attack, Thursday, May 13th, 2111. I'm sitting in my office, drinking a glass of 100-year-old rum, which is actually younger than me, depending on how you measure it. I take a sip and let the rum burn a fiery trail down my throat. It helps to clear my buzzing thoughts, bringing me down slightly from the state of near panic that I've been in all day. It's not really panic, though. It's anticipation. It's finally time to make Alex pay. Everything is in place. After leaving the Mark 6 in the mountains and flying back here with Victor, I've been working around the clock to produce 18 new exo-heavies. I could have simply purchased the ex-ASU models that I base them on, but I need these to have my custom programming and ID chips. Commercial civilian models of heavies won't attack anything without excessive provocation, and even then, their combat protocols are underwhelming at best. These custom versions will mow down a crowd of pedestrians if I tell them to, using non-lethal rounds, of course. But more importantly, they can't be traced back to me, whereas any heavies purchased through a licensed factory or dealer are tracked and traced in 1,000 different ways. Mine have no hidden serial numbers, and their ID chips are custom-crafted toggle-able IDs that I'll turn off right before the attack. And just in case the authorities investigate after the attack, looking for any bulk orders of robotic components and manufacturing equipment, I've taken pains to order identical quantities through a shell corporation and have them delivered to my old Anand's place outside San Francisco. He's the one I used to spy on Alex, the one who abducted Claire and crashed into the desert some 50 years ago. His place has been abandoned ever since, stuck in limbo by the fact that it was deeded to a shell corporation rather than him or me. Victor has been over there for the past day and a half with orders to set up a workshop and get rid of the materials I ordered by dumping them all in the bay. I also sent over 2 of the exo-heavies to help him. They'll be left behind as evidence that the others were built there too. I have to cover my tracks now while I still can, in case I actually pull this off. A knock sounds on the door to my office, and then the door slides open. Theodore pokes his head in. Could I have a word with you, sir? I nod and wave him in. Come join me for a drink, I say, forcing myself to disregard who and what he is. Theodore walks over as I rise from my armchair and pour him a glass of rum from the wet bar in the office. I hand the glass to him, and he takes a generous sip. Anons, like all androids who are built for social interactions with real people, have a kind of stomach
where food and drink goes. People controlling them can taste whatever they ingest, but of course it doesn't get digested or turned into any kind of fuel. It's an utter waste, especially for a planet that's already struggling to produce enough food and clean water for all 17 billion of its inhabitants. And yet, somehow, such egregious wastes are not illegal. It's just a hyperextension of consumerism. I retake my seat and watch as Theodore sits beside me. It takes a significant effort not to react in ways that might tip him off that I know what he is.
You wanted to speak with me? I prompt him.
He nods. Yes, I wanted to ask you about your plan. Surely we're not going to just fly out to future travels and make a direct assault on the complex.
Actually, I was thinking of doing just that. Why?
Theodore fixes me with a reproving stare. Because you'll get us killed like that.
That's what the decoys are for, to draw fire.
Even so.
I concede that with a nod. I won't actually be accompanying this prong of the assault, so it doesn't matter to me if it fails. You have a better idea? I ask.
Yes. I've taken the liberty of applying for several independent security contracts with a few of the companies that handle the security for future travels.
In a way that can't be traced back to me, I hope.
Of course.
I nod for him to go on.
I outbid one of the current providers on a contract for 8 XASU heavies. I threw in the other 4 as a signing bonus.
So you've already committed to this?
Not yet. The deal is awaiting your approval, sir.
I pretend to consider it. Alex is the one controlling Theodore, so it makes sense that he's come up with a plausible way to lure me into his trap. A direct assault would probably get us killed, like he said, but he doesn't want that. He wants me to get in deep enough that there'll be no escape once he reveals Theodore for what he really is and betrays me for the last time. It could be a trap, I point out. If Alex has somehow bugged the mansion and seen what we're planning?
If that's the case, sir, then we need to abort. But I doubt it's possible for him to have slipped anything past our security cordon. There's a reason the walls are patrolled so heavily. Not even actual bugs cross that wall without getting zapped. I would know if something had gotten through.
I blow out a shaky breath. You're right. I'm just getting cold feet now that we're so close. I'll need to see that security contract and make sure there's no way to trace it back to us.
Of course, sir. I'll send it to your glasses right away.
Theodore takes another sip of rum and then rises from his chair. He appears to hesitate before turning to leave.
There is one more thing. The contract starts tomorrow night, he says.
My brow furrows at that. That soon?
Did you need more time? I thought everything was already ready as of this afternoon.
Someone is eager, I think, as I pretend to be lost in thought, sipping my rum. The timing is actually rather perfect. It coincides with the plans I made to bust Adriana and Gareth and the rest of my fundy cohorts out of Block 19. Up to this moment, I was planning to hide them all in the mountains with the Mark VI until I could coordinate a simultaneous assault from here in Fresno. Now, that won't be necessary. But the timing of this security contract is almost coincidental enough to make me wonder if Theodore has somehow learned about my terrorist friends. But no, that's not possible, is it? I've been so careful. Unless there's a traitor in our midst, or a bug in my car, or he hacked Victor, or one of my exo-heavies. Shit. My heart is hammering. Sir? Theodore prompts. Is everything all right? No, he can't have bugged me. I went to Violet first. Her security system would have picked up on a bug shadowing my every move. Unless it stayed with the car and only followed me once I reached the blocks. But surely the fundies would have detected it. Their terrorist cell can't be that easy to infiltrate, or it would have been discovered already. I hope. Everything's just fine, I say, masking my concerns with a grim smile. Send me the contract. If it all checks out, we'll go ahead with our plans tomorrow night.
Yes, sir, Theodore replies, and his contacts flicker briefly with screens that only he can see. Sent.
I'll look them over now, I say,
accepting the file transfer and pulling up the contract on one side of my glasses. I may be asleep by the time you've read them. If there's a problem, you can let me know in the morning.
I nod my agreement, and he turns to leave. Rather than read over the work orders, I watch Theodore's back as he leaves, trying to decide who is actually one step ahead of whom. Chapter 52. I stay up late in my office, checking the security contract over and over again, trying to figure out whatever plot Alex has hatched. I can't see any catch to this, other than the obvious one that Alex is controlling Theodore, the Anon, which means that this security contract is his way of luring us in for an attack that he knows is coming. I'm still hoping he doesn't know about the fundies who are going to join the attack with me tomorrow night. I sigh and rub tired eyes. Maybe I'm just getting paranoid. Alex isn't God. He doesn't have eyes everywhere. I need to stop jumping at shadows. But there is a real problem with my plan. If the Senate votes against Kane's proposal, then my fundy friends will abort their plans, and I'll be left to execute the second prong of the attack myself. There's nothing I can do about that, though. I need to be ready either way, which means it's time for me to head to Block 19 and get myself into position. But before I can do that, there is something else I need to do. Getting up from my chair, I walk back through the mansion and creep up the sweeping staircase. It spirals up 3 floors, but I stop on the second-floor landing. Theodore's room is just a few doors down from mine on the second floor, while the third floor is devoted to guest suites, game rooms, and the sun deck. Inching down the hall, I see a black heavy at the end, standing sentinel in front of the doors to the second-floor balcony. Teardrop-shaped crystal wall sconces glow dimly on their night setting, highlighting the doors and the gold and gray damask-patterned wallpaper. The cherry wood floors are dark as an oil slick. I walk past 2 doors to spare bedrooms, then come to the door to Theodore's room. It's shut. Mine is 2 doors down. Stopping at his door, I try the door handle. Locked. Using my glasses and my admin security code, I open the door anyway. The room is cloaked in darkness. Theodore's bedsheets raised around him like a tent as he lies sleeping on his side. I walk soundlessly up to the edge of the bed to make sure that he's asleep. His eyes are shut, his breathing slow and steady. He definitely looks like he's asleep. But since Anons don't actually sleep, all this means is that his AI has taken over, and he's been told to pretend to be sleeping. If I try to wake him, Alex will get an alert on his contacts, and he'll reconnect immediately. But I didn't come here to catch him. I came here to make sure that he won't be awake to see what I'm going to do next. Theodore stirs and mumbles something in his sleep. I frown at that, hesitating as I turn to leave. Ever since I learned that Theodore is an Anon, I've been on the lookout for subtle signs that might give him away. But I have yet to discover anything amiss. His AI must be state-of-the-art. Leaving Theodore's side, I ease the door shut behind me and creep back down the stairs, heading all the way down to the basement. Walking past the simulated basement garden, I go all the way to the end of the hallway and open the secret door to my bunker. It pivots aside, and I ride the elevator down to the bare concrete room with the STCD Mark V. Then through the door at the end to the underground hangar. The heavy metal door thunders aside to reveal a bevy of gleaming air cars. I head for the largest and least aerodynamic of the bunch, sitting in a forgotten corner of the hangar. It's already loaded up with a dozen exo-heavies and ready to go. Like my other car, there are only 10 seats. I climb in and see 3 heavies standing hunched over in the aisle at the back.
Taking the only empty seat available, I sit down and use my glasses to direct the car to leave the hangar by way of the vehicle elevator. It auto-taxis out, and we ride up the elevator to the top. When not in use, the top of the elevator is disguised as a simple landing pad. Rather than tell the car to lift off and head for San Francisco, I have it wait and open the doors to send half of the heavies in my car out, telling them to head for the other 10-seater that I left around back. Once they're out and the doors are shut again, I use my glasses to remote connect to my Anon. Without a helmet to induce sensory inputs, all I can do is see and hear what my Anon does. A sense of touch, taste, and smell eludes me. I see that the Anon is still lying in the trunk of the car where I left it. Using my thoughts to direct the Anon just as I would my real body, I climb out of the trunk, over the back seats to sit in one of the front ones. As I hear the clanking of the heavies I sent over approaching, I trigger the doors open and climb out. Opening one of the exo-heavies, I position the Anon inside of it and seal it up again. Climbing back into the car and directing the other heavies to follow, we all sit down and buckle up. Now, I have 2 identical air cars, each with 6 exo-heavies inside. I disconnect from my Anon and tell both cars to lift off and head for San Francisco, Block 19. Chapter 53. 18 hours before the attack. Friday, May 14th, 2111. By the time we reach the checkpoint for Block 19, it's just past 3 a.m., and the security heavies standing guard give me a much closer inspection. I give them the excuse I prearranged, that I've agreed to provide additional security to the Adrian on Friday. It makes sense that a local business owner would want to protect their investment during what could be a very tumultuous time. But the security guards are on high alert, and this time they have me and all of my heavies get out of our cars. They send me and all 12 of my heavies through a body scanner that's big enough to house a tank. My mouth is dry as I emerge from the other side. "Halt," one of the bots says, holding up a hand. It hesitates, probably waiting for a human in some remote facility to double-check the results of the scan. I built these bots with enough shielding to hide the fact that they're hollow inside. But if they have scales in the scanner to weigh us, they'll notice that these heavies are much lighter than they should be. I pretend to be bored by the procedure and take a look around, seeing for the second time the high chain-link fences topped with coils of razor wire, the guard heavies at their posts, and the spotlights glaring down. I take a deep breath of the warm night air, catching a tang of sea salt and a fishy smell from the bay. Somewhere in the distance, a barge blows its horn, and I flinch at the sound. Finally, the bot in charge of scanning me and my entourage nods to us with its blank black face.
"You're clear to go."
I try not to hurry as I climb back into my car behind 6 of my heavies. The other 6, one of which contains my Anon with my shadow ID, climb into the other car, and then we're hovering up and over the fence into the shadowy grid of Block 19. As before, we land on the roof of the apartments behind the cathedral and ride the elevator down to the street level. I barely fit into the elevator with all 12 of my heavies. The elevator lets us out, and I lead them as fast as I can down Taylor Street to the Adrian. The owner isn't awake when I arrive, but the night clerk, who has replaced him, is expecting us. It's a teenage girl with braided blonde hair and dark circles under her blue eyes that tell me she probably never sleeps. A quick scan with my glasses confirms her identity. Catherine Lancaster. "Have them fan out around the perimeter," she says. I nod and relay the command, along with the fact that they should add her to their list of authorized controllers.
"They'll do whatever you or your father asks them to."
The girl smirks at that. "Just what I always wanted, my very own army of clankers." "I'll be back to pick them up tomorrow night," I add.
Uh-huh,
she says, her eyes flashing with the light of screens projected on her contacts as she turns away. I exit the lobby with my heavies and order the one with my Anon inside to follow me back to the apartment building where my air cars are landed and waiting. As we go, I keep a wary eye on the homeless people camping out on the sidewalks. Dark eyes track us from both sides of the street, but none of them are stupid enough to jump me with a heavy bodyguard. Back at the apartment building, we ride the external elevator up to the roof. I get my Anon to climb into one of the 2 air cars, then access the car's nav system and plot the destination to the decoy workshop that Victor set up across the bay. My Anon is going to go pick him up and then head back to Fresno. If Theodore notices that I've been gone, I'll have the perfect excuse. I had to go check out the workshop and pick up Victor. I smile and nod to myself, watching as the car hovers up and away with my Anon inside. When it reaches the checkpoint, I connect briefly with my Anon via my glasses to make sure that everything goes according to plan. It's a lot easier to get past security with just one heavy. They don't even bother to ask it any questions besides where it's going and why. It's not unusual to see heavies coming and going on their own, running errands for their masters. As soon as my Anon is flying across the bay, I disconnect and head back down to the street. It's a short walk around the apartments to the back of the cathedral. But this time, the people who call the streets their home are less shy with their scrutiny. A pair of shadowy figures start crossing the street toward me, just as I reach the miniature portcullis in the back of the cathedral. I can't see any intercom, and I can't reach the wooden door on the other side to knock. Glancing back at the approaching vagrants, I say, "Stay back, I have a gun." It's a lie, but they don't know that.
So do I,
one of them says, and I see something gleaming in the flickering orange streetlights as it emerges from the man's rags. There's a glaring hole in my plan. I don't have a heavy bodyguard now. They're all up at the Adrian, pretending to watch the perimeter. I realize I should have taken an extra one with me. Turning back to the portcullis, I grab the bars and try to rattle them. "Hello?" I call, but there's no answer. The men who are approaching both start laughing. I whirl around to face them, even as I use my glasses to tell 3 of the heavies that I left at the Adrian to come here as fast as they can. "What do you want?" I ask, trying to buy time. Chapter 54. "Your glasses for a start," one of the 2 men facing me says. Their faces are cowled in shadows, but the one with the gun is tall, the other short, smacking his palm with what might be a length of metal pipe. I reach up and slowly remove my glasses, folding the frame and holding them out. "Set them on the ground at your feet," Tall says. "Okay." I bend down to do just that. "Hands up," Short snaps as soon as I've set the glasses down. I raise my hands above my head. The blue glow of my pass mark flashes into view. "Hey, he's marked," Short says, in sudden alarm. "He probably called the cops. We better blip before they get here." I didn't actually call the cops, but I'm glad they're worrying about that now. "Shut up," Tall says. "We got time." He reaches into his pocket and retrieves a glowing blue rectangle, a pass card. "First, you transfer all the coin you got to me." If he had any idea just how much coin that is, he'd probably weep for joy. "Even if I were to do that, the cops will track the transfer to your card and pick you up within minutes," I say. "You haven't thought this through." "You think I'm stupid?" Tall replies. "This is a burner card. Now hurry up." I'm not sure what a burner card is, but now I know that Tall is stupid. I jerk my chin to the glasses they made me take off. "I'll need those to initiate the funds transfer." Tall lets out a frustrated sigh.
Pick 'em up!
Short is pulling on his arm as he glances around furtively.
I think I heard something, he whispers. Relax. It's just your mind playing tricks on.
One of my heavies collides into him from behind, and the air leaves his lungs in a loud woof. Short turns to flee and runs straight into another heavy's outstretched arm.
My nose!
Short gurgles as he rolls around on the street. 2 muted cracks split the air, and a crackle of electric blue fire plays over both of the would-be thieves. Silence rings sharply in my ears. I pick up my glasses and put them on, ordering the heavies to follow me as I walk quickly with them around the cathedral to the front entrance. Vaulting up the steps, I rap loudly on the embossed gold doors and wait. Nothing happens. I try the door handle, but it's locked. Then I notice the prompt on my glasses to connect to the cathedral's intercom, and I spot the black eye of a security camera overhead. There's also a speaker grill beside the doors. I connect to the intercom and request entry to the cathedral. A moment later, a voice shivers through the bone conduction speakers in my glasses.
Seek and ye shall find.
Knock and the door shall be opened, I reply.
Wait,
the voice replies. A few minutes later, the front door cracks open. I see a familiar man in white robes standing on the other side. It's Tobias.
Get in,
he says, waving me through. I hurry through the doors with my 3 bodyguards. He shuts and locks the door behind us.
You're late,
Tobias says.
You said you'd be here on Thursday.
Or early on Friday, I remind him. This is early.
It's the middle of the night,
he says. Is everyone else ready? I ask, ignoring his objections.
No, they're asleep, as they should be.
Is there somewhere I can spend the night? Tobias squints bleary eyes at me, scowling. He gives in with a nod.
Follow me.
The rectory attached to the cathedral is big enough to be a hotel. I follow Tobias down the stone corridors to a room on the first floor, facing a shadowy courtyard. It looks like someone's office, but there's a couch.
There's a bathroom just down the corridor, Tobias says.
Thank you, I say, as I walk inside. We'll finalize our plans in the morning. The priest glances at the 3 heavies standing behind me.
I trust you brought more than just those 3.
Yes, I reply. 11. I won't be using one. See you in the morning, Toby.
Tobias,
he replies.
Good night.
He shuts the door, and I go lie down on the couch to check in with my Anon. I find him sitting in the car, facing Victor as they fly back to Fresno. A quick check with the car's autopilot reveals that it's just half an hour out. It's time to get him out of his disguise. I trigger the exo-heavy to open up and crawl out. Victor doesn't react to that. Maybe he already knows what's going on. Or maybe, because he's an AI, he just doesn't care one way or the other. I sit by the window and watch the glittering lights of endless urban and suburban developments scroll by. Time passes slowly, with my real body getting progressively sleepier. I force myself to stay awake and wait while my Anon flies back to Fresno. As soon as the car lands, I head out with Victor and the heavy that I used to smuggle my Anon back out of the blocks. The pool is glowing invitingly to one side. Landing pads with my other cars on them flash by on both sides. Glancing around, I can see the perimeter walls, spotlights glaring down from high poles, illuminating both sides in a harsh silver light. Black heavies are clanking along at the tops of those walls, ever vigilant, locked in their perpetual patrol patterns. Reaching the back steps, I climb them swiftly to the doors and nod to the pair of heavies standing guard there. I open the doors via the Anon's glasses and breeze inside, through the great room to the winding stairwell and up to the second floor. I hurry down the hallway, heading for my room. My real heart is pounding, blood roaring in my ears. The door to Theodore's room is coming up. Come on, just a few seconds more, I think. And then, as if he can hear my thoughts, I see Theodore's door beginning to swing open, a slice of golden light arcing across the floor. This is the moment of truth. Theodore comes stumbling out in his pajamas. He sees me standing there and appears to hesitate.
Oh, hello, sir. You're still up?
His eyes slide away to Victor.
How did he get here?
I paste a smile on my face.
You must be a deep sleeper, I say.
I flew up to SF to get Victor. We can't have him hanging around up there at the decoy workshop when I'm his registered owner.
I see. That was risky, going to get him yourself. Now there's a record of you going there.
I shake my head. I disabled my pass mark. In reality, the one in the Anon's hand is my shadow ID, and I simply never enabled it.
Aha.
Did I wake you when we landed? I ask. Theodore starts toward me, shaking his head.
No, my stomach did. I'm up for a midnight snack. A bad habit I acquired in the years that you were gone, I'm afraid.
Can't sleep? I ask.
Not soundly. Knowing what lies ahead tomorrow is making me anxious.
He flashes a wavering smile.
I've never even fired a gun. Did you review the security contract?
I did, I say. We're going ahead with the attack tomorrow night. Theodore inclines his head at that.
You still haven't shown me how to operate the heavies you built.
I grimace. He's right. We have all day for that. Tomorrow. Get some sleep, and we'll start training first thing after breakfast.
Yes, sir. And you should too. You've hardly slept at all the past week.
I will now.
Good.
I turn to watch with a lump in my throat as he walks away and starts down the stairs. This exchange is a painful reminder of the real Theodore, who was always checking up on me and nagging me to look after myself. As soon as his feet hit the stairs, I turn and send my Anon down the hall to my room, leaving Victor and the exo-heavy who accompanied me up here to stand guard outside the door. Don't let anyone in, I say to Victor. Not even Theodore. He nods. Understood. Then I walk in, lock the door behind me, and change into pajamas. I'm stunned by my Anon's level of anatomical accuracy as I get undressed. But my real body is too tired to give the fake one more than a cursory glance. I climb into bed, kill the lights, and pull the covers over my head. Then I end the remote connection, and the images of my room clear from my glasses, leaving me to stare at the ceiling of the office that Father Tobias brought me to. It's time to actually get some sleep, but before I do, I configure my glasses to alert me if my Anon detects any external stimuli that would wake an ordinary person. It's going to take careful work from this point on to avoid giving myself away to Theodore, aka Alex. Rolling over, I take a moment to fluff a couch cushion for a pillow, then remove my glasses and slip them into my pocket. They'll vibrate if something happens that requires my attention. Lights off, I say to the room, and the lights wink out, leaving me in darkness with 3 hollow robots to guard me while I sleep. But after half an hour of tossing and turning, I realize that sleep is never going to come, and slip out to use the bathroom. Outside the office in the stone corridor, I realize that Tobias didn't actually tell me which was the door to the bathroom. I end up trying several different doors, finding more offices behind them. The last one I try has 2 familiar people on the floor, lying under a blanket on a bed made of couch cushions. Buddy growls, his eyes glinting in the dark from where he sits up at the foot of the bed. And then I see one of the figures under the blanket stir. Adriana sits up.
Byron?
She asks. I nod quickly.
Yes. You made it.
She climbs out of bed in a shimmering nightgown and meets me at the door.
I didn't mean to wake you, I say. I'm just looking for the bathroom.
Here. She grabs my hand and leads me down the corridor past 4 more wooden doors to one with a familiar men's room symbol on it.
Thanks,
I whisper. She nods and rubs her arms, cold from having just woken up, even though it's mid-May, and if anything, the inside of the cathedral is hot and stuffy. You should go back to bed, I say as I go in. She nods but gives no other reply. On my way back out, I find her still waiting at the door. She turns to me and presses me back into the wall, her hands on my chest and lips devouring mine. She wakes me up in an instant, and soon I'm responding and kissing her back. Where's your room? She breathes against me, intoxicating me with her scent. This way, I say, and now I'm the one leading her down the hall by the hand. We crash through my door as I open it and stumble past the watchful eyes of my three heavies, her hands undressing me, mine roving up under her nightgown. She pushes me down onto the couch and gets on top of me. Are you sure about this? I ask, as she finishes undressing me. She nods quickly, and I pull her nightgown over her head. We spend the rest of the night losing sleep together and keeping each other warm. It feels like a century since I've been with a woman, and in some ways, it almost has. But it's about more than that. We both know that this could be the last night of our lives. If things go badly at future travels, or on our way out of the blocks, we won't live to see tomorrow. Sometime later, a knock sounds at the door, waking us from a brief but delicious sleep. I crack my eyes open to see the first blush of a rosy dawn spilling in through the office windows and pulling on the carpeted floor. Adriana is draped over me, both of us naked. The door creaks open and I twist around to see Tobias walking in. Breakfast is, he grimaces at the sight of us and throws up an arm to shield his eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I'll go, he says, and stumbles backwards out the door, still covering his eyes. Adriana and I look at each other, and then she bursts out laughing, and I can't help but join her. Chapter 55. 6 hours before the attack. Friday, May 14th, 2111. After lunch, I sit with Adriana and Olivia in the front row of a room full of desks and chairs. This might have been a Sunday school in better times. The shades are drawn across the windows, and we're gathered with a group of 9 others in their white robes. These are the same people I saw around the table in the cellar when I first came to Grace Cathedral. Bishop Gareth Walker, Father Tobias, and 7 other priests sit around us. All of our eyes are rooted to the hollow screen at the front of the room. Adriana and I have pushed our desks together, and we're holding hands, watching as WUNN reports on the status of HR 616, otherwise known as the Universal Equality Bill. A pretty female reporter is on the screen, reading the result of this morning's session of the Union Senate in Brussels. This is the moment of truth, the outcome that decides what we all do next, and whether or not I'll be alone in my assault on Future Travel's launch center. The fate of over 1 billion people residing in blocks around the world has been decided in Brussels just this afternoon, as the Senate convened to vote on Bill HR 616. At 1:16 p.m. local time, the Universal Equality Act was passed unanimously by the Senate and signed into law by the President of the Union. Gasps echo from the men and women seated in the room with us. The priests are trading horrified looks with one another as the reporter goes on. Following the bill's signing into law, the President had this to say to allay people's misgivings. The screen switches to a view of Adam Kane himself, wearing an immaculate black suit and smiling for 1,000 different hovering drone cameras. Flashes are illuminating his face almost constantly as he stands between the flag of the President and the flag of the Union. An olive wreath in green on a blue backdrop wrapped around the earth with its continents all shaded white, a symbol of world unity and peace. Adam Kane waits while one of the reporters in front of him asks a question. Isn't this a human rights violation? He shakes his head.
What about the rights of the victims of terrorism around the world? What about the rights of all the people who died in New York when the bomb went off? We fix serial killers and schizophrenics with nanite injections as soon as they're identified. So why not terrorists? Just because not all of them will act on their beliefs doesn't mean that we should sit on our hands and wait for them to do so. How many people have died in the name of religion since the dawn of time? More than have died in all the other wars in history combined. Thankfully, we now live in a day and age where we have the solution to this problem. No adverse effects have been observed following nanite injections to correct the brain structure abnormalities that lead to irrational beliefs. It would be a rights violation not to inoculate them, now that we have this cure. These people are slaves to their disease, forced into poverty and isolation because we can't risk introducing them into the rest of society. They're walking through life blind and suffering. It's our job to open their eyes so that they can finally see. We've learned to manipulate the very fabric of the universe, to speed up and slow down time. We've created life in the form of the AIs that serve us. We've even stopped human aging and defeated death. We've become the gods we so desperately sought in our fractured past. Now, it's time to come together as one and put aside the childish beliefs that divide us. It's time to stop looking up to heaven and start looking around here on Earth. We are the only gods this universe has.
The screen switches back to the reporter, but Bishop Walker jumps to his feet and waves it off. Lights swell as he turns to face us from the front of the classroom, his expression drawn, his blue eyes wide with horror.
It has begun, he says. You all know what this means and what we must do now. We've prepared for this. The final days are at hand.
How long do we have? A woman asks. One of 3 female priests in the room. She has long blonde hair and green eyes. Her face bears the lines of a woman who's lived through her share of hard times.
We have no way of knowing, the bishop replies, shaking his head. They could be coming for us as we speak, so we move now. Everything is in place, and our allies on the outside are standing ready.
Gareth looks to me and nods.
Byron's heavies are waiting less than a dozen blocks from here, guarding a local hotel. The 3 he brought with him are waiting to take 3 of us up there. We'll trade places with 3 empty ones and send them back down here for the next group. Adriana? He looks to his mother. Are you ready for your part?
I am. I regard her curiously, and she flashes an apologetic smile and whispers to me.
Olivia and I are staying.
What? My heart is pounding, and I'm left reeling with that. But they'll find you and inoculate you.
The entrance to the cellar is hidden, Gareth says, shaking his head. And someone has to stay behind to warn us when the inoculations start. As soon as that happens, we have to stop evacuating people across the bay, because if we accidentally evacuate someone who's been inoculated, they'll learn what we're planning and expose us before we can do anything.
Why her? I demand.
Because I volunteered, and I have Olivia to think about, Adriana explains. The attack will be dangerous. Olivia has no business being a part of that. If you succeed, Byron, come back for us. We'll be here waiting for you.
I look to Gareth incredulously. Say we do succeed. How do your mother and your sister catch up with you after you've already traveled to the future without them?
Once the raids are over, Anna and Olivia will slip out with fake IDs and blend in. We went to considerable trouble to get them new IDs,
and they have enough money on them to buy legal trips to the future. I glance at Adriana's right hand, but there's no mark there yet. Tobias? Leona? Gareth says. Would you bring the implants here, please? The female priest with the blonde hair rises from her chair, along with Tobias. Each of them produces a triangular implant from their robes, and Gareth walks over with a spider-like implanter, like the one that Violet used on me a week ago. Their new names are Jessa and Tess, Gareth says. Adriana accepts the implanter and the pass marks from Tobias and Leona, but she slides the ID chips into her pocket and sets the implanter on her desk. Isn't that against your beliefs? I ask. Adriana looks to me with a small, sad smile and shakes her head. They're older versions, version 5s. Legally, they're still valid for another 6 months. And that's okay. 515 isn't the number of the beast, Gareth replies with a shrug. Well, that's convenient, I think. Okay, but they're tracking those IDs. I nod to her pocket. What's your point? Gareth asks. They've been tracking those IDs since we bought them from the crafter. So, doesn't that expose them as collaborators? I ask. It's not illegal to come to the blocks or to visit a cathedral and associate with priests. It will be after you all end up wanted in connection with a terrorist attack. Perhaps, but they're tracking you too, Gareth points out. He nods to my hand, and I glance at my own ID chip. He's right. I sent my Anon away with my shadow ID, but this one is still being tracked. That means I've been linked to these people. But if these fundies succeed in knocking out the tracking center, at least I'll be able to stay off the authorities' radar in the hours leading up to, and hopefully during, the attack on future travels. I might have to dig the pass mark out of my hand at some point before the tracking system comes back online to link me to the attack. Assuming we don't leave any witnesses, there'll be nothing to incriminate her or you when all of this is over, Gareth says. We'll simply have disappeared in all of the chaos. Listen to you, I say. Plotting to kill everyone so that you don't get in trouble. These are dark times. But your heavies have non-lethal weapons, correct? They do? And our faces will be hidden by the machines? There's no reason we have to actually kill anyone in order to avoid leaving witnesses. They could still kill one of you and ID you later. Relax, Byron. If we could be convicted solely by association, we'd all be in prison right now. Adriana grabs my hand and squeezes it to get my attention. Excuse me, Gareth says, and he moves off to one side to join the others as they remove their robes, revealing sleek, black jumpsuits underneath. Don't be mad, Adriana says. I shake my head. I'm not. I'm just surprised. I came back here for you, to send you to the future, not these other people. And now you're the only one who won't be leaving? I can't promise I'll be able to make it back here again. I don't know what's going to happen out there, and I might have to jump to the future myself to avoid getting picked up by the police. Adriana smiles and nods, and then leans in for a kiss. I understand, she says as she withdraws. Go get your justice. It's what you've been waiting all this time for. I grimace at that. She's right. But now my heart is pulling me in two different directions. I could stay here with her, let the fundies execute the attack by themselves, and maybe Alex will even get killed in the process. I won't have the satisfaction of pulling the trigger myself, but I'll get the girl, and we can have a life together. The best revenge is living well. But will we? I wonder. When Anna's pass mark expires, she won't want to accept an updated version, and she won't be able to walk around freely without it. At best, I'll have to keep her and Olivia hidden on my estate for the rest of their natural lives.
which could be a very long time if they opt for age-stalling gene therapies. The dubious lure of that bittersweet future isn't enough to make me abandon everything I've worked toward for so long. Alex has hurt too many people, the latest of whom, Theodore, is almost certainly dead. That's the second father of mine that he's killed. A hot flood of rage fills my veins, and my wavering resolve hardens once more. I'll come back for you if I can, I say. Adriana nods and gives me a shaky smile. I know. Gareth walks back over to us, no longer wearing his white and purple bishop's robes, but looking like a cat burglar in black cargo pants and a matching form-fitting black shirt. I frown at that, wishing they'd picked less conspicuous attire, but I suppose it doesn't matter. They'll be inside the exo-heavies, hidden from view. Here, Gareth says, nodding to Adriana. He reaches into one of his pockets and produces a pair of augmented reality glasses. You'll need these to let us know once the raids start, he says. She takes them and puts them on. I'll need your number, too, I say, in case I do make it back for you. Okay, Adriana replies. A contact request prompt appears on my glasses a moment later, and I accept, saving her number to my favorites. Just then, another prompt appears, but this one is from my Anon back in Fresno. Someone is using the bunker's elevator. Theodore. Ever since getting up this morning, I've had my Anon down in the workshop, pretending to make final preparations, while Theodore practices using his exo-heavy by running power-assisted laps around the compound, and shooting reusable soda bottles with the suit's integrated weapons. But now, apparently, Theodore is done with all of that, and he's come to see what progress I've made. Excuse me, I say, turning away from Anna and Gareth and striding down an aisle between desks to drop into a seat in the back of the room. I take control of my Anon just in time to hear the door to the workshop opening behind me. Hello, sir. Theodore's voice ripples through the bone conduction speakers in my glasses. He sounds winded. I turn to him walking in, still wearing his suit. The helmet is open, the blank black face of the machine raised like a visor of a helmet to reveal his actual face. Sweat is dripping from his brow. How did it go? I ask. Very well, sir. The controls are all highly intuitive, just as you said. I nod along with that. Theodore's gaze slides away from mine to examine the double row of 9 exo-heavies that I left behind. This is the army we're going to use to covertly descend on future travels, the attack that Alex knows is coming. Theodore's eyes are on the back of my hand now. It isn't glowing blue, which means the ID is not connected. I see that you've already deactivated your ID, Theodore says. Where did you put the shadow copy? Victor has it. I deactivated his ID, so it looks like he's powered down. Meanwhile, he's walking around pretending to be me for anyone who's watching my tracking signal. What about yours? That's why I'm here, Theodore says. Our security contract begins in 3 hours. We need to switch my ID and head out before we are late. Let's do it, I say, heading for the door. We'll plant your shadow ID on one of the domestic heavies. It occurs to me that I'm actually telling Alex this, which means he has more than enough information to incriminate me to the authorities if our attack fails. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice Adriana standing beside me. What are you doing? She asks. There aren't any microphones in the glasses to relay that sound and give me away. The sounds on my Anon's end come through the bone conduction speakers. Whatever I say is voiced silently in my head and relayed wirelessly to the android's equivalent of a voice box. I do have to mentally pause that connection in order to reply to Adriana, however. I'm setting up a diversion, I explain. Gareth appears on the other side of me. We need to start leaving the cathedral, he says. What's the plan once we arrive? Theodore asks on my Anon's end as we arrive at the elevator leading up to the mansion's basement. This is going to take some serious multitasking, I realize, as I reconnect to the Anon to answer Theodore. I can't afford to make him suspicious by delaying my replies. We wait, I say through the Anon. Theodore regards me with his bushy gray eyebrows raised. For how long? I can't tell him that we're waiting for the fundies to start their attack, so I give him a vague response. As long as it takes to find a weakness in Alex's perimeter. Disconnecting from my Anon once more and leaving the AI in control, I say to Gareth, I'm going to need a few minutes. Make it quick, he mutters. Chapter 56. 3 hours before the attack. After planting Theodore's shadow ID on one of the domestic bots and switching off his real one, we head back down to the bunker and start loading all 12 of the exo-heavies in the workshop into 2 separate air cars. I get my Anon to climb into one of them and seal it up except for the helmet. You go with the others in the second car, I say, nodding to the vehicle in question. The head of Theodore's bot is still open, so I can see him frowning at that. I would prefer it if we rode together. I shake my head. We can't afford to leave this operation in the hands of AIs and autopilots. You take half of the heavies, and I'll take the other half. Very well, sir. We're going to fly both cars to the decoy workshop in San Francisco, and then we'll call a ride service to pick us up and take us the rest of the way. That should help to ensure that this attack can't be traced back to us later. Theodore nods. Makes sense to me. Good. I'll see you there. He starts across the polished concrete floor of the underground hangar to his car. I watch him go for a moment, then seal my heavy's head. The internal view screen glows to life, icons popping up around the edges of my field of view. It gives me a slightly expanded field of view and serves the same function as a pair of AR glasses, so there's no need for my Anon to wear any, which might be awkward inside the cramped confines of the helmet. Turning away from Theodore, I guide my Anon into its car and shut the door. Then I program the autopilot with the destination and sit back and disconnect from the Anon. I'll get an alert on my glasses if Theodore tries to contact it. My glasses clear and the inside of the car disappears. I blink a few times, disoriented by the sudden transition from one place to another. I'm back inside the classroom in the cathedral, where I just watched the WUNN report on the fate of the fundies and the blocks. Everyone is gone except for Bishop Walker. He nods to me from where he stands, leaning against the doors. You're done? For now. I rise from the desk and start toward him. Good. I'll gather the others. We don't have long before our people on the outside take down the tracking center. I check the time on my glasses as we leave the classroom together. It's already 5 p.m. I estimate 3 hours before Theodore the Anon and my Anon arrive at Future Travels. I need to coordinate this second prong of the attack to coincide with their arrival. It's only about an hour-and-a-half flight from here to Future Travels, but we need to land and transfer to the Mark 6 along the way. That means we need to leave within an hour. This is going to be tight. 2 hours before the attack. I watch with Gareth, Tobias, and Adriana from the front doors of the cathedral as the last 3 exo-heavies come clanking up the front steps. It's 6 p.m. now, and the sun is sinking below the walls of 100-story skyscrapers that stand around Block 19. The streets are bathed in lengthening shadows from those towers, and street lights are flickering to life, the ones that still work. We usher the heavies inside and shut the doors. I trigger them open and give Tobias and Gareth a few last pointers as they climb inside. They'll read your thoughts and assist your movements. The displays inside work like AR glasses and have icons for quick access to weapons, closed-circuit comms, and the net. But for now, let them do all the moving, and don't use the net or the comms. You're just along for the ride until we get past the security checkpoint. Any suspicious behavior between now and then will reveal what these heavies really are." "I understand," Gareth says, as he positions himself inside of the half-open shell of the machine. I look to see that Tobias is also in position, and then seal them both up inside. Turning to Adriana, I say, "We'd better get you down into the cellar."
"We'll wait for you here,"
Gareth says, his voice robotized by the suit. Adriana nods and grabs my hand. Together we run down the aisle between the rows of wooden pews. Olivia and Buddy are running around in front of the pulpit, playing with the ball, perfectly oblivious to the deadly plot afoot. The high stained glass windows between the columns to either side of us are aglow with the fading light outside, and casting colorful rainbows across the backs of the wooden pews and polished floors. "Let's go, Olivia," Adriana says as we reach them. She falls in beside us with Buddy, the smile fading from her face with the urgent tone in her mother's voice. Within minutes, we're standing back inside the office in front of the painting of angels that hangs over the entrance to the cellar. I remove the painting and carefully lean it against the bookshelves. Adriana already has the key. She uses it to open the door and then faces me. I can see the words stuck in her throat. The goodbye that we both know this really is. Before she can manage to say anything, I pull her against me and kiss her long and hard. "Ew, Mom," Olivia says. We both ignore her. When Adriana withdraws, there are tears shining in her eyes. "You'd better go. Don't get yourself killed." "I'm not planning to," I reply with a grim smile. "No one ever does," she counters. My hand finds hers and gives a reassuring squeeze. She ushers Olivia and Buddy ahead of her, and then she follows them, and I flash a parting smile as our hands slip through each other's fingers. She eases the door shut with a muffled bang. There's a grim finality to this goodbye, which leaves me feeling undone and longing for one last kiss or word of reassurance. I should have told her that I'll be back for her, but I don't know that. In the end, even if the authorities do find her here and inoculate her with the others, she won't be killed, just changed. She'll just lose a part of her identity that she sees as fundamental to who she is. But she won't be dead. I can't help but feel relieved by that. She's actually going to be physically safer here than she will be with me. The part that tears me up inside is that I'll probably have to jump to the future to escape after the attack on future travels, and that means I'll never see her again. I put the painting back on the hook above the door, concealing the entrance to the cellar, and then I'm turning and running back down the stone corridors into the main hall of the cathedral and down the aisle between pews to the dark, shadowy entrance, where 3 gleaming heavies stand statuesque, waiting for me. "Is she safe?" Gareth asks. This time, his voice comes to me through the bone conduction speakers in my glasses. He must have found the closed-circuit comms. "Yes," I say, and then brush by him and Tobias to push out through the elaborate doors of the cathedral. As I start down the front steps, I use my glasses to order the heavies to follow me. The empty spare that I'll be using later comes clanking down the steps beside me, its arms up and non-lethal stun guns deployed as a deterrent. Both sides of the street are crowded with homeless people, watching us from tents and ramshackle shanties made of cardboard, plastic, and even old clothes. We walk down the center of Taylor Street to avoid getting too close to anyone. Every now and then, the suffocating stench of raw sewage smacks into me from an alley that's being used as a bathroom. I'm used to the sights and smells of the blocks by now, but it's still enough to make me question my rebel allies' point of view. They should be desperate to get out of here and join the age of prosperity that everyone else is enjoying, thanks to AI.
and our ubiquitous robotic slaves. The government deliberately denied these people the free heavies that everyone else received when half of the jobs in the world disappeared overnight. It was supposed to be an incentive to adopt passmarks instead of the antiquated system of cards that allowed New York to get nuked. But it turned out that people's convictions were stronger than the drive to attain basic necessities like food and shelter. A flash of orange light flickers between the towers at the edge of Block 19, followed by a distant rumble of thunder. I look up and stare into the fading glow, uncomprehending. Gareth's voice shivers through the bone conduction speakers pressing into my jaw. That was the tracking center. I glance at my passmark. I don't even have to scan it to confirm what Gareth said. The implant isn't glowing blue anymore, which means tracking is offline. We should pick up the pace, I say quietly, even as I break into a jog. All three heavies step up their pace to stay with me, the clanking cadence of their footfalls becoming a steady thunder in my ears. We reach the Adrian within minutes, and I run inside to speak with the owner. I find Seth Lancaster behind the front desk, a fireball playing over his glasses and an open-mouthed expression on his face. He must have just found out about the tracking center. It's time for me to go, I say, between gulps of air. He stands up and minimizes the screen on his glasses. What? No, that wasn't the deal. You're supposed to provide me with security. Until tonight. Check your contract. It expired 5 minutes ago. Can't you stay the night, please? I'll give you any room you want, free of charge. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm turning to go, the trio of heavies behind me turning with me. It's time to collect the other 9 that are busy patrolling the perimeter of the hotel. Seth follows me out the front doors. You obviously haven't heard. Fundies just blew up the tracking center. The guard is marching in here as we speak. The whole block is about to go up in smoke as they try to find whoever is responsible. I know, I say, using my glasses to order the rest of the bots to rally to my position. They come clanking in from both sides of the street. Seth is licking his lips, wheels turning frantically in his head. I'll sue! I'll go to the press and give you so much bad publicity, you'll never get these models to market. Go ahead, I say, already hurrying back down Taylor Street toward the rooftop where my air car is waiting. I'll report you to the guard! I'll tell them you were involved with terrorists! I round on him with a scowl. He doesn't have any proof. He's just desperate to protect his business. If that were true, then I'm the last person you'd want to be threatening right now. Your hotel could be the next thing that blows up. Is that a threat? Seth calls out to me. No, it's just good advice. A cacophony of police sirens, fire trucks, and ambulances echoes in the distance, followed by a semi-automatic rattle of gunshots firing nearby. And then, the more muted sound of people screaming. I'd get back inside if I were you. And lock your doors? Seth glances quickly down both sides of the street and then darts back into his hotel to take my advice. As soon as he's gone, I turn around and start sprinting down the street. Was that wise? Threatening him? Gareth's voice whispers to me as we run. Maybe. Maybe not. Hopefully he's scared enough to keep his mouth shut. If not, he's got no proof of anything. Just then, an alert flashes up on my glasses from my Anon. He's arrived at the decoy workshop. I need to hail transports for the other half of my assault team before Theodore wonders what's taking me so long. Connecting to my Anon on one side of my glasses, I'm just in time to see the car land and Theodore's team come running. I open the car door and jump out with my Anon's group of heavies. Sir, Theodore says to me. 1 second, I reply, and use the Anon to send both air cars back to Fresno. They hover up and away, blasting us with leaves, pebbles, and bits of dust from the driveway of the old mansion where Victor set up the decoy workshop. I hail 2 separate air cars to pick us up. ETA, 5 minutes.
That means I'm going to have to stay connected for at least that long. Keeping one eye on my real surroundings as I run down Taylor Street and another on the view from my Anand's perspective is giving me a headache. At least Gareth isn't trying to talk to me right now.
How long before our transport arrives?
Theodore asks me. 5 minutes, I say. Less now.
Do I have time to relieve myself?
Theodore asks. I nod to him, frowning inside my armored suit as he peels out of his and goes to an overgrown hedge to one side of the driveway where we're standing. A moment later, I hear a stream of liquid pattering the bushes. That gives me pause. Not because Anons can't relieve themselves, they have to do something with the liquids they drink, but because of the lengths that Alex is going to sell this lie. Anons can wait all day or all week to go to the bathroom. It doesn't make a bit of difference to them. I scowl as I look away. Alex is nothing if not a good actor. He had to be, in order to fool me and my family for so long. Chapter 57. 1.5 hours before the attack. The cars arrive and pick up my Anon and Theodore. Again, I insist that we take separate vehicles, which gives me the opportunity to disconnect from my Anon again. Up ahead, I see the apartment building behind the cathedral with the rooftop landing pads where my air car is waiting. In just a few more minutes, we reach the elevator running down the side of the building, but it's up at the roof, and we have to wait for it to come down. I'm tapping my feet impatiently as I watch it dropping down, picking up speed. A call comes in while I'm waiting. It's Adriana. I answer. It's audio only.
Byron?
She's whispering. She sounds scared. Is everything okay? I ask.
No. They're here.
Where?
Upstairs, ransacking the cathedral.
I can actually hear the muffled thuds of footsteps above her head. Just stay hidden, I say.
That's not all, she says. Look.
A request to see through her glasses pops up on mine. I accept, keeping it on the right side of my glasses so that I have my left eye free to watch my actual surroundings. I see Adriana getting up on top of an old wine barrel. Then she's standing on tiptoes, peering through a small, dirty pane of glass framed with security bars. She's peering into the alley behind the cathedral. I see the strobing blue and red lights of police heavies and hear them clanking around. Someone screams. An echo of those screams reaches my ears from where I stand, waiting for the elevator. A police heavy comes clanking into view. I can just see its feet and legs. It's holding someone up, their feet dangling above the street. A deep, angry voice says something, waits for an answer, then tosses the person aside and says, "Inoculate that one too. Hey, Sarge, I saw something over there." Blue and red lights strobe brightly through Adriana's window, and she jumps down to hide behind the wine barrel. Olivia and Buddy are cowering under the table in the center of the cellar. The beams of flashlights play brightly through the cellar, flashing over cobwebbed wine barrels and empty wine racks. "Never mind, looks abandoned. Nothing on infrared?" "Nope." "Then let's keep moving. There's already a team inside the cathedral. If fundies are hiding in there, we'll get them." "Yes, sir." The flashlights vanish, and someone is shaking me. The elevator has arrived. I pile in with my heavies and send it back up.
That was close, Adriana breathes.
The shared video feed cuts off, but I can still hear the audio on her end. Olivia is sobbing, and Adriana is trying to reassure her. Buddy is threatening to take a bite out of anyone who finds them hiding down there. "Keep your heads down," I say. "Gareth is right. The entrance to the cellar is well hidden. You should be safe."
"I hope so,"
Adriana replies. The elevator reaches the roof, and we crowd out onto the rooftop. The sun has all but fully sunk below the horizon now.
"I have to go, Anna,"
I say.
"Good luck," she says.
You too. Gareth is looking at me. I've tagged his and Tobias's heavies with my glasses so that I know who is who.
It's begun, hasn't it? He asks.
He heard my end of the call, so the question is more rhetorical than anything.
Yeah, I say. I'll have to tell my people to stop evacuating. He sighs. We didn't even have more than half an hour between the tracking center going down and the raid starting.
How many people got out? I ask. Gareth hesitates, and I get the impression that he's speaking to someone else. While I wait, I walk up to the edge of the roof and study the streets below. There are squads of police heavies marching everywhere I look, sirens and flashing blue and red lights heralding their approach. There's nothing subtle about this raid. The homeless are screaming as they flee. The sound of breaking glass shatters the night. Bottles or windows breaking. Maybe both. The pop, pop, pop of handguns going off sounds sporadically against the steady thunder of metal feet marching. Flickers of electric blue light from non-lethal weapons light up the shadows in alleys and darken stretches of streets. At least the police aren't responding with lethal force. Hopefully that means there'll only be minimal loss of life in this raid.
Only 46 made it out, Gareth finally says.
That many? I ask, turning away from the scene below.
We were hoping to evacuate several hundred tonight.
What about the ones you had to leave behind? Won't they give you up once they get inoculated? Gareth sounds amused as he replies.
This was not a public event. The priests selected people at random, and only they know what we are planning. They're swimming across the bay with the others as we speak.
What if someone captures one of them?
The sun has almost set. They won't find us easily under the cover of darkness. But you can relax. We've had years to plan for this. Even if one of the priests gets picked up, they know what to do.
What do you mean?
Better to die a martyr than a traitor to the cause.
I frown at that, shaking my head as I lead my comrades in arms across the roof to my car. A thunder of clanking feet follows. I feel exposed with so many extremists at my back, all of them armed and armored. Not for the first time, I find myself wondering if I'm on the right side of this conflict. The police are sparing as many lives as they can. I wonder if my allies will do the same when their turn comes. It's chaos by the time our car lands at the security checkpoint. I'm crowded into the 10-seater car with a dozen heavies, the 3 empty ones standing hunched in the aisle because there aren't enough seats. The fence is crawling with guards. The one that comes up to my window has a human face projected over it. Where do you think you're going? The policeman demands. This block is under quarantine. I'm a registered citizen. I hold up my pass mark. It's not being tracked, but it can still be scanned. John White, the policeman says, nodding as he reads my ID. You came here to deliver a team of security units to the Adrian Hotel. The police heavy peers into the car and sees the dozen heavies riding with me. I guess that's these guys? Yeah. Our contract expired just in time for us to get out. The man snorts and shakes his head. Bad timing for the owner. Show me the work orders. I use my glasses to send them over and watch the man's eyes flicking left to right repeatedly as he reads them. You need me to get out and go through the scanner? I ask, hoping the fact that I'm suggesting it will put him at ease. I don't know if the body scanners will pick up on anything this time around, but I'd rather not find out. A loud explosion and a bright orange flash of fire leaps up behind the fence, and the patrolman's head jerks toward the sound. A flurry of activity erupts behind him as guard units open fire with non-lethal electric rounds. Real guns are firing back. Shit, he mutters, and bangs on the side of my car. Go, get out of here. I nod quickly, putting the window back up even as I ordered the car to lift off and head straight for the nondescript patch of desert where I left the Mark 6.
"You're welcome,"
Gareth says from the seat next to mine. I turn to look at him. "That was your doing?"
"My people's," he replies.
"They're causing a lot of chaos out there," I say. "What's the point? They're all machines. It's not like you can kill them."
"No, but we can distract them," Gareth says.
"What about collateral damage?"
"We're being careful."
I stare into the blank, black face of Gareth's heavy for several seconds, trying to decide whether or not I believe him. In the end, I suppose it doesn't matter. It's too late for me to back out of this now, and I'm going to need all the help I can get. "Will any of the others make it?" Gareth heaves metal shoulders in a shrug.
"Only time can tell. We must have faith."
"Right, faith. That's what got you into this mess," I mutter, turning to look out the window as the shadowy grid of Block 19 slides by below. Gareth doesn't bother to reply. He knows by now that I don't share their ideology. Fires are blazing in the streets. Flashing blue and red lights punctuate the shadows. A civil war has just erupted. Flesh against steel. Faith against reason. And I can't for the life of me decide who I think should win. Religion isn't evil, but lots of evil is done in its name, and not all religions are created equal. Here we are, about to stamp them all out at the root, the good with the bad. Only time will tell if the outcome of this purge is as beneficial as everyone hopes it will be. Chapter 58. 40 minutes before the attack. We're flying over the mountains above Yosemite National Park on the way to Mono Lake. Everything below and around us is dark. Stars sparkle above, competing with a half moon dead ahead. I've checked in with my Anon. We're running about 20 minutes behind, and we still have to transfer to the Mark 6 for the final leg of the journey. That's not good, but there's nothing I can do about that now. I turn my attention to the chip in my hand. There's no telling when the tracking center will come back online. I cast about, looking for something I can use to get it out.
"What's wrong?" Gareth asks.
"I need to disable my passmark," I say, as I rifle through the storage compartments in the car for something sharp that I can use to cut it out, but there's nothing. I'm starting to feel like I didn't plan this well enough. The little details are creeping up on me. All the things that I didn't think of.
"You have time," Gareth says. "It will be a while before they can get things running again."
I pinch the skin on the back of my hand, trying to force the chip out, but the implant is wafer thin and flexible. It bends with my skin. I give up with a sigh.
"Relax.
Have faith. Yeah, I'm not one of you, you know."
"Aren't you?" Gareth asks. "You're helping us escape."
"For my own reasons. I need you just as much as you need me."
"Perhaps," Gareth says. "Or perhaps you're not as different as you've led yourself to believe."
My thoughts jump to the exo-heavies. I built layers of signal-blocking mesh into their armor in order to keep body scanners from revealing the people inside. Those same properties should keep my passmark from broadcasting its tracking signal once everything comes back online. I glance at the 3 empty heavies standing hunched over in the aisle at the back of the car. There isn't enough room in here to get inside one of them yet, but we've almost reached the Mark 6. I'll suit up as soon as we've landed. A few seconds later, I notice the sky sliding up past the windows and check the nav system to find that we're already beginning our descent. 10 minutes after that, I'm stepping out onto a sandy, moonlit plateau with Gareth and the other rebels. Mono Lake is a gleaming dime in the distance, and 2 red pinpricks that might be the taillights of air cars are sinking steadily toward it. My Anon is almost there. The Mark 6 lies dead ahead, partly hidden behind a jutting spear of rock.
Is that it? Gareth asks.
I nod absently as I turn to one of the empty heavies and trigger it open. Glancing at my hand, as I step inside, I'm relieved to see that my passmark is still dark and offline. I remove my glasses and slide them into the outer pocket of my jacket, and then hurriedly seal myself inside the machine. A view screen glows to life before my eyes, relaying my surroundings through the blank black face of the robot. Familiar icons pop in at the edges of my field of view. Let's go, I say, and start a power-assisted sprint toward the Mark 6. As I go, I open a window to my Anand's video feed and then check its ETA. His car is just 20 minutes from arrival. This is going to be close. Everyone piles into the Mark 6 together, feet clanking and limbs clattering. I'm booting it up before anyone's had a chance to strap in. This car is smaller than the one we took to get here, and it's standing room only inside. Doesn't matter. We aren't going far. I make the time compression field inside the car as weak as possible, while still allowing us to warp through whatever other dimensional space the car navigates when it disappears. Even at 1.5 times compression, there isn't enough time for us to reach future travels at the same time that my Anand does. But that might not be the best approach anyway. We need to wait until the perfect moment to attack, and that can only be after my Anand's team gets into position on the inside.
What are we waiting for? Gareth asks.
I ignore him and program the autopilot with a destination at the base of a hill that lies just outside the perimeter of Future Travel's compound. I push the altitude for our flight path down as low as I dare, hoping to stay under Alex's radar once the car reappears and makes its landing. The flight plan is set, 10 minutes and 7 seconds flight time. That means just over 15 minutes will pass outside the car, even with the time compression field as weak as I can make it. I check in with my Anand. ETA, 12 minutes. Good enough. Hopefully Theodore won't notice if I take 3 extra minutes to respond like a real human. Besides, we're supposed to be looking and acting like robots, not like people inside of robot suits. He can't fault me for playing the part.
Byron, Gareth prompts. The others are catching up with us. We need to go now.
I look to him. What others?
The ones who cross the bay. They're right behind us.
I glance over my shoulder, but of course I can't see anything out the back of the car. Connecting to the Mark 6's rear external camera, I see what he's talking about. There are 6 sets of headlights and flashing running lights from the tips of the car's wings and rotors. Are they armed? I ask.
Heavily.
Nice to know we'll have backup. All right, everyone, brace yourselves. Things get weird in the transition to compressed space-time. I use my glasses to trigger the nav sequence and the time compression field. A timer appears before my eyes. Jumping in 3, 2, 1. A flash of light tears through the car, and the view from all the windows plunges into darkness. Shimmering bands of light run like a river through the cabin, flowing around us like an actual liquid. Scraps of more colorful scenes flicker before my eyes, disorienting me. I stumble into the nearest seat, displacing one of the rebels who jumps out of the way just as a full-blown vision starts to play out before my eyes. Suddenly, I'm standing behind a massive boulder, breathing hard as I peer around the edge of it at a moonlit desert. Gunshots are rattling through the night. Gleaming heavies are sprinting across the sand toward Future Travel's launch center. Muzzle flashes pepper the darkness. A line of spotlights and a flimsy wall of chain-link fence marks the perimeter of the compound. Smaller, slower figures are running in behind the line of heavies. Unarmored humans, screaming like barbarians and firing sporadically as they descend on the compound. Future Travel's security forces are cutting them down at extreme range, shooting them with a precision that only machines can enjoy.
They're all dying,
Gareth's voice shouts. I turn to see him duck back against the rocks where we're hiding. There are 2 others here with us. Tobias's voice issues from one of them. What happened to your diversion? I'm wondering the same thing. Maybe Alex assigned Anand's team to positions where they couldn't possibly interfere. Or maybe those units have already been taken out. It's over, Gareth says. We may as well go down fighting. Wait, I say. What's that? I can see something bright and blue gleaming on the rocks behind his left shoulder. I point to it and move for a closer look. Numbers. Looks like a holographic keypad, Tobias says. What do you think it's for? Maybe a secret entrance or an exit? I suggest, noting that this boulder is more than big enough to conceal such a thing. I start searching for seams in the sloping, slate-like face of the rocks. There are fissures, one of them big enough that it could be a well-disguised seam. Pity we don't know the code, Gareth says. The scene fades back to the shifting bands of light, and I see a familiar face appear. Theodore. He's screaming at me. Deja vu rocks me to my core. I remember this vision from the last time I was exposed to a time compression field. I couldn't hear what he was trying to say back then, but this time, his words perfectly audible. It's a string of 9 numbers. 5, 6, 7, 0, 8, 9, 3, 2, 3. He's repeating it over and over again. The code. It has to be. I commit it to memory as Theodore screams it at me for a 3rd time, and then the bands of light disappear, fading to squiggly green after images. I slump in my seat, drenched with sweat inside my armor. My head feels foggy and thick. Gareth and the other rebels are staggering into each other from the belated reactions to whatever each of them just saw. What was that? Gareth asks. I don't know, I say, wondering if the boulder with the keypad and the security code are out there somewhere, or if it was all just a wish fulfillment fantasy conjured by my subconscious. A quick check of the Mark 6's nav system reveals that we're just about to arrive. That vision took more time than I thought. I count down the seconds to our arrival quietly in my head. The windows flash with a burst of light as the compression field disengages and we emerge into regular space-time once more. I hope any heavies looking out this way from future travels will think that was a flash of lightning. The view out the car's window is back. Moonlit desert races up underneath as we come in for a fast landing. The floor of the car slams into us hard, and everyone cries out in alarm, their voices muffled by their suits. I look outside to see a swirling cloud of dust kicked up by that landing that anyone with eyes could see. But we've landed behind a hill, so none of Alex's security should have seen this. Let's go, I shout, and mentally open the doors in both sides of the car. Stay low and stay close. Chapter 59. 15 minutes before the attack. I'm lying flat at the top of the hill beside Gareth and 2 others I don't know. We've army crawled into position, and now we're using the enhanced optics afforded by our mechanical suits to spy on future travel's compound. Gareth is waiting for the rest of his evacuees from Block 19 to arrive. He's already given them the coordinates, and I've warned them to land farther back and fly low, or else Alex will see them coming and shoot them down with his drones. They'll have to reach us on foot. I'm watching a zoomed-in view of the compound with one eye. Heavies patrolling a chain-link fence illuminated with spotlights. It reminds me of the security measures for the checkpoints at Block 19. The other half of my field of view is dominated by a picture-in-picture window from my Anand's point of view. He and Theodore landed 10 minutes ago. Now they're standing on the landing pad with 10 other heavies, waiting for their orders while a pair of Alex's own security heavies approach from the welcome center of the compound. The sounds of clanking metal feet overlay the closed-circuit comms of Gareth talking to his fellow rebels. They're discussing potential weak points in the perimeter of the compound and lines of approach that will keep us hidden. Gareth seems to have a good grasp of the tactical situation, so I let him figure this part out while my attention is consumed by what's going on around my Anon. One of the two heavies approaching us takes on human features as soon as it arrives. Familiar features. It's Grant's face. Broad jaw, thick, wavy dark hair. What's going on here, I wonder. He's just another of Alex's Anons. Why use an Anon to remote operate another heavy? Wheels within wheels. I guess he can't show his own undocumented face.
The new arrivals, Grant says. Good. You four come with me.
He points vaguely to myself, Theodore, and two others.
The rest of you fan out around the perimeter and double up with the other patrols.
Without so much as a word of reply, my bots go clanking off. Grant turns and heads toward the welcome center, and the four of us he chose for internal security stay close on his metal heels. Theodore sends my Anon a text-only message.
Why did he choose us?
I reply in kind. Just a coincidence.
What if he knows we're in here?
How could he? I reply. These units pass body scanners without a hitch. He can't tell us apart just by looking at us.
He could if he scanned our IDs.
They're deactivated, I reply. Relax. Of course, I know that this is a trap, but the lengths to which Theodore the Anon is going to argue exactly that makes me wonder what kind of game Alex is playing. Why use Theodore to alert me to the fact that this is a trap? Just so he can keep me convinced that Theodore isn't an Anon? At this point, he's overacting. We walk in through the reinforced doors of the Welcome Center, past two other matte black security units. The sculpture of Grant and Allison comes into view in the middle of the echoing space. Gareth is shaking me by my shoulder as he starts army crawling backward down the hill.
Time to go meet the others, he says.
I crawl with him and then rise to my feet once we're down far enough. Scattered clumps of grass swish past my heavy's legs. On my Anon's end, I see that we're entering an elevator with Grant. He's taking us down into the bowels of the facility. I suspect this is where Alex comes out to crow about using Theodore the Anon to spy on me this entire time. Too bad I'm not actually the one he's springing this trap on. This time, I'm one step ahead of him. We reach the Mark VI to find dozens of men and women in plain clothes, all bearing various types of pistols and rifles. Some of them are newer models with tracking systems and guided rounds. Others are the old-fashioned point-and-shoot variety. But none of these people are armored, and I know from my own experience that security bots will see them coming a mile away and cut them down at extreme range. We need to choose a line of approach that doesn't leave us exposed. Gareth steps up onto a small rise and raises his heavy's hands for attention. He uses the unit's external speakers to convey his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. I listen as he begins describing the best line of approach. Thanks to my Anon, I wasn't paying attention when we were up on the hill, but Gareth says there's a circuitous route that goes behind this hill and several others. We can stay out of sight and under cover until we're just a couple of 100 meters from the perimeter of the compound.
Let's move out, Gareth finishes. And there's an accompanying roar of enthusiasm from his band of rebels. I set my heavy to auto-follow Gareth so that I can focus on my Anon's end of things. We've left the elevator, and now we're walking down a familiar corridor, passing reinforced steel doors with keypads beside them and glowing numbers on the doors. Winding through the windowless concrete corridor, we come to a door with the number 1 glowing on it. The door opens for us without Grant needing to use the keypad. We follow his heavy into a wide-open living space. Picture windows run along one wall, showing a scene of the snow-capped Rockies, illuminated by the moon and a bright, glittering dome of stars overhead.
The lights in the bunker are all off. I can see simulated moonlight from the windows gleaming off a glossy black dining table. The doors slide shut behind us with an echoing boom, but I make sure not to react to that. A real bot wouldn't. Theodore sends me another text message. I hope you have a plan, sir. But I don't reply. Enough of this charade. Grant turns to us smiling broadly, and then his heavy's face turns black and blank, and 6 gleaming weapon barrels deploy from its arms with furious clicking sounds. My heavies react in kind, all 4 of them deploying their own weapons. Even the one that my Anon is sitting passively inside of takes aim with its guns, but Theodore's unit is casting about wildly, breaking formation to track the shadows, searching for the puppet master rather than the puppets. I'm staring at the security bot that was wearing Grant's face a second ago. It looks like a custom model. I have a feeling its weapons could tear us apart in seconds, but it doesn't matter. Alex needs to think he has me cornered. Hopefully, that will keep him distracted, while Gareth and I sneak up behind his facility with the real attack. Footsteps reach my Anon's ears from somewhere on the far side of the living space. I turn toward the sound for a better look. Lights, Grant's voice says. Overhead, lights swell to a dim glow, revealing him rounding the glossy black dining table. He walks past a gleaming kitchen and bar counter, then past the sitting area arrayed along the picture windows with their simulated views of the Rockies. Grant is grinning broadly at us as he comes to a stop beside his security bot. I see you've met Kronos, he says. I don't reply to that. The jig might be up, but I'm stalling for time. Still pretending to be a simple machine? Grant asks. You can come out now, Byron, he says. I know you're in there. I'll come out when you do, I say, through my Anon and its suit's external speakers. Grant makes a show of looking down at himself. He plucks at his shirt and regards me with eyebrows raised. I'm here. No, you're still hiding behind your Anons, I reply. And so are you, Grant replies, smiling slyly at us. Theodore's aim snaps up to Grant's chest. Where are you, Alex? Come out and face us, you coward. You need to answer for what you've done. Shock washes over me in waves. First, because Alex somehow knows that he's dealing with my Anon and not me. And second, because he's somehow controlling 2 Anons at once. Does he have a partner in crime that I didn't know about? Allison, maybe? Maybe Alex lied in his confession about killing both her and Grant, and then framing me for it. Maybe Allison was really having an affair with him. Possibilities whirl through my mind, forking off like lightning in multiple directions at once. You have 3 seconds before I turn your Anon into metal fillings, Theodore says. Grant cocks his head at me, ignoring Theodore's threats. What's wrong, Byron? Wondering how I'm doing this? Let me show you. He freezes up like a statue, and I hear heels clicking across the floors. Someone else is approaching from the darkened recesses of the corridor from which Grant emerged a second ago. A woman, by the sound of those heels, and the way her silhouette is swaying through the shadows. Chapter 60. As that woman emerges into the light, I'm left reeling for the 3rd time in as many minutes. It's not Allison. Long purple hair shimmers in the dim golden light of Alex's bunker. Bright violet eyes glitter with amusement as she smiles. What's wrong? My real jaw drops open, and I'm shaking my Anon's head. The armored helmet moves with me. You're Violet? Very good, Byron. You're finally catching up. The implications of that tear through me in an instant. Theodore. Violet was the one who told me that he's an Anon. I round on him in horror. Realizing that he wasn't just acting like his real human self when he had to take a leak back at the decoy workshop, or a moment ago when he voiced his concerns about this trap that we've walked into. Theodore's aim has shifted to Violet, but he's still not firing. He's probably busy processing this new development, just like me. This is how Alex knew which heavies were being piloted by us. Violet had access to our IDs when we got her to make the shadow copies. Alex is Violet. He's probably secretly been tracking both sets of IDs ever since he modified them, so he knows exactly which heavies we climbed into before our tracking signals cut off inside our armor.
Kronos, eliminate all active threats, Violet says.
Bright green laser beams snap out from the custom heavies weapons. 6 different laser beams buzz and crackle through the room in a blinding light show. My units open fire an instant later, their Rattler cannons returning fire with a deafening roar. Bullets whiz past my Anon to crunch into Alex's security unit, staggering it, but it's more heavily armored than my hollow ones. My heavies collapse in a noisy clattering of metal limbs. Theodore's rifles are blazing, raking both Grant and Violet with bullets. Synthetic blood streams from multiple wounds, but both Anons remain standing while he sinks to his knees. Theodore's armor is pocked full of molten holes from the lasers, smoke curling from them like serpentine ghosts. Thin black lines of blood trickle down. He turns to me, his bot's black face staring expressionlessly at me. A gurgling sound reaches my Anon's ears as Theodore tries, but fails to say something. The text pops up on my screen.
I'm sorry, Byron. I'll see you on the other side.
I lurch into motion, screaming, "Theodore!" It all happened in just a few seconds, too fast for me to finish processing my shock. I trigger Theodore's unit to open up, and his armor flays open to reveal him lying in a pool of his own blood, coughing up giant clots of it as he struggles to rise. I fall on my knees beside him, shaking my head. Tears are slicing down my real cheeks like fire.
I'm so sorry, Theo.
My metal hand grabs one of his, and he holds on tight, even as his eyes begin rolling like marbles in his head. Tired of this charade, I open my own armor and fall out of it to grab both his hands with my Anons. At least he thinks they're my real hands. "Hang on," I tell him. I can't feel that touch without engaging full immersion with my Anon, but I can't do that. I need to stay aware of what's going on around my real body. My heavy is still running after Gareth and the other rebels, kicking up sparkling waves of sand as we race toward the Future Travels compound from behind the hills.
Touching, Violet says, but your eyes are suspiciously dry. Could that be because the real Byron is busy sneaking up on my perimeter with a small army of terrorists as we speak?
Theodore's hands slip out of mine, and a gurgling sigh leaves his lips. An agonized scream tears out of my Anon, and I snap its head up to glare at Violet. Her face is frozen in a smug smile, and I can hear footsteps approaching again. Peering into the shadowy corridor beyond the dining table, I watch as the real Alex walks out into the light, looking just as smug and hobbling on a bad leg. He comes to stand beside his Anons, looking winded and frail, hunched with age. Hatred and grief are raging inside of me, warring for my attention. "Here I am, in the flesh," Alex wheezes, between gasps for air. "Unfortunately, gene therapies came too late to preserve me in my prime," he explains. "But that's what Anons are for." He nods sideways to Violet, then to Grant, both standing like mannequins beside him. "Now you know all of my identities." "Well," a sly look crosses his face, "almost all of them." Images flicker across Alex's contacts. I think about taking advantage of his distraction, but the heavy that shot Theodore is standing ready to cut me down as well. Before I can decide whether or not to try something anyway, more footsteps come echoing down the corridor at the far end of the bunker. I watch incredulously as Adam Kane comes walking out, followed by Allison. They stop and stand, statuesque beside the others. Alex spreads his hands to indicate them. Here they all are. You are the Antichrist, I blurt out. My grief retreating a step as shock rocks me to my core for the umpteenth time. This is it. He's overplayed his hand. When the world finds out that the inventor of passmarks is really an undoc who's flagrantly abusing his own system, Alex's entire empire is going to fall apart. I initiate a transfer to dump the video logs from my Anon to the storage in the AR glasses in my jacket pocket. From there, I'll transfer them to the cloud or WikiLeaks, or straight to an editor at WUNN. Alex is laughing at me as I have my Anon rise to its feet from Theodore's side. I'm clenching blood-covered fists, trying to calculate if my Anon will survive a volley from Kronos' lasers long enough to reach Alex and snap his neck. You never understood, Alex says. Real power doesn't come from traveling to the future. It comes from writing history. You're insane, I grit out in a gravelly whisper. I think you mean brilliant, Alex replies. Why? I ask. I can't think of anything else to say. My brain is buzzing as I keep half an eye on the data transfer from the Anon's logs. 5 minutes left. I have to stall for time again. Gareth and the rest of the rebels are still running, my unit on auto, following them blindly into yet another trap. Everyone was expecting him to come, Alex explains. And after New York, they all secretly wanted him to come. People wanted revenge. Of course, it helps that I've been fanning the flames by secretly financing the fundies to execute all those bombings and shootings. That revelation lances through me, leaving me even more shocked than I already am. Seeing all that endless destruction, who wouldn't want to put a stop to the holy wars and the jihads? How better to do that than to undermine those conflicts at their root? Religion. I gave people a way out, an excuse to sideline all of the zealots, and now, finally, a way to get rid of them once and for all. I will go down in history as the man who brought peace to the entire world. The last remnants of these divisive ideologies will soon be stamped out forever. I'm shaking my head. Religion isn't the problem. It's just an excuse, a scapegoat that people use to do evil things, like your Anons, all pretending to be one thing, while actually being a steaming pile of shit underneath. You're not religious, and look at you. You're a psychopath. I rest my case. Alex shrugs. Do a little evil to do a lot of good. Kill the one to save the many. That's a necessary part of the decision-making process once you become as powerful as I have. And as for religion, it's a childish holdover from a time when people thought thunder happened because the gods were angry. It's time we grew up as a species. The log transfer is done. Now it's my turn to be smug. When the world finds out about this, you're done. That law you signed into action will be overturned in an instant once people learn that the man who proposed it, the very president of the Union, is himself an Anon, controlled by an undoc, abusing and evading his own system of tracking IDs. You mean, if they find out? Alex says. You think I don't know what you just did? Go ahead. Try to transfer the data. I look away from my Anon's picture-in-picture window to check the icon that represents my connection to the net. It's blinking. I focus on it and try to access a browser. Routing error. Access denied.
That's impossible, I mutter.
Alex explains.
We're in the middle of the desert. My compound is the only thing for miles. That means all net traffic gets routed through my servers before it hits the satellites, and I've just blocked your access to those servers. Face it, Byron, you finally met your match. I'm the real genius here. I always was. You were just a step on the path to my greatness. You underestimated me over and over again, and now you finally lost everything because of it. How does it feel to be brought to your knees by an uneducated driver who clawed his way out of poverty to become the wealthiest and most powerful man on earth?
An unintelligible scream tears from my lips, and I hurl my Anon at Alex. He produces a handgun and shoots my Anon in the chest. The round buries itself with a crunch and then explodes with a muffled bang and a flash of light. I see the Anon's view of the world twisting as it falls, and then the window blanks out with "Error, connection lost," flashing before my real eyes. I minimize the window and take a moment to ground myself in my real surroundings. We've stopped running. Gareth is just a few steps ahead of me, peering around a giant boulder that looks somehow familiar.
First wave ready?
He asks over closed-circuit comms. A flurry of replies comes back, all voices I recognize vaguely from the priests I met in the cathedral. He's sending out the armored units first with their tracking weapons systems.
Wait!
I reply before I even fully realize why I'm saying it. The way my Anon was cut down in Alex's bunker is the same way Adriana described my death to me, the one she saw in a vision when we left 2061. She saw Alex shoot and kill me. But what she saw was him killing my Anon, not me.
What is it? Gareth asks.
The boulder we're all hiding behind is the same one I saw in my vision when we jumped here with the Mark VI. This is it, the back entrance. I begin feeling along the sheer, sloping face of it, trying to find the glowing blue holographic keypad I saw. It's not here, I say, desperation racing my pulse until it's pounding in my ears. Where is it?
Where is what?
Gareth asks. Chapter 61. I'm passing metal hands back and forth over the sheer gray surface of the rocks, like a mime trying to get out of a box.
Byron? Gareth asks. What are you?
A jagged chunk of rock sinks several centimeters under my right hand. It's a panel, cleverly disguised as rock. It clicks into place, and a glowing blue keypad appears projected over my hand. I flutter my fingers above it, trying to figure out where the projection is coming from, but the keypad disappears behind my hand as I withdraw it from the surface of the rocks.
What is that?
Gareth whispers as he steps up beside me. Looks like a holographic keypad, Tobias says, coming up on my other side.
What do you think it's for?
Gareth replies. I think it's a hidden entrance, I say. This is all very surreal, but it's not exactly what I saw in that vision inside the Mark VI. In that version of events, the assault was failing, and everyone was dying as they charged the compound's perimeter. Gareth was suggesting we join them and go down fighting. But here and now, we have yet to spring out of cover and launch the attack. We were just about to when I remembered this boulder and the keypad projected over it.
Pity we don't know the code,
Gareth says. But I do. I struggle to recall the security code I heard Theodore repeating to me over and over inside the Mark VI. I committed it to memory in the moment, but a lot has happened since then, and at the time, I thought it was all just a dream.
Come on, think.
I tell myself, casting my mind back into that moment inside the Mark 6, with Theodore shouting numbers at me. 567089326. I try it, tapping the numbers on the pad. Each one highlights as my finger touches it, giving me the equivalent of haptic feedback. As soon as I'm finished entering that sequence, the pad turns red and words appear beneath it. Incorrect code. 2 tries left. The keypad turns blue again, ready for a second attempt. Nice try, Tobias mutters. He turns to Gareth and nods. We need to go now. Wait, I say, holding up a hand. I know this. How? Gareth asks. Just trust me, okay? I'm sure I have the right code. It's the last digit I'm not sure about. I try it again. 567089324. The pad turns red again. Incorrect code. 1 try left. That's enough, Tobias growls. I've got this, I reply. 1 more. 1 more, and you're going to set off some kind of security alert. What do you think happens when you run out of tries? He's right, Gareth says, grabbing my shoulder to pull me away. But I'm already entering the next code. I hear Tobias cursing under his breath. Not very priestly of him. 567089323. The pad flashes green. Access granted. A rumbling sound starts up behind us, and I turn to see the sand shivering and the ground behind us sliding away under the rocks. Several rebels jump back as the ground they're standing on slides out from underneath them to reveal a shadowy stairwell. I'm too surprised to say anything. How did you know the code? Gareth whispers to me. This was your plan all along? I wish I could take credit, but it wasn't me. It was Theodore, somehow reaching out across time, space, and even the grave to save me. Tears spring to my eyes as I walk around the opening in the ground and start down the long metal staircase. Lights come on for us as we go. Deploy your weapons, I say over the comms, even as I do just that. Twin Rattler cannons fold out of hidden compartments in my forearms. Forget the non-lethals. I haven't seen a single living soul in this facility besides Alex, and I have no intention of sparing him. Chapter 62. The stairs are shuddering with the thunder of more than 60 sets of boots and armored feet. Unlike what I saw in my vision, we haven't lost a single man yet, and something tells me that Alex's security forces are all in the wrong place to deal with us. After descending what must be at least 30 feet below the desert, we hit a landing and a straight concrete corridor. There's a reinforced metal door at the end with a physical keypad glowing blue beside it. I hope it uses the same security code. Breaking into a run, I punch in the code just as soon as I get there. If Alex has noticed that we've broken in, he could change that code to lock us out. I tap the keys as fast as I dare. 567089323. The pad glows green, and the door rumbles aside. Beyond it is a much longer corridor, lined with more reinforced metal doors. But I recognize this. We're in the labyrinth of underground bunkers beneath the facility, the same level that Alex's bunker is on. I run down the corridor, checking the glowing numbers on the doors as they flash by. Alex's bunker is number 1. These doors are all numbered in the hundreds. The corridor twists and bends along until we reach another door blocking the way. The keypad is already glowing red, and I have a bad feeling that means Alex is finally on to us. I slow to a stop. The doors here are numbered in the 50s. We're not that far from Alex, but it doesn't matter. That door won't open with the code I know. What's wrong? Gareth asks, as he notices me hesitating in front of the door. Shaking my head, I don't waste breath on a reply. I just try the code. The panel beeps at me, and nothing happens.
We're stuck.
Great, Tobias says. What do we do now? Someone else asks. Do you hear that? Another says. I freeze and stop to listen, straining my ears to hear through the restless shuffling and muttering of these rebels. It sounds like heavies marching, their feet ringing on a metal staircase. I glance back the way we came over the swaying heads of more than 60 people. The stuttering roar of gunfire starts up a split second later, followed by screams as Alex's security starts mowing us down from behind.
There has to be a way to get it open,
Gareth says. I turn back to the four, my mind racing for an answer.
Manual controls, I say.
What? In case the facility loses power, Alex would have built in a way to open the doors manually. I drop to my haunches, scanning the seams between metal panels around the door. There's something. A raised lip near the floor, barely enough to get the tip of my finger into, let alone the extra thick digits of my mechanical hands. I try repeatedly, failing each time. The screams are getting closer. The gunfire louder and more continuous. I trigger my suit open and jam my fingernails under the panel to pry it open. It comes away in my hands, revealing a recessed compartment with a folding winch inside. I fold it out and start winding. The door begins grinding open, first a crack, then enough to slip an arm through.
It's working,
Gareth says, as he jams his hands into the gap and starts hauling the door open with the enhanced strength of his exoskeleton. A pair of other exo-heavies jump in to help, and we get the door open wide enough to slide through sideways. I'm climbing back into my suit and sealing it up just as Gareth starts waving people through. I'm the fourth one through. On the other side, Gareth catches Tobias by the arm and says,
"Stay here and hold the door."
"Good luck," Tobias replies, and then takes Gareth's place, waving people through. "Come on," I say, taking the lead once more. I'm flashing past more bunkers, the numbers on the doors scrolling down into the 20s. We turn a corner, and I hear a ding. An elevator is opening up ahead of us, and heavies are boiling out. Bullets start spraying toward us, deafening as the sound booms off the walls of this confined space. I drop to one knee and raise my arms to fire back. Recoil goes jackhammering up my arms and ripples through my skeleton, making my teeth ache. My first two targets collapse in a heap across the entrance of the elevator. Gareth's fire joins mine, and two other exo-heavies go running ahead of us, firing as they go. They're relying on aim assist to compensate for their movements, but the remaining bots in the elevator shift their aim to the nearest targets first, and those two rebels collapse under a metallic thunder of repeated impacts. Clouds of pink mist sparkle in the air, and silence rings loud in my ears. The elevator is empty, the doors jammed open by a mangled heap of metal. That's a lucky break. The rest of them will have to take the stairs. I jump back to my feet. Let's go. I'm checking myself over while I run, but it doesn't look like I've been hit. Gareth appears, limping beside me, and I see the slick smear of blood running down his thigh. "Shit, you're hit."
"I'll be fine," he replies. "Keep moving. We're outgunned. We need to find the control center of this place and shut down those heavies, or we're all going to die."
"We find Alex and threaten to kill him if he doesn't shut them down," I say. "Failing that, we find his control center and shut them down ourselves."
"You can do that?"
Gareth asks. "Maybe. I know from my own security systems back in Fresno that bots get their orders from centralized nerve centers with easy access to sensors and other data. It makes them harder to hack and easier to coordinate. The corridor branches up ahead, several doors before the elevator, and I hook right down a familiar branch. The door numbers here scroll all the way down to 1, and I stop there. "This is it," I say.
"You sure?"
Gareth asks. "Positive." I notice that this keypad is glowing blue. On a lark, I try my code, and this time it works. The door slides open. That's when I see why Alex didn't bother to change the code. Adam Kane is standing behind the door with that armor-piercing pistol that Alex used to take out my Anon. "Look out!" I scream, and throw myself to one side. A flash of heat tears through my left hip, and an explosion booms in my ears. Chapter 63. Dust and bits of concrete are pitter-pattering over my armor. I sit up, surprised that I can. The side of my armor is torn open, and I can see my blood running out, but the flow is trickling, and I'm still alive, which means that it was a glancing hit. I don't feel any pain yet. My heart is racing, adrenaline surging in my veins. Taking advantage of that, I jump to my feet. Gareth is leaning around the door, firing a steady stream of bullets into the bunker on the other side. Green lasers are flickering back, stabbing his arm and burning black holes in his armor. Somehow Gareth is ignoring the pain and returning fire anyway, even as his arm boils away inside his armor. Flames start leaping off of it, and I can hear Gareth's muffled screams even through his suit. Despite the dull weakness in my left side, I manage to lean around the other side of the door to join forces with him, aiming at Alex's custom heavy, Kronos. Bullets are sparking off his armor in a steady stream, the bot's entire body shivering with the impacts, but somehow he's taking it all. I notice out of the corner of my eye that Grant is lying in a puddle of synthetic blood a few feet away from the remains of my Anon and Theodore. Then lasers start licking my armor, and I'm forced back into cover. Hurried footfalls come thundering to my ears. I look toward the sound and see just one exo-heavy come running down the corridor to our aid. He skids to a stop behind Gareth as he collapses beside the door. Tobias jumps out holding a gun that he might have stolen off one of the other rebels' corpses. A giant of a weapon with glowing coils at the end of the barrel. He steps into the open door and fires with a deafening crack, followed by the boom of an impact. I hear a heavy thud and lean around the corner to see Kronos collapsed in a heap. "Got it. Let's go," Tobias says. I'm the first one through, eyes darting and arms sweeping around for targets. Not seeing any immediate threats, I turn to wave Tobias through and see him hobbling through with Gareth. The door to Alex's bunker starts rumbling shut, too late to keep us out. "The others?" Gareth asks in a ragged voice. "Holding the line, for now," Tobias says. "We need to find Alex before they're all dead," I say. I can't see him anywhere, but I don't think he's escaped. My injured hip is coming to life, the pain blinding and making me feel nauseated, but I push through it as I lead the way through the living room, past the dining table to the darkened corridor, where I remember watching as Alex paraded his Anons out one after another. I enter the hallway and find it lined with ordinary wooden doors. I try the first one and see Violet standing statuesque in a small, closet-sized room. There's a charging cable snaking out from under her clothes to the wall. I shut the door and try the next one. This one is empty. Another door, empty again. This isn't getting me anywhere. I run down the hallway to the end. The last door on the left is like the one outside, reinforced metal, a glowing blue keypad beside it. I try my code, but it doesn't work. "Step back," Tobias says. The coils at the end of his rifle are glowing to life. I hurriedly backpedal away from the door as he hefts the rifle up to his hips and opens fire. It punches a fist-sized hole in the door. He fires twice more until the hole is big enough to fit several hands through. "Try to pull it open," Tobias says. "Where did you get that?" I ask, wondering why we didn't use it the first time we ran into a door we couldn't get through. "Our people stole it off one of the heavies that came down after us. There's another one holding the line behind us." I reach both hands into the hole and brace my feet, wrenching the door aside with everything I've got. My injured hip is shaking, the leg below it giving in at the knee. "Let me help," Tobias says, setting the gun aside. I notice Gareth leaning against the wall, his wounded arm black and hanging limply from the shoulder. Between Tobias and me, we get the door open a crack with the first heave. With the second, it's wide enough for us to slip through sideways. Just as we're about to do so, I hear a familiar rumbling sound and freeze up. "Wait." "What?" Tobias asks. I stare back down the corridor to see the bunker door opening up again, dim light flickering off the armor of heavies standing outside. "We've got company," I say. "I'll hold them," Gareth says, reaching for Tobias's gun and hefting it off the floor. "They'll kill you," Tobias says. "Just go," Gareth replies. Coils glow to life at the end of the barrel once more, and the first shot booms down the hall to the doors, and one of the heavies explodes in a rain of metal parts. I slip into the room sideways and emerge in what looks like a control center. An entire wall is lined with physical view screens, each of them showing views from around the compound. The head cams of various security units, I realize. Tobias slips in after me. "What is this place? Where's Alex?" I cast about quickly, but there's no sign of him. "Shut the door," I snap at Tobias. "How?" "I don't know. Figure it out. I need a minute." Tobias braces his legs, sticking his hands into the hole we blasted, and starts dragging the door shut the hard way. I turn around and scan a wide console lined with switches and buttons below the screens. Antiquated control systems for such an advanced facility. Then again, Alex is pretty antiquated himself. Maybe he feels more at home with physical keyboards that harken back to his time. Or else, it's for added security against cyber threats. Hands-on control systems beat remote access for security. I hunch over the nearest keyboard and struggle with fat fingers to hit the keys, trying to figure out how the system works. An error sound bleeps at me as my index finger hits 5 keys at once. This is never going to work. Triggering my suit open, I stagger out and nearly fall on my face. Without the exosuit to hold me up, my injured hip isn't enough to do it for me. Leaning heavily on the control console, breathing hard, I try the keyboard again. I try hitting Control-Alt-Delete. That brings up a familiar-looking task manager. An electric thrill of adrenaline courses through my fingertips as I scroll through the list of programs running, looking for something to kill. I see something called sec.exe, and I end the task. Nothing seems to happen. Scrolling through the list again, I start ending likely-looking programs as fast as I can, hoping that one of them is governing the security teams. I see another one, satnet.exe, and kill it too, just in case the commands are somehow coming down from space. Another booming report thunders to my ears from the corridor outside. Whatever systems I've killed haven't stopped the heavies from coming. I'm about to give up when I see another subroutine near the end of the list, hvy.cmd.exe. "Here they come," Tobias screams, just as I hear clanking footsteps hammering down the hallway outside. I can't hear Gareth firing anymore. That's not a good sign. I kill the task, and a whole layer of background noise peels away into silence. No more metal feet hammering outside. "I think you did it," Tobias says. "Check," I snap at him. He peers out through the hole in the door. "They're offline." "Good." I step back into my armor and seal it up. Raising both arms, I open up the control console with both Rattler cannons. The console explodes in a cloud of shrapnel as I rake my automatic .223 cal rifles back and forth over the controls. "What was that for?" Tobias asks, into the ringing silence that follows. Bits of plastic and metal are raining down around us. "To make sure no one can reactivate them. Get that door open. We need to figure out where Alex went." "You go ahead," Tobias says, His voice strained as he struggles to drag the door open once more. "That's not why we're here. We're going to get these bunkers open and head to the future." "Why?" I ask. "What do you mean, why?" "You don't have to go anymore. Alex is behind everything." "What are you talking about?" Tobias asks. That's when I realize that I never told them what I saw, that Adam Kane is one of Alex's Anons. The sound of a chair rolling on wheels has me turning back to the control console that I just shot to pieces. A man is crawling out of the shadows. Adam Kane. A handgun just like the one Grant and Alex were using flashes into view, and I realize I'm about to die. The smile on Adam's face tells me he knows it too. Tobias crashes into him just as he pulls the trigger. The round goes wide, splashing off the wall behind me with a booming spray of shrapnel. Tobias grabs Adam's head in both of his metal hands and twists. There's a shriek of metal shearing, and then a shower of sparks and synthetic blood as Kane's head comes right off in his hands. Tobias is staring at it in shock, the metal spinal column still sparking as Kane's body crumples to the floor and falls over with a thud. Artificial blood is splatting at his feet. "You knew he was an Anon?" I ask, nodding to Tobias's trophy. His heavy looks to me, slowly shaking its head. "No, I just wanted his head." "Now you know why you don't have to go anywhere," I say. "When the world finds out about this, they're going to owe you an apology." "Yeah, I don't think that's how they'll see it after they find out we blew the tracking center." "Fair enough," I say. "Find Alex. He's the only witness here." "All the dead bodies are another," I point out. "I'll make sure we clean it up. We can't be painted as the bad guys in all of this. Not again." I nod quickly to him and help Tobias drag the door open wide enough that we can slip back out into the hall. On the other side, Alex's security bots are all standing around like statues. Gareth is lying in a bloody heap, his armor pocked full of dark bullet holes. I drop down beside him and trigger his suit open. His chest is still shuddering with shallow breaths. Tobias drops down beside me. "He's still alive." Gareth's eyes flick to him, then to me, and I can see death in them. His lips are blue and his chest is caved in on one side with a dark pool of blood shivering in the concavity. "Say goodbye for me," he rasps softly as his eyes slide away from us. All I can do is nod as he grows still. My hip is on fire as I try to stand. "Make him pay for this," Tobias says, giving me a hand up. "This and everything else," I reply. And then I'm off and limping down the hall. On my way out, I check the remaining doors that I didn't look behind before. One of them is a bedroom. I stalk through it, using my heavy's infrared sensors to look for him, checking the closet, the bathroom, but he's not here. I double-check the other doors out in the hall and find more Anons plugged in and charging. Some of them I don't even recognize. Setting off at a limping run, I'm scouring Alex's bunker as fast as I can. Another corridor leads to his personal launch chamber and the glossy black egg of a time capsule. I look inside of it just to be sure, but it's empty. I don't know where Alex went, but I have a bad feeling that I was wrong about him not having left the bunker. He made a run for it before we even got here. That's why he didn't change the code to open the door. He wasn't in here anymore by the time we arrived. I don't know where else he could be, but with his security forces all offline, I doubt he's planning to stick around and play hide and seek. He's on the run, probably flying to one of his other facilities as we speak. I leave Alex's bunker and head for the elevator, still jammed open with broken heavies. Racing past it, I take the stairs instead. It's murder on my injured side, but the exoskeletal armor I'm wearing makes it possible. My heart is pounding by the time I burst through the door at the top of the stairwell, and within seconds, I'm flying through the Welcome Center and out the front doors through which Alex led my Anon and Theodore a mere hour ago, like lambs to the slaughter. A lump rises in my throat as I lope down a sandy, moonlit path to the landing field in front of the complex. There are several sleek black air cars there. I can hear rotors whistling as one of them powers up for takeoff. That has to be him. I order my armor into a sprint, letting it do the running for me, but I'm too late. The car is already hovering off the landing pad as I arrive. Steeling myself for the pain, I target the leading edge of the nearest rotor and jump for it with everything I've got. My left leg buckles, but the heavy takes up the slack for a power-assisted leap that sends me flying up several inches past the top of the car. My hands seize the circular frame around the rotor and hold on tight, gasping and blinking spots from the pain lighting up the entire left side of my body. The car sinks back down with my weight, listing toward me, and for a second, it seems like it might crash. But then the rotors throttle up with a screaming roar, and I'm lifted clear, my feet dangling as the car soars to greet moon-silvered clouds and winking stars. Chapter 64. Air is whipping past me, roaring in the audio pickups that pass for my suit's ears. I'm struggling to hold on, despite the power-assisted grip. Alex is waggling the car violently, banking suddenly left, right, and back again to shake me off. Between those sudden jerking maneuvers designed to send me cartwheeling to the ground, I'm moving hand over hand, inching steadily closer to the doors on my side of the car. I'm going to pry them open and hurl Alex out. I have to mind my grip, keep my fingers away from the rotor inside the frame I'm clinging to. One false move, and I'll lose more than a finger. The pain will make me lose my grip. Alex banks left again, going almost perpendicular to the ground, and my legs swing up toward the rotors. Fortunately, the violent cyclone of air jetting out from underneath them is enough to push me away before I can get dismembered. But that cyclone also wrenches at my grip, threatening to tear me free. Alex banks back the other way, going right, and I'm flung the other way, my armored body waving like a flag. I'm gasping from the effort of holding on, and I realize that I'm starting to feel faint from the exertion. No, not the exertion, the blood loss. I can feel it sloshing around my left foot. Not now. I grit my teeth and force back an encroaching haze of darkness. Hand over hand, I'm almost there. As I get within reach of the nearest door, the car stops its zigzagging course and the door slides open. Alex is staring out at me. He has a gun in his hand. By now, I recognize the model. Exploding armor-piercing rounds. The same gun that tore a jagged furrow in my armor and ripped open my side. I think about letting go to shoot him with one of my guns, taking a bullet to give him one, but his will definitely kill me this time, and mine might not do the same. I can't risk that.
I have to admit, I'm impressed, Alex yells to me. You're more tenacious than I expected. Theodore would be proud. Say hello to him for me.
The mention of Theodore's name gives me the strength to do the only other thing I can think of. I launch myself toward the open door. Something zips by over my head. It plinks into the rotor I was holding on to and explodes just as I'm about to miss the open door and plummet to the ground below. The explosion tosses me inside, and I'm left grappling with Alex on the floor. We're sliding toward the open door as the car lists toward the ground.
You fool! We're going to crash!
Alex cries. I brace my legs in the open door, and he struggles to aim his gun at my chest. I slam his hand against the floor of the car as hard as I can, and feel bones crunching even through my armor. Alex screams, and so does everything else. Engines whining, air whistling past the open door. I twist around to see the shining surface of Mono Lake racing up fast. It swallows us whole with a gut punch of force that slams us into the opposite door. Cold, black water floods in through the tear in my suit. I trigger it open before it can malfunction, and I'm kicking and clawing out the open door and around the sinking car, aiming for a pale glimmer that I hope is the moon. I burst free, gasping and spluttering, and swim one-legged and two-handed for the shore. I hope Alex died in the crash, or drowns in the minutes to follow. But then, I see his head break the surface ahead of me, and I have a whole new reason to swim. I'm chasing him out of the lake, barely conscious, but driven by hate and a raging flood of adrenaline. I can die, just as soon as he does. Alex reaches the shore first and lurches into a staggering run, but I'm not far behind. Putting weight on my left leg is like twisting screws into my own flesh, but I push through it. Alex is hurt too, limping, and he's old and decrepit. Despite the fiery lances of pain that erupt with each step, setting off flashes of light behind my eyeballs, I'm gaining on him. I catch his shoulder and spin him around. He falls down and lets out an animal scream of terror as he starts scuttling away from me. I stalk on, looming over him with both fists raised. "Wait!" He throws up his hands in anticipation of my blows. "If you kill me, I'll kill her." That makes me hesitate. "Kill who?" "I'm Violet, remember? I got those old IDs for Anna and Olivia. I'm calling the guard now." I can see Alex's eyes flickering in the light of screens flashing over his contacts, so I know that he's up to something. "Half of them are in my pocket anyway," Alex goes on. "All I have to do is say that Anna and Olivia are connected to the attack on the tracking center, and then tell the guard where they're hiding, and they'll be dead." My guts clench up, and the strength leaves me in a whoosh as I blow out a shaky breath. "How do I know you won't just kill them anyway?" Alex is laughing, cackling as he pushes up onto his elbows, struggling to rise. "You don't have a choice. Let me go, or they're dead. It's that simple." And for a moment, I almost do. But then, I remember something. One of the subroutines I killed was called Satnet. I feel around inside my jacket pocket. My glasses are still there. I pull them out and slip them on. "What are you doing? Take them off now!" Icons swirl to life. The network icon is flashing. No signal. A cold smile settled on my lips, and a frown creases Alex's brow. "What?" He's scuttling away again. I fall on top of him and pin his arms to either side of his head. He's too old and weak to do anything. "She's dead! I'm going to kill her!" He spits at me, his whole body shaking under mine, struggling to wriggle free. "No, Alex, she's not dead." "You are," I say. "It's time for you to go meet the real Antichrist." And then I release the hand that I broke while we were still in the car, and take a swing at him with my right fist. His nose gives way with a meaty crunch, and he screams a nasal scream. His broken hand starts slapping me, reaching for my eye socket with twisted, broken fingers. I bat it aside and hit him again. "That's for my parents," I say, and again, my fist sinking into his eye. "For Carlos!" His jaw zags away, and his teeth clamp down with a satisfying crack. "For Theodore!" And then I hit him 3 times more, until I can't feel my hand, and the knuckles are shredded skin and blood. Alex isn't struggling anymore. His face is a gory mess, nose and jaw broken. A quiet wind whistles through the night, and a cold shiver courses through me. I release Alex's good hand that I've been holding pinned to the ground, and check his pulse. I don't feel the skin skipping beside his throat, weakly or otherwise. It's done. I get up on shaking legs and start stumbling toward Future Travel's compound, the rooftops agleam with moonlight. Darkness gathers, swelling in at the edges of my vision. My eyelids are heavy as I trudge across the desert, kicking up waves of sand. Each time I blink, my eyes stick shut for several seconds, and I stumble on in darkness. My mind is finally giving in. There's nothing left to fight for. Even if I survive, the cops are going to arrest me for murdering Alex. Undock or not, murder is still murder. Not to mention all the other things I've done. Conspiring with fundy terrorists probably tops that list. I stop and sink to my knees, then fall to my side and curl into a fetal ball as spent adrenaline leaves me shivering and cold. Sweet oblivion comes for me, and I let it sweep me away, content with the knowledge that Theodore must be out there somewhere on the other side. How else could he tell me that access code? I take that thought down with me happily, knowing that death is not the end, and hoping that my all-consuming quest for revenge isn't enough to send me to hell with Alex. Epilogue. 9 hours later. My eyes crack open to a bright, blurry scene. I peer into the light, wondering if this is the proverbial one at the end of the tunnel. But it soon resolves into a window. I'm lying in bed, covered in a heavy, blissfully warm blanket. Something is beeping steadily beside me. There's a physical view screen at the foot of the bed, set to WUNN. The volume is muted, but I can see familiar scenes playing out. The destruction and riots in the blocks, future travels from the air, heavies standing around like statues, no sign of the rebels. And then, Adam Kane's head, lying in the control room, a metal spine coiled with wires sticking out of his neck, proof of what he really was. I lift my arms from under the covers, searching for some way to put the volume up. I'm half expecting handcuffs to stop me, but my hands slide free. The broken one's still swollen and purple, but my knuckles are all straight again. The door clicks open, and I see a nurse come in, followed by 2 familiar faces that I almost can't believe I'm seeing. "Anna," I croak. She frowns and shakes her head, looking confused. The back of her right hand flashes into view, and I see the glowing pass mark there, the version 5. "Who's Anna?" "I'm Jessa," she says, her new ID. "And this is Tess," she says, nodding to Olivia. "Remember?" I look to her. She's holding Buddy in her arms. He barks at me.
"You're looking good, Mr. White," he says.
"He's still a long way from recovery," the nurse says, as they stop beside my bed. She's frowning intermittently at us between checking the equipment I'm plugged into. "Can we have a minute?" Anna asks. The nurse fixes her with an unhappy frown. 10 minutes, that's it," she says, and then breezes out of the room. Anna pulls up a rolling stool and sits beside me. She grabs my hand and squeezes it. "How are you feeling?" "What?" My head rocks on my pillow. I'm so confused that I don't know where to start. How is this? What happened? How did I get here? Anna glances back over her shoulder, as if to make sure that the nurse is really gone. Then she leans in closer and whispers, "Tobias, he saw the crash and went to pick you up." "But didn't they find the body? I'm going to be charged with..." Anna is shaking her head, a grim smile on her lips. "No, he flew you, Theodore, and Alex all home, along with the gun that shot both you and Theodore. It already had Alex's prints on it."
All he had to do was dump the three of you outside Block 19 and call for an ambulance. 2 wealthy registered citizens accosted by an undock. 1 dead, the other wounded. Despite your wounds, you killed the undock before he could kill you. But then you passed out from the loss of blood. It's a hell of a story. But future travels. An attack launched by unidentified terrorists. You were never there. But I was at the cathedral. So was I, Anna says. Guilty by association isn't enough to charge us. It all seems too good to be true. And Tobias? She shakes her head. I don't know. He came to see me briefly and then went on his way. The others all left, jumped away to an unknown future, just like they were planning. Maybe he did too. Or maybe he decided to stay. If he did, I owe him a big thank you. And he's not the only one, I think. I remember Gareth's last words and feel the blood start draining from my face. Anna, I whisper. Your son. She swallows thickly, and I can see the tears shimmering in her eyes, but they don't fall. He died for the greater good. None of us knew what you were going to learn about Cain out there. But now that you have, it's all over. The raids, the law has been overturned. The blocks are still being dissolved, but no one is being forced to get pass marks. The incentive is still there, but the union is rolling out a new version. Version 7. I smile wryly at that. I guess no one can call that version the mark of the beast. Anna smiles faintly back, and her eyes slide away from mine to the window. No, we can't. There's a sad, distant look in her eyes. The fire that I'm used to seeing there is gone, and I think I know why. Just because this wasn't the real biblical apocalypse doesn't mean your faith is a lie, I say. She looks to me, eyebrows raised. Doesn't it? I shake my head, rocking it back and forth on my pillow once more, and then I tell her about the vision I had of Theodore, and how that was how we ultimately defeated Alex. Retelling that softens the bitter edge of my grief over losing Theodore, and I'm left with a curious hope instead. Anna is frowning at me. But what does that mean? Isn't it obvious? I say. It means there is something more, something hiding behind the curtain that no one has seen yet. An afterlife? A god? Who knows? Maybe you guys got some of the details wrong, but you're not wrong about everything. Anna is nodding slowly, smiling faintly at me. Or maybe we were right about everything. Well, we can agree to disagree, she says. Thank you for sharing that. You're welcome. So, now what? I ask, my eyes slipping away from hers to find Olivia and Buddy sitting in an armchair by the window. Anna brings me back with a squeeze of my hand. Some of the uncertainty I saw in her eyes a moment ago is back. Now we live. Together. If you want. If I want? I echo incredulously. Get over here. I pull her down for a long, lingering kiss. I could sink into that kiss forever. Anna's fragrance intoxicates me and makes my brain light up, filling me with a warmth and lightness of being that I'd almost forgotten existed. I felt like this only briefly once before in my life, when I first met Allison. But something tells me that this time it's going to last. 7 months later, December 24th, 2111. The window beside me is glazed with frost, gilded with the early morning light. The grounds of the estate are draped with a blanket of snow that weighs down the boughs of trees along the ridgeline. Beyond that, the spires of downtown Denver are sparkling, colored glass agleam in the rising sun. Those towers are so high they look like pillars holding up the blue dome of sky above.
Creeping black lines of air traffic mar that skyline like old power lines. How far we've come. And yet, still so many things are just shades of difference from what they've always been. A muffled thump sounds, drawing my eyes from the view to the simulated fire roaring in my office. I watch a convincing explosion of embers as the simulated logs are devoured by electric flames. I take a sip of my cappuccino. It's the morning of the day before Christmas, the first of what I hope will be many Christmases and other holidays spent with Anna and Olivia in our new home. A gentrified copy of the old family manor, one that my army of heavies spent the last 6 months building day and night. There's just one problem with that domestic dream. It's haunted and tainted by grief. My gaze slides away from the fire to see the empty armchair beside me. I find myself staring at it, remembering all the late nights and early mornings I shared here with Theodore, and even my father and mother in an office just like this one. A wash of heat makes my eyes burn and my throat ache. I tear my eyes away and suck in a shaky breath before the tears fall. If I let them loose now, I'm afraid they won't stop. And I don't want to ruin Christmas for Anna and Olivia. No, not Anna and Olivia. Jessa and Tess. Those are their names now. I'm still getting used to their fake IDs. Of course, ruining Christmas for them with my grief might be preferable to what I'm about to do. I stare into the fire again, sipping the dregs of my cappuccino. This was what Theodore wanted for me. A real life, but I can't bring myself to enjoy it. He should be here to see it, to enjoy a well-deserved retirement. I still can't believe that he's gone. Even though I saw him die, I saw it from a distance, through the eyes of a remote-controlled machine, and his death played out like a movie. Later, I saw his body with my own eyes, but I didn't have time to stop and come to terms with that loss. He could have been anyone lying there. Not my Theo. Not the man who raised me. Maybe that's why I keep hearing his voice at night and seeing him in my dreams. It doesn't help that I had a vision of him near the end, of him telling me Alex's security code. That's something he couldn't possibly have known while he was alive. But maybe, just maybe, it was something he could have learned after he passed on. And if so, then that means two things. One, when he died, he went somewhere. And two, wherever he went, he gained access to something that all of my research and all of my calculations say is impossible. Backwards time travel. I've been working the problem, playing with expanded bubbles of space-time, but time doesn't actually go backward inside of them. Space-time expansion fields make time move faster for anyone or anything inside of them. The applications of that are actually extremely interesting with respect to space propulsion systems, such as the Alcubierre warp drives created by my newest business acquisitions, Ad Astra and its parent company, Future Travels. There's also the potential to use space-time expansion fields to speed up processes which might otherwise take a very long time, such as evolution. But expansion fields are a bust when it comes to time travel for live subjects. Time seems to pass normally for people inside of the fields, but relative to what's happening outside, it's moving at a lightning pace. Essentially, that looks like this. A month ago, I took 100 pounds of supplies into a space-time expansion device, or STED for short, and spent an extremely boring week going crazy inside of it. All I had to show for that ordeal was an empty pack, a lot of dirty laundry, an urgent need for a shower, and a very full septic system inside of the probe. Meanwhile, Anna was standing outside looking fresh as a daisy and having scarcely blinked in the time she spent waiting for me to come back out. A useless experiment. In order to make time run backwards, it turns out you actually need space-time compression fields, but the compression field would need to have a negative density, which means it would require exotic energy to power it. So, Theodore reaching out to me across time and space is impossible. Not just because he's dead, but because backwards time travel is impossible. Unless the rules are different for him wherever he is. That theory led me to my latest project, the STCD Mark 7-4. The other 3 identical probes are all missing, but this one has already made a dozen successful test flights, and it's ready and waiting for me in the bunker below the mansion. That's why I'm up at dawn, because I'm just about to take the first manned test flight to see if I'm right about what happened to the other 3 probes. Anna forbid me from using the Mark 7 after the previous iteration of the Mark 7 disappeared with a monkey inside and never came back. But I can't just stop here and pretend like I don't know what's really going on. I have to know where the probes are going, to see it and prove it for my sake and everyone else's. Down in the bunker, I use my glasses to fire up the probe on a countdown. 5 minutes to launch. The timer starts ticking down steadily at the bottom of my glasses. Yanking my survival pack off the floor, I hurry up the ramp to the entrance of the probe, crack the door open, then shut and lock it behind me. The inside of the probe is small. There's only one seat, a blast-shielded window in front of it, and barely enough legroom for me to sit or stand comfortably inside that egg-shaped capsule. I drop my pack into a webbed compartment beside my seat, then sit down and strap in with a 3-point safety harness. The countdown hits 20 seconds. I sit patiently watching the numbers scroll backward on my glasses. I have to work to control my racing pulse with a breathing exercise. Maybe I'm crazy for doing this. The only probes using this technology that have ever returned are the ones that I sent unmanned, without any cameras running or live subjects inside. So how do I know this is safe? I don't. But it shouldn't matter whether there's an observer inside the probe or not. The result should be the same regardless of the contents of the probe. And yet, there's the double slit experiment, the observer effect, Schrodinger's cat. My cat was a monkey, and the only way to find out where that damn monkey went is to hop in one of these probes and see for myself. I have a theory, of course, but it's both exciting and profoundly disturbing. And if I'm right, I might not be coming back either. In which case my will is clear. Anna and Olivia get everything, even if they can't prove that I'm dead. In the event that I should disappear mysteriously, they'll get everything just 6 months after said disappearance. I feel torn about leaving them, but I've written a letter to explain, telling them where I'm about to end up. It's not that I don't love them. It's that I can't live with these suspicions or my grief any longer. I think I know where Theodore is, and my parents, and Carl, even Alex. I'm about to see what's on the other side, to find everyone who has ever died since the beginning of time. And knowing that, I can't just shelve this project and go play house with the love of my life, no matter how much I might love her and her daughter. I don't think that's something I'll ever be able to adequately explain to Anna, but I did try with that letter I left behind. I hope it will give her closure and a sense of peace, knowing that I'm not actually gone or dead, as she might fear. The countdown hits 10 seconds and I count backward with it, waiting for the transition. I'm not sure what to expect. The monkey didn't come back, so I don't know if it survived. The countdown hits 1 second, then 0. A loud pop sounds inside of the probe, and a flash of light blinds me through the window in front of my seat. And then, my vision clears, and I'm looking out that window into utter darkness. The inside of the probe is cloaked in the same darkness, the lights inside of it having failed. My breathing is rapid and shallow, echoing back to my ears as if I'm in a much smaller space than I was a moment ago. I try to move, but I'm paralyzed. A voice comes booming and echoing to my ears.
You need to go back, Byron, a familiar voice says.
I recognize it a split second later. Theo? Is that you? I ask. It sounds like I'm speaking into a tin can.
Yes.
Go back where?
To where you came from.
But I'm struggling to see out of the window in front of me. I still can't move. Why can't I move? I scream, struggling against invisible bonds.
Byron, listen to me. It took a lot of convincing to get them to send you back. Promise me you will never try this again. It's not your time yet.
I'm mentally shaking my head. My actual head is frozen in place. Theo, you're scaring me. Who are they?
The only way you'll get any answers is if you stay. And if you do that, you'll regret it. Anna and Olivia need you, and you deserve to have a real life. Don't worry about me. I'm happy here, and I wouldn't go back even if I could. Now, do you promise not to try this again? Byron, either you agree to this, or you'll have to stay.
That doesn't sound good to me. Stay here, paralyzed in this yawning darkness. Okay, I promise.
Good. Are you ready?
Wait, just one more question. Am I right?
I can't tell you that.
That sounds like a yes to me. My mind is racing, my heart pounding. At least I can feel that much. Then answer me this. Are my parents here with you?
Yes.
I can hear Theodore smiling, even if I can't see it. Swallowing thickly, I let that knowledge comfort me for a second, but it doesn't last. There's something else that I need to know. Theodore, did I die? Is this hell?
You did die, but death is not the end. And no, this isn't hell. It's not all dark and empty either. It's like nothing you could ever imagine, and everything you could ever want. But you'll have to take my word for it. Now I'm afraid you have to leave. I've said too much already.
Something is happening. My mind is slipping away, drifting free in this dark abyss. Then there's a dazzling flash of light, and suddenly I'm back, sitting inside the probe slumped against my harness. I come to with a gasp and lift my head. There's someone banging on the door of the probe. Muffled voices outside, then the banging turns to a crackling hiss, and I see a molten orange line racing around the seam between the door of the probe and its frame. The door is ripped away a few seconds later, and I hear it booming on the concrete floor outside. "Byron!" Anna screams. She races in just as I'm unclipping my harness and rising unsteadily to my feet. She stops short when she sees me, anger and concern warring for control of her features. "You idiot! I told you not to use the probe." I have no words. I just stumble into her arms, grateful that I can finally move my body again. But my muscles are too weak to hold me up. Anna staggers backward with my weight. "I'm sorry," I whisper in her ear. "I had to know." I manage to stand on my own, my legs weak and shaking. I withdraw to look her in the eyes. Her gaze is hard and angry. She crosses her arms over her chest. "And? What did you see?" I shake my head. "Nothing. I didn't see anything. But I heard Theodore. I don't know where to start with explaining what he said to me, or what I experienced inside the probe, so I just shake my head. Anna doesn't look impressed. I crack a shaky smile. "Did I wake you?" Confusion furrows her brow. "Byron, it's 5 p.m. We spent the whole day looking for you. Are you sure?" I'm already checking the time on my glasses. She's right. Yes, I'm sure. Strange. The unmanned tests didn't reveal any time dilation effects. It felt like I was only gone for a few seconds. Well, you weren't. What happened in here? What did Theodore say? He told me that I died. Anna's eyes fly wide, and she spends a few seconds looking me over, checking for any obvious signs of injury. Maybe you did. Remember the monkey? I shake my head. That probe vanished and never came back. This one did. Theodore said he had to convince them to send me back. Anna's expression grows wary. Them? Who's them? I don't know. I asked the same thing, but he said he couldn't tell me anything unless I stayed, and that it isn't my time yet. Anna glares at me. I don't know what else to say or how to apologize for this. I'm never going to do it again. Theodore made me promise. Her expression softens with that, and she blows out a breath, the anger leaving her in a rush. She falls into me and encircles my chest in a squeezing hug. I thought I'd lost you. She breathes against my shirt. I can hear the catch in her throat, feel the tears soaking through. Hey, it's okay. I'm okay. I lift her chin to look her in the eye. Hers are full of tears, wet streaks staining her cheeks. She shakes her head and cracks a broken smile. I need you. We need you. I nod at that. I know. Olivia deserves to have a father. I'm going to be that for her. I promise. Not just Olivia. Anna withdraws a step and places both hands over her belly and smiles. Merry Christmas. It takes me a second to get it, but then my jaw drops and I'm blinking in shock. I mentally kick myself for taking such a big risk with my life, for running the risk that I might leave Anna, Olivia, and this unborn baby alone. My baby. When did you find out? 9 weeks ago. It's a girl. I'm grinning like an idiot. And you kept that from me all this time? Anna cracks a smile. It wasn't easy. Mom? Hurried footfalls sound, drawing our eyes to the entrance of the probe. Olivia pops her head in, looking scared. Then she sees me, and she darts inside and crushes me in a hug. You're okay. Yeah, I'm okay, kiddo. I thought you left us, Olivia says, her voice muffled against my stomach. I rest a reassuring hand on her head. My eyes feel hot and swollen. This time I don't fight it. Blinking sends fiery rivulets down my cheeks, but they're happy tears. Does she know? I whisper to Anna. She shakes her head. I wanted you to be the first. Know what? Olivia asks, looking up at me. She turns to defer that question to her mother. That you're going to have a sister, Anna says. No way! Yes way, Anna replies. Olivia is grinning now too. I pull the two of them into a group hug, enjoying this moment of bliss. Then, almost as an afterthought, I glance up at the ceiling of the probe and whisper my thanks to Theodore. Now I know why he had them send me back. He knew that Anna was pregnant, and he knew what I would miss if I had stayed, and what my family would miss. My daughters deserve to have a father, and Anna deserves a husband. I guess it's finally time to pop that question. And so I do. Bringing my gaze back down, I find her already staring at me. Adriana Rivera Vargas, would you marry me and make me the happiest man in the world? Her eyes well up with tears, and I kiss her before she can say anything. Yes, she says against my lips, laughing and crying at the same time as she showers me with kisses. Ew, Olivia complains, pushing away from us. Guys! And then all three of us are laughing as we turn and exit the probe together. It's time to go live that life Theodore was talking about.
This has been an Audible Studios production of In Time for Revenge, a sci-fi murder mystery. Written by Jasper T. Scott. Performed by Ben Yeager Thomas. Executive producers Catherine Stewart and Mike Charzak. Producer Kat Lambrix. Copyright 2019 by Jasper T. Scott. Sound recording copyright 2019 by Audible Inc. Audible Studios is a division of Audible Inc.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.